The Rose School of Thought demigod, who was hiding in the shadows, wore a hooded black robe and a golden mask with red and black patterns smeared across it. His figure couldn't be made out, but he was definitely not short, standing at a height of 1.8 meters. He used the Marauder Pathways sealed artifact to steal Tutmosis II's sarcophagus, placing it before him. Immediately, his body phased away and drew out an extended form as though he had turned into a thick, long and soft rope. This transparent and nearly ethereal rope quickly bound the heavy sarcophagus in a bid to bring it into the spirit world. At this moment, a strong gust of wind sounded in the Rose School of Thought demigod's ears. They clashed in the air, forming an explosive-like stir. Boom! Tutmosis II's golden sarcophagus was sent flying as the transparent rope around it unfurled, shrinking back into a humanoid form. This Rose School of Thought demigod floated diagonally downwards in an uncontrollable manner before turning into a wraith. No, an evil spirit's form. He allowed the intense winds to blow through his body without making any additional movements. He saw eddies in the air swirl up rapidly as an unrestrained hurricane suddenly appeared, sweeping up the rocks, gravel, trash, and parts of the harbor's roof into the air. Even the carriage, which had been autonomously moving before, flew up because of its proximity. It was torn into pieces amidst the strong winds. Seemingly lucky, but in fact an expected outcome, the shadows where the Rose School of Thought demigod was hiding didn't have any lone soldiers and was far from the main path. The lady in the black evening gown and crown of thorns was obstructed by the hurricane as her body involuntarily wavered backward. She was unable to immediately rush to the golden sarcophagus that had been thrown up into the air, and she could only use her momentum to turn her body sideways, casting her gaze to a warehouse that stood far away outside the dock district. Immediately after that, she turned her head to look at the Rose School of Thought demigod because he wasn't affected by the hurricane. Confinement! The lady, who was also wearing a golden mask, raised her left hand and grabbed at her enemy's figure within her sights. The Rose School of Thought demigod had formidable spiritual intuition. As he sensed the danger with the help of his spiritual intuition, he did a mirror blink ahead of time, leaping onto a piece of glass about 80 meters away. At this moment, the hurricane seemed to stabilize itself and rapidly calm down. Pa! 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 The items that had been swept up fell to the ground, including the golden sarcophagus that contained Tutmosis II. Bang! It slammed open a crater as it completely broke apart after suffering the wrath of the hurricane. The lid at the top flew up, scattering the gold and gems that were sealed in the top 2 layers of the sarcophagus as burial items. Then, the lower level of the sarcophagus tumbled a few times, dropping golden boxes and jade containers that stored the desiccated organs. A corpse that was bound in yellowish-brown cloth tumbled out. Its surface was covered in a dark red, oily liquid. This was none other than the mummy created after Tutmosis II passed away. It was extremely thin, and its face had a golden mask with patterns covering it, just like the mask worn by the demigod from the Rose School of Thought. Embedded in its eye sockets were 2 abnormally pure onyx gems. The moment the mummy appeared, the surroundings seemed to dim. The sarcophagus's main body stopped as dark red liquid flowed out of it, soaking the nearby soil. When the Rose School of Thought demigod with the Marauder Pathways sealed artifact saw this scene, he was first enraged before he thought of something. The look in his eyes turned into pleasant surprise. His figure vanished from the glass fragment, phasing into the 2 onyx eyeballs of Tutmosis II. Then, he possessed the mummy and attempted to pull it into the spirit world. Suddenly, he sensed that the mummy in his evil spirit vision had vanished. Simultaneously, the Tutmosis II mummy with a slanted golden crown on its head suddenly bounced up, turning its onyx-embedded face towards the only lighthouse in Pritz Harbor. This pharaoh, which had been dead for centuries, produced an inhuman cry from its throat. Bound with yellowish-brown bandages, it freed its shriveled leg, strode and ran off. It seemed to be running towards freedom, but it had forgotten one thing. It was just a corpse. It should be lying down in silence. Tap, tap, tap. The Tutmosis II mummy finished accelerating just as it began. Upon seeing this, The lady with the crown of thorns raised her right palm and aimed at the mutated mummy. "All the dead will receive their eternal peace," she said a few words in ancient Hermes. Bang! The Tutmosis II mummy exerted strength in its legs as it leaped up, jumping into another direction, escaping the region that would make it enjoy its eternal rest, doing so in a way that didn't adhere to a zombie's agility. Further away, the black-haired, golden-eyed man, who was pursuing Mimosi, narrowed his eyes as his ring once again emitted a crystalline beam of light. His figure teleported in front of the mummy as he attempted to stop the deceased from moving away. However, Tutmosis II changed directions once again, charging out from a different angle. It kept changing its direction, as though its goal was to approach the lighthouse by following an irregular route. Mimosi's heart stirred as his body suddenly vanished, flashing onto a piece of glass not far from the mummy. He used this as a springboard and finally appeared in the two onyx in Tutmosis II's eye sockets. Although the lone military's demigod had restricted possession, the Highlands Kingdom's pharaoh was no ordinary item. It had some spirituality remaining. Seeing his partner succeed, the demigod with the Marauder Pathway sealed artifact didn't hesitate to extend his black-gloved left hand, aimed it at the lady in the evening gown, and gripped his hand into a fist before turning it half a circle. The lady immediately felt her thoughts go adrift for a second. Following that, she was bound tightly by her own gown. Almost at the same time, the lone soldier far away on the warehouse rooftops found it difficult to control their rifles as they aimed in her direction and pulled their triggers. Bam! 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 The steel monsters with thick cannons also unleashed their cannonballs at the lady. The golden-eyed demigod didn't attempt to save his partner. Instead, he looked at Tutmosis II's mummy, which had come to a stop because of Mimosi's possession. He gripped his right hand into a fist and waved it abruptly. Execution! A look of joy flashed past his eyes because it didn't matter if the mummy died again. But Mimosi couldn't afford that. Elsewhere, just as the bullets and cannonballs were to hit the lady, they suddenly slowed down as though they had sunken into a quagmire formed of air. They were repelled by a power that stemmed from laws. On the lady's head, the crown of thorns lit up suddenly, using up more than half of the accumulated ocean of light. The hooded Rose School of Thought demigod immediately discovered this as he vanished from a location far away from it, as though he was fundamentally wiped away. This also meant that he had arrived in front of the lady and saw her raise her right hand. Gathered within her right hand was pure condensed light. They transformed into a blazing spear that had two pure white wings sweep out at its tip, enveloping the spearhead like an angel's embrace. The Rose School of Thought demigod's eyes widened immediately as he heard the footsteps of death. He attempted to use mirror blink to leap away, but he found that his surroundings were sealed by the pure white wings. An intense sense of fear surged within him and inundated his reason, making him abandon his resistance towards his roots to his being and strength. At this moment, a shrieking wail sounded as the lady's eyes temporarily turned turbid. The blazing spear in her right hand deviated to the side as she failed to maintain its stability. It collapsed into a gorgeous blast of light as it was swept up in the air like a hurricane. And in the vicinity of the Tutmosis II mummy, Mimosi had stopped his possession. Beside him, a dirty doll fell to the ground. The doll's chest had a tear that nearly penetrated it. It stood up and its eyeless face seemed to come to life, turning abnormally warped and gruesome. It continuously wailed with a shrieking tone, causing the nearby lone golden-eyed demigod to feel an invisible hand grabbing at his neck as he kicked and struggled in midair. It was because of this doll's existence that Mimosi wasn't executed. Likewise, the other Rose School of Thought demigod wasn't struck by the blazing spear. When the latter saw this, he immediately used mirror blink to approach the Tutmosis II mummy that was still focused on moving in the direction of the lighthouse. He planned on using this opportunity to join forces with Mimosi to achieve the goal of their operation. At this moment, the lady in the evening gown erased the distance, appearing directly above them. The crown of thorns on her head emitted the purest of light. She pressed down with her right hand and said, "This place will have the mysterious weakened and the real strengthened." Just as she said that, The blood-stained doll immediately lost its expression and stopped shrieking. The golden-eyed demigod from the lone military finally had a chance to catch a breather. He forcefully pulled away the hexed hand that was grappling his throat. From that moment, their demigod powers rapidly declined as attacks that stemmed from reality were rapidly boosted. This also meant that the lone soldiers at the top of the warehouse and the steam chariot that was slowly approaching on its treads were the victors in this battle. To the lone army, this was a situation where their advantage was extremely amplified. Mimosi and the other Rose School of Thought demigod immediately reacted. One of them tried to possess the mummy, while the other attempted to pick up the eyeless doll. They planned on escaping before their strength decreased to a certain threshold. Of course, the lady with the evening gown and the golden-eyed demigod couldn't allow the enemy to do as they wished, but just as they were about to take action, a light streaked into the sky and exploded into dreamy fireworks. Right on the heels of that, the two demigods felt their spiritual perception trigger simultaneously as they looked into opposite directions. A hand wearing a transparent glove reached out from the void beside Tutmosis II's golden sarcophagus, grabbing a handful of soil that was soaked with dark red liquid. The liquid was a mixture of Tutmosis II's brain matter and bodily fluids. It was a ritualistic material used to maintain its spirituality, and the latter contained its blood. Mimosi and the Rose School of Thought demigod, who wielded the sealed artifact, also looked over, and they happened to see a figure wearing a formal suit and top hat appear. This figure was bending his back to pick up the soil soaked with dark red liquid. During this process, he kept his right hand to his left breast, as though he was bowing towards the demigods. Then, maintaining this pose, he looked up to reveal his metal-gray masked face before rapidly fading away into nothingness. Carrying the iron cigar case in hand while passing through walls to leave the warehouse that she was hiding in, Sharon strictly followed Sherlock Moriarty's arrangements, using her state as a wraith to fly to the tallest building in Pritz Harbor, the lighthouse. Right on the heels of that, she silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. Before she could gather her thoughts, Sharon's ear resonated with an intense boom. The harbor in the distance seemed to be swept by a terrifying hurricane. She held the iron cigar case in her left hand as her nails suddenly grew sharp before stabbing into the wall of spirituality, completely destroying the invisible isolation with an attack filled with a wraith's spirituality. A sudden gust of wind gushed outwards in every direction as Sharon suddenly felt her spirit body become augmented. And this stemmed from the item stored inside the iron cigar case. She wasn't affected by her curiosity, accustomed to restraining her emotions as she continued approaching the lighthouse at high speeds. During this entire process, she kept maintaining an irregular trajectory, occasionally lunging forward to the left or drifting upwards to the right. At times, she would rely on mirror blink to leap onto a different trajectory before continuing her approach to the target. This made it seem like she was dodging an invisible and terrifying enemy, but Sharon knew very well that nothing was chasing her, nor was she locked on by a distant attack. She felt as though she was performing in a one-man show without any opponents. However, she didn't have any doubts, nor did she waste any time to observe or wait. She pretended that within the air in her surroundings was the silent one Mimosi and the lone military's demigods, doing her best to dodge and slip past them. As her flight continued, Sharon's blue eyes, which were peeled towards the air, had a red stream of light reflected in them. It flew from above, suddenly blasting apart, turning into beautiful fireworks that was a mix of red, orange, and yellow. Sharon immediately retracted her gaze. As she used her wraith fingernails to spew spirituality and reform the wall of isolation, she leaped towards the path Merrick had laid. There were shattered mirrors placed at fixed distances in a periodic manner. With her dainty bonnet and black dress, her figure kept flashing to them, and soon, she appeared inside Merrick's brown eyes. She then lightly took a stride out, the iron cigar case in her hand already encased with a wall of spirituality. Merrick and Sharon didn't converse, nor did they exchange looks with their eyes. As though they were being pursued by an invisible monster, they didn't dare stay put. Frankly speaking, they had a general idea about the role that each of their actions played. After all, Sherlock Moriarty had once attracted zombies and shadows with a copper whistle. As for Sharon's mirror blink, the two of them knew its traits well. However, they couldn't imagine how everything would develop. They had no idea how the detective with many secrets would be able to steal the Tutmosis II mummy under the watch of a few demigods. It wasn't a situation where the mummy could run if it wanted. The demigods were bound to stop it. At this moment, they saw a figure materialize. He wore a black formal suit and a half-top hat. His face was covered with an iron-gray mask, and in his hand was a handful of dark red soil and a dark brown book. It was none other than Sherlock Moriarty. Merrick immediately slowed down his pace. As he allowed the detective to smear the soil onto the book before pocketing it and grabbing his shoulder, he surveyed his surroundings. However, he didn't discover the existence of the Tutmosis II mummy. Did it ultimately fail? Having been mentally prepared for failure, he sighed as he watched himself, Sharon, and Sherlock Moriarty fade away and vanish from the spot. In the region where the demigods were fighting, the golden-eyed lone military demigod had an ominous feeling when he saw the gray-masked man bow before teleporting away. He felt that things had taken a drastic turn for the worse, into a terrible, unpredictable outcome. He needs to be stopped. Although I don't know what he did, he needs to be stopped. Such a thought instantly surfaced in his mind as the golden-eyed demigod immediately activated his ring. He used traveling against traveling, teleporting to pursue teleporting. However, in this short span of time, he realized that he was unable to lock onto the mysterious person's aura. In other words, he had either created an interference at the demigod level, or he had teleported somewhere very, very far away. Regardless of which possibility it was, it meant that any pursuit attempt would easily face failure. And more importantly, if he were to leaving the lady to fend against Mimosi and the other Rose School of Thought demigod alone, that would be an extremely dangerous situation. After all, the mysterious power in the area had not weakened to the point where real firearms could pose a threat to their suppressed selves. Besides, there haven't been any losses yet. The mummy is still around, with the person only taking away some soil rich in spirituality. The golden-eyed demigod swept his gaze at the Tutmosis II mummy who was standing blankly in its spot, before casting his gaze back on Mimosi. Suddenly, the mummy, wrapped in yellowish-brown bandages that were soaked in dark red liquid, had vanished from the four demigods' spiritual perception. The mummy had vanished without any warning. For a second, Mimosi and the other demigods felt as though they had watched an interesting magic show or a play with a mischievous element in it. But sadly, as demigods, they couldn't tell how it was done. Moments later, having lost their target, Mimosi and the other Rose School of Thought demigod didn't hesitate to make their figures fade away in a bid to escape via the spirit world. The golden-eyed demigod and lady tried hard to stop them. After 2 teleports, Klein returned to a 2-bedroom apartment in Backlund which they had rented ahead of time with Sharon and Merrick. "I will pay you based on what we agreed upon," Sharon said just as she found her footing. At the same time, she returned Sherlock Moriarty the iron cigar case. They had previously agreed that regardless of the outcome, Sharon would provide him with the information regarding spirit world plunderers. If they succeeded, she would pay another 3,500 lone gold coins or £5,000. Klein received the iron cigar case which had corrosive signs on its surface. As he held it in his hand, he sensed Azek's copper whistle lightly jumping inside. He quickly put it away and gave Sharon and Merrick a smile. "Might I trouble you to wait outside? Give me 5 minutes." His tone is very firm. It's as if he has succeeded. What can he do in 5 minutes? It's impossible for him to teleport again and bring back the Tutmosis II mummy. This will be more dangerous and more difficult than before. Merrick was filled with puzzlement as his footsteps moved at an obviously slow pace. As for Sharon, she had floated to the wooden door which separated the rooms and passed through it. Merrick quickly reined in his thoughts and followed closely behind by walking out the door. Klein maintained a smile as he watched them. Then, he teleported to another cheap motel in East Borough. He had disguised himself to rent this room in the afternoon. Right on the heels of that, he took out the book with the dark brown cover which was stained with dark red mud stains. It was Grozel's Travels. as long as the blood still had remnant spirituality and hadn't coagulated. Smearing it across the cover would allow the target to be pulled into the book world. And inside the Tutmosis II mummy's golden sarcophagus contained such blood. It also meant that, at this moment in time, the mummy was already in Klein's hands, inside Grozel's travels. After hearing Merrick describe the procedure to making a pharaoh mummy, Klein had roughly come up with a plan. It was to use the corpse's attraction to Azek's copper whistle as spirit body threads. He then controlled the mummy and used this marionette to lead the demigods away from the vicinity of the sarcophagus. He did this so that he could teleport over to retrieve the blood and create the necessary conditions. He had never thought of directly taking the mummy away or getting it to run out of the harbor successfully. It wasn't pragmatic to think that, as it would involve directly facing the attacks from the demigods. And even if he, Merrick, and Sharon were together, it was still beyond their capabilities. It might not even work even if he spent a large sum of money to summon Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker. Therefore, despite Azek's copper whistle and the mummy's reanimation appearing to be the goal and plan, it was in fact simply a method to manipulate and misdirect. This allowed the other actors to ignore the situation of the golden sarcophagus. This was a plot that even demigods couldn't fend off. This was because they were protecting the mummy and not the sarcophagus. They were targeting the high-sequence beyonders from the Rose School of Thought, and not three people who were loitering around in the distance with unknown goals. Klein's plan wasn't a plan that was highly interdependent. It was amazingly light and lean while still allowing the plan to be carried out even if there was a tiny accident. He had very few parameters he needed to take into account. As long as the hurricane successfully toppled the sarcophagus, as long as Sharon followed his instructions and moved in an irregular trajectory, and as long as the military didn't have the manpower to easily finish off the Rose School of Thought demigods, all he needed was to wait for an opportunity to appear. After the demigods left the vicinity of the sarcophagus and that the mummy wasn't possessed by the evil spirit, all he needed to do was teleport over and retrieve something that was soaked in the liquid before escaping. This didn't need him to worry about the exact developments of the demigod battle. He didn't care who gained the upper hand or was injured. He also didn't need the Tutmosis II mummy to run a certain distance to consider it a victory. As long as it started moving and became difficult to be caught, there wasn't any problem. Towards the end, his bow was partly to make it easy to scoop up the soil as a curtain call, and also partly to press Grozel's travels to his chest. If any accidents happened, he could immediately pull it out and use it as a shield. It was precisely because of this that Klein could smear the blood-soaked soil across the cover just as he teleported. Everything ran as expected. The directing was quite a success. As Klein reflected over the matter, he felt his potion's digestion accelerate. He didn't delay as he quickly set up a ritual. He sacrificed Grozel's travels above the gray fog, and then in his spirit-body state, he brought creeping hunger, Azek's copper whistle, the soul assurer's beyonder characteristic, and Sharon's anti-hex golden bead into the book world. In the book world, just as Klein appeared in the city outskirts, he immediately took out remnant parts of the dark red soil and picked up a withered branch. Using raw divination, he found the Tutmosis II mummy. He was worried that this manifestation of hexes would harm the residents here. Although the book world didn't have any lack of sequence 5 beyonders, and the Tutmosis II mummy remained in a muddled state having lost the stimulus from Azek's copper whistle, it was still a demigod when it was alive. The hexes that its corpse produced after his death were bound to be extraordinary. Even Klein himself didn't dare approach it if not for the anti-hex golden bead that Sharon had given him. Of course, Klein had also weighed the consequences before deciding on using Grozel's travels to steal the mummy. His previous experiences and the encounters of others had proven one thing. Outsiders would not directly appear before the natives when they entered the book world. It required exploration before any contact was made. This was especially so for the first time. Therefore, Klein believed that the mummy was likely left somewhere uninhabited. And with this zombie's condition, it was likely to be engaging in a random walk. It would be difficult for it to explore in different directions autonomously like humans, elves, or giants. This also meant that, as long as he didn't drag it out, it wasn't likely for there to be any losses. Furthermore, It had only been about 3 minutes since Klein smeared the blood-soaked soil across the book's cover. Following the direction led by rod divination, Klein flew towards a nearby mountain peak. Soon he came to a valley. At this moment, the Tutmosis II mummy, wrapped in yellowish-brown bandages and was dyed red from liquids, had appeared. It was still wearing the golden mask with patterns across it. Its throat was letting out an inhuman sound as it rushed over with wide strides. The surroundings turned gloomy. At the same time, many incomplete animal carcasses tore away the soil covering them in the valley as they staggered towards Klein. Having his spirit body augmented by Azek's copper whistle, Klein immediately chuckled. What a warm welcome! He unhurriedly threw away the branch and raised a blob of black matter. This was a Soul Assurer's Beyonder characteristic which he had released from the mutated version of Creeping Hunger. At its core was pure shimmering light that looked like a night sky embedded with stars. Invisible waves spread out in a turbulent manner as the surroundings suddenly darkened, as though night had fallen at once. The serene and peaceful feeling was accompanied by the fall of starlight. The animal carcasses first turned sluggish before collapsing, returning to their eternal rest. The mummy also slowed down its pace, its motions growing slower and slower. But it didn't lie back down. Directly using a Beyonder characteristic isn't very effective after all. Furthermore, the negative effects are nothing trivial. Klein couldn't help but cover his mouth with his left hand to yawn. He made Creeping Hunger turn pale and become dyed in a gloomy green. It used the power of a zombie to control the deceased in front of him. The two stacked Beyonder effects finally calmed the mummy down. With embedded onyx gems for eyes, it slowly walked to Klein's side and stood there silently, as though it was the most professional servant. Unfortunately, it has hexes. From inside his spirit body, Klein immediately took out a golden bead with the styles of the ancient Highlands kingdom. On its surface was deeply engraved bluish-green patterns. It came from Sharon and was specially prepared for the Tutmosis II mummy. It could effectively suppress and put an end to the hexes. Otherwise, how could the wraith dare to cast her sights on the pharaoh mummy? After twiddling the golden bead, Klein made the Tutmosis II mummy open its mouth before stuffing the bead into the mask's gap where the mouth was. In just a few seconds, the gloominess of the surroundings vanished. After doing all of this, he took a step forward and, with his spirit body state, possessed the mummy. Then, without any hesitation, he ended the summoning and returned above the gray fog. This mummy had already become his zombie, allowing him to release it just like he did with his former marionette, Senor. There was no need for him to store it in his body. After doing a bestowment, the mummy, which was rich in spirituality, returned to the real world and arrived inside the cheap motel. After Klein cleaned up the traces, he reached out his right hand, about to grab the mummy's shoulder and teleport back to the two-bedroom apartment where Marek and Sharon were. But after taking a look at the oil-stained yellowish-brown bandages and the dark red liquid on it, Klein silently retracted his right hand and switched to using his gloved left hand. After holding the mummy's shoulder with his left hand, he immediately began to fade, and this effect quickly spread across his body. In just a flash, Klein and the mummy had returned to the apartment from before. He wasn't in a rush to open the door to present it to Sharon and Marek. He took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. Another 36 seconds before its 5 minutes, Klein made the mummy pull out a chair and sit down leisurely. After a while, he finally heard a knock on the door. "Come on in," Klein replied with a smile as he controlled the mummy to walk over. When the door creaked open, the thin figure with the golden, patterned mask and yellowish-brown bandages was reflected in the duo's eyes. This figure's onyx gems shimmered before it swiftly lay itself down on the ground. Momentarily, Sharon and Marek were at a loss for words. Having already used a wall of spirituality to isolate Azek's copper whistle, Klein dispelled his control over the zombie and pointed at it with a smile. "I'm leaving the rest to you. And that brings the curtain down for my directed play," Klein commented inwardly as he silently took in the sensation of his potion rapidly digesting. This made him believe that it didn't need to take him up until the end of the year to consider the problem of advancing to the level of a demigod. It might be expedited by 2 or even 3 months. Furthermore, with this digestion, the number of marionettes he could control finally rose to 2. The maximum limit reached 200 meters. Faced with enemies with the same level of spirit body as his, gaining initial control of the target and completely converting them into a marionette was respectively reduced to 10 seconds and 150 seconds. The range had also been expanded to 10 meters. You really succeeded? Merrick's eyes stared at the Tutmosis II mummy as he couldn't help but mutter. He could never have imagined that they could succeed. Sherlock Moriarty had managed to successfully steal something for demigods, and 2 terrifying sealed artifacts were vying for. Furthermore, this gentleman had previously returned empty-handed. Could it be that the mummy had delivered itself? Deep inside Sharon's blue eyes, her emotions were concealed and they were completely calm. She scrutinized the target. After confirming that it was the pharaoh mummy and that it was Tutmosis II, she cast her gaze to Sherlock Moriarty, who was seated with his legs crossed. She opened her mouth slightly before closing them. "Thank you. I'll mail you the corresponding payment. I'll wish you, all the best in everything," Klein replied sincerely. He then silently had a poignant thought. If Miss Sharon can successfully advance to Sequence 4, it means I'll have an additional demigod-level helper. The saying from the Foodaholic Empire is apt: rely on your parents at home, depend on your friends when out. The more demigod-level friends, the merrier. Our tarot club needs to develop more friends and reduce our enemies. However, my enemies seem to be ever increasing. Having thought of that, Klein exhorted them. Be careful of being hunted down. The Tutmosis II mummy had too many of its items in the lone military's possession. It was very simple for them to use Beyonder methods to lock onto it. Klein's paper angel interference was only effective for a limited amount of time. Of course, he believed that Sharon and Merrick were prepared. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had thoughts on stealing the pharaoh's mummy. Likewise, he also believed that they could deal with the origins of the gray metal masks and special fireworks. If it's Danitz, he would most likely say, "It didn't cross my mind." Klein did a comparison with a particular hunter failure. Sharon nodded, indicating that she would take note. Then, she made the Tutmosis II mummy into her zombie and brought it into the spirit world. "Thank you for your help." Merrick, who stayed behind in the room, exhaled. He composed his surging emotions and bowed at Sherlock Moriarty. Following that, he left the room, removed his disguise, and blended into the crowd in East Borough. During this process, Klein remained sitting in his chair as he silently watched them leave. At some point in time, his figure also vanished. In an apartment near Pritz Harbor, the lone military's golden-eyed demigod entered and said to his partner, the lady in the evening gown, "Nothing for now. That's expected." If he wasn't certain of success, that mysterious person wouldn't have come to steal the Tutmosis II mummy, the lady said in a heavy voice. "However, we can relax our investigation scope. Those fireworks, that mask, those clothes, and that taunting bow should lead us to something." She was certain that the Tutmosis II mummy's loss wasn't done by the 2 Rose School of Thought demigods. If it was part of their plan, there was no need for them to carry out that step only when they were in dire straits. They had almost failed to escape. The golden-eyed demigod nodded and said, "I had a premonition that something would happen, but unfortunately, we didn't work with the churches for this operation. We didn't have enough manpower." He paused and asked, "Have you figured out what method that mysterious person used?" The lady held up the crown of thorns and stabbed a thorn into her neck. As blood trickled down, she shook her head. "Perhaps the removing of the soil with the Tutmosis II mummy's bodily fluid is a ritual. This is a very cunning fellow who's good at deceit." The golden-eyed demigod from the lone military nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's similar in style to certain fellows from the Intis intelligence agencies. However, just seconds after he took away the soil, the Tutmosis II mummy vanished. It's unlikely that he could complete a ritual in time." The lady looked down at the crown of thorns that was embedded in her neck. Slightly slow to react, she said, "Perhaps he or they had already set up the other steps of the ritual. Once he teleported back, he immediately threw the soil onto the altar, completing the final step. Of course, it's not necessarily a ritual. It might also be a sealed artifact that achieves a certain effect with the help of bodily fluids. There are too many possibilities for this. Although sealed artifacts' main effects and negative effects mostly adhered to the sequence traits of the 22 pathways, allowing researchers to barely come up with a hypothesis, just like how everyone had different personalities, sealed artifacts were different. Perhaps due to fusing with an object, the environment when formed, the possible existence of a high-level sequence's aura, or a curse from the original owner, these resulted in all kinds of strange traits that made them not viable for testing. No one could imagine ahead of time the different permutations and list them all out. The golden-eyed demigod pulled out a chair and sat. This is very difficult to investigate, so we can temporarily not consider it. However, you missed out on a direction for the investigation. Do you still remember that hurricane? It swept up Tutmosis II's sarcophagus, causing the ritualistic items, which is also the bodily fluids, to leak out, and it also caused the mummy to tumble out. This enabled the condition for zombifying it. In short, this established the foundation for the subsequent development, so it can be confirmed that this was done by the mysterious man or his helper. The turbidness in the lady's eyes grew faint as she slowly removed the crown of thorns. Do you mean that, with the Church of Storms in control of the Sailor pathway and the high-sequence formulas and Beyonder characteristics, there won't be many Beyonders or mystical items that can use Hurricane? Thus, this is a clue that we can follow to find their trail. The golden-eyed demigod nodded. Also, I remember that not long ago, there was a case in East Borough. The Aurora Order's Mr. X was assassinated at a gathering he convened himself. Lightning storm and hurricane had been used at the scene. This garnered a lot of attention from the Church of Storms, and they have been constantly looking for clues. To have two hurricanes happen in the same area in a short period of time and not belong to official organizations, this can't be a coincidence. I believe it can be preliminarily determined that there is a connection. The group of people who killed Mr. X and stole the mummy might be one and the same. We need to join forces with the Church of Storms to investigate. The lady lowered the crown of thorns and thought, "That's a good angle." Also, from their goals and motives, we can figure out certain things. People who want to use a mummy as a zombie wouldn't take such a high risk by attempting a theft. I suspect that, to those people, the Tutmosis II mummy is something they attach additional importance to. Something that's key to a ritual? The golden-eyed demigod deliberated as he said, "From the scene, the one who was carrying something special to attract the mummy was likely a wraith or had the corresponding mystical item. Combining the goals and motive, I have a theory." The lady's heart stirred as she blurted out, "Members of the Temperance faction that escaped from the Rose School of Thought?" "Yes." The golden-eyed demigod nodded. Although the creation of mummies is influenced by aspects like the faith in death and sun worship, despite the Rose School of Thought occupying a ruling position in the Highlands, Valley, and other places, it hasn't forbidden such burial practices. This implies that mummies are of use to them. Perhaps it's the ritual requirement of one of the sequences. Upon saying this, he chuckled in a self-deprecating tone. There's another possibility, to show off and act. That bunch of people might not really want the mummy. It just happened to satisfy certain conditions, giving them the opportunity to steal. Hence, they did a grand act. To some sequences of particular pathways, this is key to digesting the potion. As a demigod, he was knowledgeable, so he naturally made many connections. The lady deliberated and said in a heavy voice, "I suspect that it's not just one possibility but a potpourri of reasons. We shall use this as the foundation for our investigations." Backlund, Sherwood Borough. In a building near the Tussock River. The silent one Mimosi sat in front of a square table that had a tablecloth spread across it with golden nails placed on it. It said in a deep voice, "Zatwin, who do you think stole the Khedive mummy?" Not far behind him, a figure rapidly appeared on a piano bench. This figure wore a black clergyman's robe with a black glove on his left hand. His face was thin, and his skin color was brown. His eyes were recessed like a dried corpse. His mustache hair was black at the root and white outwards. They extended from his mouth all the way to his ear. However, it wasn't thick and was rather short. It appeared rather sparse. Zatwin's eyes were close to his skin color. Despite having the bearing of a priest, he gave off a cold and terrifying feeling. He appeared to be someone who would transform amidst silence. Thinking, he said, "There are only a handful of people who yearn for a Khedive mummy and would be willing to take the risk to battle demigods. And here in Backland, there's only Sharon. She has likely received Rionette Tinker's help. Otherwise, it's impossible for her to succeed." Mimosi picked up a golden nail covered in dense patterns. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "Who was the one who teleported?" "It doesn't resemble Gehrman's sparrow. Another helper Sharon hired." "Perhaps." Zatwin coughed as his pale face flushed blue. "I believe we need to think of a way to pray to Mother Tree. We should be able to receive a revelation." Mimosi nodded gently and stabbed the golden nail through his bottom lip. Upon seeing this, Zatwin covered his mouth and slowly got up. He staggered down to the first floor in preparation to leave and return to his hideout. On the first floor, he saw a dark environment with shimmering candlelight. The fragrance of food wafted from different directions, filling the air. The residential buildings in the nearby area were terraces. Facing the street on the first floor were shops. The contact point of the Rose School of Thought was in a restaurant which mainly served Southern Continent cuisine. As he had suffered quite serious injuries in the operation, Zatwin didn't wish to maintain his state as an evil spirit. It was too great a burden on the injured him. Therefore, he had changed into a black clergyman's robe as he hobbled to the entrance. At this moment, a customer walked into the restaurant. This customer wore a black formal suit with black pants and leather shoes. He had a pair of black eyes and a thin face. He had a slightly broad forehead as he wore a monocle and a very tall top hat. As he casually glanced around, his gaze landed on Zatwin. Upon seeing the black glove Zatwin was wearing on his left hand, the ends of the customer's mouth curled slightly. He shook his head with a smile, seemingly a little disappointed. Then, he entered the restaurant, brushing past Zatwin, who had stared back with a maleficent look. Zatwin didn't pay too much attention as he walked out and reached the streets. Under the illumination of the street lamps, the night's cool breeze blew at him, causing the Rose School of Thought demigod to suddenly tremble. Zatwin knew that this was a result of his spiritual perception being triggered. With his heart tightening, he immediately looked down at his hands, surprised to realize that the black glove on his left hand was gone. As a demigod, Zatwin didn't know when the sealed artifact on his hand disappeared. He quickly turned around and looked into the restaurant as the image of the man from before suddenly surfaced in his mind. Soon, he locked onto the target's aura and found that he was still inside the restaurant. The man had even called out to the waiter to bring him a menu. Zatwin originally had thoughts of using mirror blink to possess the man, but for some unknown reason, his hands shook involuntarily. In an indescribable manner, he believed that a dangerous and terrifying enemy hid in his surroundings. Just as this thought flashed past his mind, Zatwin subconsciously took a step to the side, walking to the end of the street as though nothing had happened. In an apartment in Sherwood Borough, Furs was reading the latest issue of Ladies' Aesthetic when she suddenly heard a key turn and the sound of the door opening. "Why are you so late today?" She looked towards the door where Zio stood. Zio ruffled her short blonde hair and said, "When I was almost home, I saw a meetup mark from MI9. It was urgent. What happened this time?" With piqued interest, Furs lowered the magazine in her hand. "A continuation of Mr. X's assassination." Zio bent down to switch to her home slippers and said in passing. The look on Furs's face froze as her eyes darted about slightly. "Any clues?" "Not really. Back then, a hurricane at the demigod level appeared. It's not common outside the Church of Storms, and just earlier tonight, there was a small-scale hurricane attack at the dock at Pritz Harbor. A pharaoh mummy was stolen away in the chaos," Zio explained simply. "MI9 suspect that the two cases were done by the same group of people. So they are pressing informants like us to work harder at gathering intel and finding clues. My Laymanos Travels still has a hurricane, Mr. Gehrman's sparrow?" Why is he stealing a pharaoh mummy? Furs forced a smile. Perhaps it was done by the Church of Storms? Zio rolled her eyes at her and quickly walked into the kitchen in search of food. Early morning, 160 Buckland Street. Moments after Klein finished washing up, and before he could open the door to let Richardson in, his spiritual perception was triggered. He saw Miss Messenger's headless body walk out of the void with 4 heads in hand. One of them was biting down on a rather thick envelope. Opening its mouth, a large pile of gold coins was spat out. I can finally repay my debt. Klein glanced at Reinette Tinker's 4 necklace heads and said in relief, I remember still owing you 3,413 gold coins. You can take the last installment away. Meanwhile, he had the baffling feeling that the pile of gold coins looked familiar. However, he didn't think too much about it because all the gold coins looked familiar to him. Upon hearing Klein's words, one of the 4 heads which Reinette Tinker held immediately said, All right. It opened its mouth and immediately sucked back most of the gold coins. Where it was stored was an unknown. Taking a look at the dozens of shiny gold coins left, Klein reached out to receive the rather thick envelope. He quickly opened it and scanned its opening. Indeed, it was the detailed information regarding Spirit World plunderers. After Miss Messenger returned to the Spirit World, he put away the gold coins, drew the curtains, and sat down under the morning sun, seriously reading the neat and tidy handwriting. Thank you once again for your help. The Tutmosis II mummy is part of the advancement ritual for me. It holds deep meaning for me. Spirit World plunderers live in the depths of the Spirit World. They're extremely rare, rich in intelligence, and very aggressive. They can capture or kill creatures and make them soul avatars. Their souls can turn into their true soul's appearance, giving them similar performance and traits. They can also disguise themselves as other Spirit World creatures. When encountering them, perhaps all the Spirit World creatures around belong to them. They might be soul avatars that mustn't be neglected. This creature can effectively influence the thought processes of their prey, causing them to enter a desensitized state. Their true soul body has potent spirituality. In clashes of such nature, they are often at a noticeable advantage. They're very difficult to find. At present, there is only one place with signs of their activity: the Spirit World's Calderon City. This is a legendary city of mysterious and unknown origins. On this front, there are 3 theories about them. One is that it was once Death's residence, the entrance to the underworld. 2. It's the divine kingdom left behind by a dead ancient deity from the Second Epoch. Attracted by the Spirit World, it sank and slowly transformed into a real yet illusory city. 3. It's a real city that was devoured by the Spirit World during the Cataclysm. Regardless of the theory, it elucidates one point. This city is very dangerous. It has many special and strange aspects about it. I do not have the mysticism coordinates of Calderon City. Most high-level Spirit World creatures aren't aware either. I can provide 2 suggestions. First is to use a special secret deed ritual to pray to Red Light Ire Moria to receive the corresponding answer. I won't describe in detail what Red Light is. If you aren't aware, you can write to ask me again. The second is to find someone from the Abraham family. They have the legacy of the Traveler's Pathway, and they have done a deep exploration of the Spirit World. Even when writing a letter, Miss Sharon exudes an extremely restrained feeling. Indeed, the pharaoh mummy is meant for the puppet's ritual. Back then, the evil spirit in the ruin had said that it could be one of the components of the ritual. Therefore, the ritual's exact requirement is to use a high-sequence Beyonder's corpse after death, one that still maintains a level of spirituality, or to use an evil spirit that results from the resentment of death. Heh. Can I pray to Orange Light to get him to help me ask Red Light? To others, finding Calderon City is a very difficult task. But to me, it's extremely simple. I can directly give this task to Miss Magician. She has just contributed greatly to the Abraham family. I hope the first theory about Calderon City is correct. That way, once I make contact with Mr. Azek, I can see the dangerous residents of this mysterious city line up in 2 rows as they welcome me. Klein shook his head, throwing such a beautiful fantasy to the back of his mind. He scrutinized the information regarding spirit world plunderers and confirmed that they had partial characteristics of marionettist and bizarro sorcerer. They were rather dangerous high-level spirit world creatures. To make soul avatars have the same appearance, performance, and traits of their true souls is identical to a bizarro sorcerer's ability to give their powers to a marionette. At Zeradal's level, perhaps at sequence 3 scholar of your, perhaps he can temporarily give certain beyonder powers to other creatures that are marionettes? Klein began tearing the letter while in thought as he flicked his wrist and engulfed the letter in scarlet-red flames, burning them into ashes that fell into the trash bin. After reining in his thoughts while dressed in pajamas, he walked to his bedroom's door to get Richardson to come in to help him change his clothes. Under St. Samuel Cathedral. As usual, Leonard Mitchell was leaning back into his chair with his legs raised on the desk. There was nothing abnormal about his expression, but he was thinking about Amon deep down. Ever since he knew that the angel had arrived in Backland, Palaz Zoroast inside him had become abnormally silent. He wasn't as active as before to proactively speak or give suggestions. If not for the answers he received when he posed questions, Leonard would have even suspected that Old Man had secretly sneaked off to find another host to parasitize. Amidst his thoughts, his Red Gloves captain, Nighthawk's deacon, Soist, walked in. How was the interrogation? Any results? The Red Gloves in the room who were dealing with their own matters quickly cast their gaze to the door. Late last night they had just finished a mission. They had captured 3 numinous episcopate members that they had been tracking for quite some time. Now they were awaiting the results of the interrogation. Soist sternly surveyed the room and said, "We had contributed greatly in this, but the results aren't something good. Based on the testimony of the 3 numinous episcopate members, as well as the information the Church had previously gathered, we can come to a preliminary conclusion that the numinous episcopate has fractured between reviving death or creating artificial death. The latter has already achieved some progress and benefited significantly from it. They are filled with animosity towards Lone and to us. They plan to put parts of the experiments of artificial death in Backland. Yes, their thoughts are the same as your present concerns. Even if the experiment fails, there's a chance of severely damaging the capital of capitals." Leonard instantly snapped out of his daze as he exchanged looks with Cindy and Bob, seeing the surprise and rage in each other's eyes. At this moment, Soist rapped the side of the table to stop the members from further discussion. He cleared his throat and said, "Our new mission is to head to the southern continent to find the key members of the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction based on clues gleaned from the testimonies we received. We need to figure out how many remnant thorns are left in Backland before uprooting each and every one of them. We will receive help from Ma'am Daly on this mission, and the Church will give her the potion as an advanced payment, helping her prepare the ritual so that she can become a gatekeeper before she heads off. In addition, the high-ranking deacon in charge of the southern continent, Her Excellency the Goddesses Ilia, and the local Nighthawks will provide us with help, giving us the corresponding sealed artifacts and helping us with the preliminary investigations. Ladies and gentlemen, head back to rest for a day and prepare yourselves. We will set off tomorrow night." "Yes, Captain." Cindy, Bob, and company stood up and replied. Leonard stood up as well, but he didn't say a word. The first thought that flashed in his mind was, "I can use this opportunity to leave Backland to escape the threat of Amon." After returning to 7 Pinster Street, he asked with a suppressed tone after closing the door and drawing the curtains, "Old Man, problem solved. I believe a normal assignment for Red Gloves won't garner the suspicion of Amon, right?" The slightly aged voice in his mind replied slowly, "No." Leonard could tell that Old Man's voice appeared much more relaxed. As his mind stirred, he considered for a moment and said, "Should I write to Klein Moretti and tell him that we will be leaving Backland for a very long period of time? After all, he was the one who warned us that Amon is here." Palaz Zoroast replied in the same tone, "Write it if you wish." Leonard exhaled, pulled out a piece of paper, and picked up a fountain pen. He deliberated for a moment and lowered his wrist to write. "I have a mission that will require me to leave Backland." Looking at this short sentence, Leonard put down his pen and folded the letter. Soon, he finished preparing the ritual to summon the messenger. He lit a candle, took a step back, and said in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to Gairman Sparrow. The howling of wind sounded in the room as it turned intense. The candlelight burgeoned as it was tainted with paleness. A beautiful blonde, red-eyed head appeared from within. Leonard pricked his brows, and just as he was about to speak, he saw that what followed the head wasn't a complete neck, but a hand grabbing the hair. Inauthentic, in her dark and complicated dress, quickly walked out. The four heads in her hand turned in unison to look at Leonard Mitchell as they spoke one after another. You want to send a letter? The spirit world creature looks powerful. This is a perk that Klein has for joining that secret organization? As Leonard thought, he nodded and said, yes. The four heads held by Inauthentic spoke one after another. You need to pay 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin. Messengers from the mysterious world also collect money. Leonard was somewhat astounded but was at a loss for a reaction. All he could do was reach into his pocket and take out a gold coin. Only then did Inauthentic raise two of her blonde, red-eyed heads to grab the letter and gold coin. Following that, she stepped into the void and vanished. After the candle was restored to normal, Leonard muttered with a laugh, what a strange messenger. Just as he said that, the slightly aged voice of Pallas Zoroast echoed in his mind. It's best you do not speak negatively behind her back. Her? Old man actually addressed a messenger as a her? A messenger can be a her? Leonard's eyes widened immediately. Pallas coughed slightly. Her state is very strange, not better than mine. In short, that organization that believes in the fool is more When making contact or cooperating with Klein Moretti, it's best you be more careful. After saying that, the parasite fell silent without saying another word. Leonard actually wants to use a mission to leave Backlund so as to avoid the threat from Amon? This is an idea the grandpa came up with? That's way too cowardly, no? Klein scanned the letter he received and silently muttered. He began seriously considering the idea of using the arms deal as an excuse to quickly leave Backlund for a period of time. After some consideration, Klein, who already had such a plan, smoothly cleared up his thoughts and decided on his plan of action. Pa! He flicked the piece of paper in his right hand, looking up from the soaring scarlet flames at Inauthentic. He planned on taking out a lone gold coin to provide payment. However, Miss Messenger had already left. There was no one in front of him. Not collecting payment? Klein was first taken aback before he made the connection. He suspected that Inauthentic had proactively asked for payment after being used to collecting gold coins from non-contractees. Perhaps Miss Messenger didn't say anything. She just stared at Leonard with those 8 eyes on the 4 heads of hers, while waiting for him to pay the gold coin. Yet, this fellow didn't realize it at all, trying to forcefully end the summon, only to have his neck snapped. Klein hissed in alarm as he used the gold coin he had just taken out to do the divination. He received the result that Leonard Miss Messenger was still alive and doing fine. He breathed a sigh of relief, put away the gold coin, and called out, Richardson. The half-opened room's door opened without a sound as Richardson walked in and politely asked, Sir, how may I be of service? Please bring the butler here. As Klein instructed, he sighed inwardly. He had really been spoiled by the luxurious life. Even when getting someone at home, he wouldn't take even half a step. He had to do it through his valet. Well, this is an acting requirement, he said silently to himself. Minutes later, the white-gloved Walter came to the 3rd floor and let his arms hang to his side. He stood in a standard posture to the side of Dwayne Dantes, awaiting his employer's instructions. Klein had already considered his words, so he unhurriedly said, Go to Member of Parliament Mock's place to inform him that I've prepared the first installment. Also, prepare a carriage. I will be heading to the Bursary Foundation in the morning and will return in the afternoon. If Member of Parliament mocked doesn't have time for me in the afternoon, head over to Dr. Aaron's place, saying that I'll pay a visit in the afternoon. Klein had already taken out £10,000 from above the grey fog and had stored it in a tiny leather briefcase. He was waiting for the opportune time to complete the preparation work of the arms deal transaction. And to air the cache of the grey fog's smell, he had deliberately teleported to the sea, feeding creeping hunger in passing. He was afraid that Amon, who also knew of the grey fog's existence, would detect the special smell while being in the same city, thus seeking out the location of the treasure he was yearning for. "All right, sir." Walter didn't ask his employer how he had gathered the first installment. If memory served him right, Dwayne Dantes hadn't been to the bank recently. Of course, this wasn't something to be bothered with. Often, foreigners, especially tycoons from Desi or Mitsishir, would prepare briefcases filled with large sums of money ahead of time. 22 Phelps Street, Lone Charity Bursary Foundation headquarters. Klein walked through the main door and went straight to the second floor where he found the reception room for directors. As an honorary director who occasionally participated in certain work, he didn't have an office here, but he could use the reception room. He clenched his right hand into a fist and held it to his mouth, deliberately coughing before stepping into the reception room. In there, he sat on the sofa. After a short wait, he stood up again and said to Richardson, who was waiting beside him, "I'll first head to the washroom." After buttoning his coat, Klein stepped out of the room and happened to meet Justice Audrey walking out of her own office. This noble lady was wearing a rather simple dress today. It was white adorned with dark green. Her sleeves and collars had frills, and at her chest were layers of intercrossed lace that formed a bow tie-like flower. She didn't even wear any jewelry. She had a girdle which he couldn't tell, but near her left arm, her clothes clung to her skin when the wind blew, allowing a slight protrusion to appear. "Good morning, Miss Audrey." Klein wore a look of pleasant surprise as though it was a chance encounter. Audrey glanced at the good-looking Dwayne Dantes with gray sideburns and replied with a smile, "Good morning, Mr. Dantes." She had wanted to cheerfully say, "Long time no see," to snide at him for not being to the Bursary Foundation ever since the opening ceremony. But considering how their relationship was that of acquaintances, she held back from saying such words. Klein rubbed his temples and shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm very sorry that I'm only coming today. I've been very busy recently. I can foresee myself being even busier in time to come. I might make a trip to the southern continent to handle certain matters." The reason why he specially came was that he wanted to inform Miss Justice that he was leaving Backland for some time. It was to express his sincerity, hoping that this noble lady could help him watch the Bursary Foundation and allow it to be operated smoothly. To Klein, he wished from the bottom of his heart that the Bursary Foundation could help more of the poor that required assistance. Southern continent? Audrey interpreted the sincerity in Dwayne Dantes's words as she asked in surprise. Klein laughed and replied, "For business." At that instant, the first thought that came to Audrey's mind was, which Sequence 5 is about to lose his life? Upon sensing Miss Justice making some unpleasant assumptions, Klein added, "It's a partnership with the military for the sale of some necessities. What's the meaning behind this? Dwayne Dantes's identity is used to probe intel from the military?" Audrey was somewhat enlightened as she raised her right hand and gestured 4 times in a clockwise fashion. She said with a bright smile, "May the goddess bless you so that everything goes smoothly." After habitually saying that, she sensed that there was something discordant about that. She had wished that the goddess would bless a blessed of Mr. Fool. This is probably closer to a curse, right? Will Mr. Gehrman Sparrow be angry? No, he's actually a kind-hearted person deep down. And I did it without any malicious intent. The one who returns from the southern continent is probably another blessed who's playing Dwayne Dantes, right? Will it be a demigod? Audrey didn't notice it as her thoughts wandered. Klein gave an exasperated smile as he equally drew the crimson moon on his chest in a familiar manner. "May the goddess bless us all, and that she doesn't smite us with divine punishment," he added silently. Following that, he spoke as though it was a casual chat. "Have you been going to the schools to do some promotions lately? Yes. When this was mentioned, Audrey's expression seemed to radiate. She was proud and happy that she had finally done something substantial. Just as she nodded with some strength, her green eyes revealed a look of sadness. After visiting a few public primary schools, I found many of the children there very pitiful. To save money, they bring their own rye bread for lunch, matching it with a cup of water. Upon saying that, she looked at Dwayne Dantes and said, somewhat embarrassed, I know that they're temporarily not bringing me along to the night schools and Sunday schools to prevent me from seeing something worse. But I can imagine things just like those workers who can only live for a few years once they start working at the factories. This was something that the World Gehrman Sparrow had once told her. It was the first time she knew of the real situation of the lower class of Backlund, but having not seen them with her own eyes, all she could do was rely on her imagination. Klein sighed and said, perhaps it's worse than you can imagine. There's no need to worry. Once you showcase your ability and win their trust, you will become one of them. Okay. Audrey nodded, as though in thought about how she could showcase herself better. Klein didn't continue on the conversation. After all, this was only their third meeting. They had only exchanged a few words previously, so having too long a conversation easily garnered suspicion. He pointed at the washroom and apologized before opening up his gate to walk over. Audrey looked at Dwayne Dantes's back and fell silent as she muttered, what will it be like if it's worse? After receiving a reply from Mocht, inviting him to the East Balham Military Veterans Mess in the evening, Klein followed his plan. Hence, he visited Dr. Aaron at 4 in the afternoon. Mr. Dantes, your butler didn't inform me of the reason for your visit. As his wife was about a month from being due, Dr. Aaron had declined most of his work, and most of the time he had stayed at home. Towards the sudden visit of Dwayne Dantes, who he wasn't too familiar with, he was rather perplexed. Furthermore, with him not being good at interpersonal relationships, he posed the question after exchanging some pleasantries. Klein smiled. This is the thing. I might be heading to the southern continent soon. As you know, the weather there is humid and hot. There are all kinds of insects and diseases there. I wish to prepare some medicine ahead of time to prevent any accidents from happening. I wonder if you have any suggestions. I'm really sorry, but you are the only excellent doctor I know of. Dr. Aaron accepted his explanation and began seriously thinking before giving him the names of some medicine. Towards the end, Klein, who had written a note filled with words, used the excuse of a stomachache to use the washroom on the first floor. The washroom's mirror suddenly darkened as though it was covered by a thick shadow, and in the middle of the shadow, a black pram slowly steered near. In it was a blurry child wrapped in silver silk. What is it this time? Will Ossepton questioned using his bright voice. Klein coughed dryly and forced a smile. You should have heard that I'll be heading to the southern continent. I don't wish to miss your birth, so I would like to know when you plan to have your birthday. Will Ossepton sucked at his thumb and said, I don't know. Even an angel can't control when he will be born? Klein asked in surprise. Will Ossepton replied hesitantly, You don't understand. I've already identified 3 dates. They have unique meaning when it comes to fate, but I haven't decided. I still find it blurry. Perhaps only when the time comes will I suddenly understand what I should do. Is this decidophobia? It also gives the strong vibes of a charlatan. Klein crossed his hands and indiscernibly rubbed them. Then how would I be able to receive notice in time so that I can return in time to complete the transaction with you? Oh, that paper crane can no longer be used. Upon hearing Klein's question, the infant wrapped in silver silk raised his fleshy arms and threw them up. I can't do anything about it either. I'm still in my mother's womb. Although you can no longer write on that paper crane, it can still help me locate you. If there's anything, I will inform you. Klein had already expected such an answer from Will Ossepton. He maintained his smile and explained, That paper crane is already damaged. I think it will have problems locating my position. Following that, he gave his suggestion. Perhaps we can do this. You can summon my messenger when you're born to write to me. He wasn't too worried that Will Oseptin's birth would result in anything abnormal, causing the snake of fate to have to change locations while in a baby's body. That would prevent him from contacting him again. Inside the black pram, Will Oseptin gaped his mouth before closing it again, momentarily not giving an answer. After a few seconds, the infant's mouth curled and said, "Do you think that's realistic? Not only are you getting a newborn to write a letter to you, he still needs to hold a ritual and summon a messenger?" Klein chuckled and said, "But you're a snake of fate. The laws of nature still need to be respected." Will Oseptin threw down his arms and smacked the cushion beside him. This infant thought for a moment and said, "Let's do this. Get someone to watch this area. Once they realize an infant is born, they can immediately inform you." Klein's eyes darted about for a while before saying, "That works." On this matter, he had many people he could get help from. He could hire a gangster through Sharon and inform him via his messenger, or he could get the usually free Emlyn White to do it. He could also hire bounty hunter, Miss Zio, letting Miss Magician be responsible for informing the World Gairman Sparrow of the developments. He could also get a Rhodes to take note of the surroundings and report to him through a one-way communication method. However, that fellow Emlyn's nose is very sharp. I wonder if he will smell the placenta blood and be able to identify what it truly is. If that's the case, it might result in him suffering the impact of seeing a mythical creature. His intelligence will drop and he will turn mentally unsound to the point of his body mutating. Klein hurriedly asked before Will Oseptin's pram retreated into the shadows, "I have a, teacher who I haven't been in contact for a while. Can you help me read his current fate?" "His name is Isaac Eggers." As Mr. Isaac hadn't replied yet, Klein couldn't help but feel worried. Back when he used the copper whistle to do a divination above the gray fog, all he saw was a silent and deep darkness. He heard a dragged-out and distant breathing, making it impossible for him to interpret what the dream meant. Will Oseptin sucked at his thumb and said, "He's in a state of metamorphosis. It might be good, but it might also be bad. That's all that can be seen because that teacher of yours has something special on him." Something special? Something directly derived from death's godhood? Metamorphosis? This is referring to Mr. Isaac's recovery of more memories. So he's in a slumber to recover his corresponding strength? Klein thought as he bowed. "Thank you for your answer." Will Oseptin turned his head and looked to the side. Klein thought and gave a warning. "Based on what I know, Blasphemer Amon is here in Backland. Of course, it's most likely an avatar." Will Oseptin was taken aback for a moment before chuckling. "It's a bane for you, but a boon for me. Amon and Ouroboros are absolute enemies. No, a more accurate description is that he hates the true creator. Amon is often thinking of means to pull him down from his throne as a god, while Ouroboros is loyal to that evil god." After saying that, the black pram retreated into the shadows as everything was restored to normal. Amon hates the true creator? I'm increasingly convinced that the true creator was one of the participants in the sharing of the ancient sun god. He is the black infant in the middle of the storm angel, white angel, and wisdom angel. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. He took 2 steps forward, turned on the tap, and washed his hands. In the evening at the East Balam Military Veterans Mess, Klein didn't immediately meet the long-faced Colonel Calvin. After he placed the briefcase with 10,000 pounds into a heavy safe deposit box, he followed Mock to have a buffet meal at this high-end club. The dishes here mainly served southern continent cuisine. There was cream bread made from tapioca flour, ice cream dripped in the berry juice of a lilac tree, assorted seafood broth with coconut milk and palm butter, cow innards that was cooked with pepper, tomatoes, and onions, Hajeni seared roasted meat, broth made from Paz Valley's delights, as well as steak and roasted squid. Compared to other places, the ingredients used here were rather high-end. The flavors were also in authentic southern continent styles, leaving Klein rather satisfied. If not for his need to maintain his image, he felt that eating a mouthful of seared roasted meat and having a mouthful of ice cream would be an excellent feeling. Indeed, I prefer food that has stronger flavors. The thing that satisfied me the most today was that aperitif. If Member of Parliament mocked hadn't mentioned it in passing, I would have thought that it was a lightly flavored fruit juice. The pale gold liquid with 2 lemons soaked in it and a few pieces of ice makes it sweet but a little sour. There's no alcoholic taste to it, and it's refreshing. It instantly just draws away the heat from the body. Klein placed his napkin on the plate as he recounted the feelings he just had. At this moment, Mocked returned from the washroom. He smiled as he bent down and whispered into Dwayne Dantes' ear. "Same room as before." "All right." Klein got up, went to the room with the safe deposit box, and took out the small leather briefcase with £10,000 before heading over to the activity room where he had previously met Colonel Calvin twice. Calvin, with his long face, was already waiting inside. When he caught sight of the briefcase in Dwayne Dantes' hand, he got up with a smile. "You really are a gentleman of action. I like such attitudes when handling matters." As he spoke, he extended his right hand and shook Dwayne Dantes' hand. Klein then handed the briefcase to him and said with a humble smile, "As a merchant, if one isn't decisive and fast when facing an opportunity to make money, that means that they aren't suitable for this occupation." Calvin sat back down and opened the briefcase in front of Dwayne Dantes and mocked. He roughly counted the neat stacks of cash. He quickly completed the confirmation check, closed the briefcase, and looked up at Dwayne Dantes. "What other thoughts do you have towards the exact details of the transaction?" Klein deliberately wore a look as though he was organizing his words. After a few seconds, he said, "I'm planning on heading to the southern continent soon, to West Balam." Seeing Calvin and Mocked show signs of surprise, he added, "I have some matters that aren't convenient to do while bringing plenty of firearms. And to make the transaction go smoothly, some advanced preparations are required. Heh, I have to put enough importance on this matter. It's a business worth tens of thousands of pounds. I'm thinking of first heading to West Balam to contact clients who have such needs, and to clear out any obvious obstacles. At an agreed-upon time, I'll contact you via telegraph and head to East Balam's border to retrieve the goods." Calvin pondered for a moment and said, "You can send me a telegram after June 20th. I'll give you the details later. In short, after I receive the telegram, I'll inform the officer there and get them to pass the countersign and password to the designated personnel for them to head to the warehouse." Will you need any auxiliary personnel for protection during this time? When do you plan on leaving?" "I only wish to find a place to hide in West Balam where there's no Rose School of Thought. The rest can be left to Danitz." "When do I leave?" "I obviously wish to leave today and arrive there today. But that will incur suspicion." Klein considered for 2 seconds and said, "There's no need for any security for the time being. In certain places in the southern continent, having such auxiliary personnel is the main cause for causing conflict. Don't worry, I have plenty of friends in West Balam. Without bringing anything of value, my safety can be guaranteed. As for when I'm leaving, my answer is as soon as possible." Calvin thought for nearly a minute before slowly nodding. "I'll send someone to receive you after dinner tomorrow. The military will have an airship that needs to send goods and personnel to Desi Bay, and it's just a short distance to the southern continent via ship from there. If everything goes smoothly, it will just take 2 to 3 days. Even if there's a storm on the way, requiring a detour of the sea route, it will still take a maximum of a week." "Thank you." Klein sincerely stood up and bowed. From his point of view, leaving Backlund with the military was safe enough. He wouldn't be made a target of suspicion. After discussing some details, Klein got up and bade farewell and returned to the foyer in preparation to leave. In the foyer, beside the dining table, there were nearly 10 military-clad or casually dressed men holding a cup of wine gathered. They were chatting and laughing about the recent rumors. When Klein swept his gaze over, he suddenly found a figure somewhat familiar. The man was more than 1.85 meters tall but less than 1.9 meters. He had rather long arms, and his feet were faced outwards to a certain degree. His shoulders were abnormally broad, causing his black suit to appear rather tight. Klein's mind raced as his nerves tensed up. He had already recalled the source of the familiarity. It was the demigod that met crazy Captain Connors that night. He was the demigod suspected to be working for a particular faction of the royal family, one who was supervising the human trafficking. Although this high-sequence beyonder was previously wearing a black hood that interfered with divination, preventing his appearance from being exposed, Klein remembered the traits of his body. That was what a faceless was good at. For a second, Klein's act of casually sweeping his gaze paused on that familiar person's figure. He immediately sensed the abnormality in his reaction, since a demigod's spiritual perception wouldn't fail to notice it. His back muscles tensed up as his mind raced, producing figurative sparks. He didn't immediately move his gaze away as he continued looking at the demigod suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway. He smiled at Mocked and said, "This place really isn't just for veteran officers." This sounded like a result of careful observation, but it was nothing but meaningless chatter. Mock chuckled. Any club will exceed its original restrictions when it further develops itself. His answer didn't seem to offer anything, but on careful consideration, it did seem to imply something, or perhaps something that was the complete opposite. At this moment, the broad-shouldered and long-armed gentleman in a black suit had also naturally turned his head. He looked at the two men, and he noticed that the tycoon who had donated £15,000 was looking at him and his companions while engaging Member of Parliament Mocked with a whisper. This made him feel that his look of surprise was more of a natural reaction towards learning of his occupation. Then, he retracted his gaze and continued his topic of conversation. And at this moment, Klein's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat, and his legs were going limp. Although he had, in a way, faced the demigod before and had even fought with him, to have such a close encounter in such a small place, with danger happening in a split second, this was a first. And more importantly, he was far from prepared to face a demigod. Not only did he lack a marionette, all he had on him was Death Knell, Azek's copper whistle, and the adventurer's harmonica. The sea god scepter was impossible to bring on his person. Furthermore, the usage of it had strict environmental limitations. Otherwise, it would result in massive damage. If he kept Grozel's travels on him for too long, he might be pulled into the book world. When that happens, it would become troublesome trying to exit it. Creeping hunger was still lacking a seal, so it needed to feed every day. Unless necessary, it was impossible to take it out ahead of time. The Fate Siphon charm was made from a worm of time, so it was an unknown if it would attract him on. Unless he could use it very quickly, Klein obviously lacked the courage to bring it on him. If the demigod who was suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway had discovered something wrong with him, there was only one optimal solution he could think of. It was to blow the harmonica and summon Miss Messenger to get her to help him escape Backlund via the spirit world. He had never thought of letting Rionette Tynker engage in a direct battle while he held Death Knell from the side to find an opportunity to fire. This was Backlund, the home ground of the official Beyonders. With Miss Messenger's unique appearance, that man could easily pin a crime on her, and what awaited Klein would be a joint attack on him. There was bound to be increasing numbers of demigods and powerful sealed artifacts. How harrowing! Klein moved his gaze away in a manner that adhered to logic. Using the clown's ability to control his legs, he walked to the door in a completely normal manner. He didn't ask Mocked who those people were, to appear uninterested as a way to prove that it was all just a casual glance. However, that person turning to look at him had exposed his appearance to Klein. He had thick but unmessy black brows with a short and hard crew cut of the same color. He had dark blue eyes and a high nose bridge with a bushy mustache spreading out from his mouth. He had a long face with accentuated outlines as well as callous curves. He had strong masculine vibes and was probably in his 30s or 40s. It was difficult to determine. Just on his appearance alone, Klein felt that he looked more like an Arbiter Pathway's demigod rather than one of the Black Emperor pathway. Of course, this demigod's bearing was closer to that of a warrior's, but he was too short. Having had a clear look at him, Klein didn't need to inquire further. He could directly get a Rhodes to answer him. Even if he was still wary of the magic mirror, he could always commission Miss Zio, Miss Sharon, and company to do a simple background check. He believed that no matter how well hidden this demigod was, it was unlikely for him to have a low-ranking position. It would be easy to figure out who he was. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Klein left the East Balham military veterans mess in a normal manner. When he boarded the carriage, he leaned on the wall, closed his eyes, and kept silent for a few seconds. Inwardly, he let out a long sigh. The disconnected trail of clues leading to the truth of the Great Smog of Backland has finally been connected again. He didn't open his eyes or say a word, as though he was recounting the business problems he had previously discussed. But in fact, it was to quell his emotions that had been left in an upheaval. During this process, Klein realized that Richardson had tried to speak a few times, only to shut his mouth again, doing so as though he was stumped. Ultimately, he didn't say a word, focused on preparing marquee black tea for his employer. Due to his previous encounter, Klein momentarily didn't have the capacity to be bothered about him and had pretended to not notice it. Amidst the silent atmosphere and grinding wheels, they returned to 160 Buckland Street. When he reached the 3rd floor, Klein was just about to head for the bathtub that had been prepared by the lady's maid when Richardson, who was holding his hat and cane, took 2 steps forward and respectfully said, "Sir, are you heading to the southern continent soon?" "Yes," Klein replied frankly. He had even prepared £500 in cash to hand to housekeeper Tanaja for daily expenses needed for the Dwayne Dante's residence during his time in the southern continent. Meanwhile, he had a deeper understanding of the importance of having a butler and valet in high society. There were many things that a master couldn't keep from them. Therefore, any conflict in faith and political inclinations necessitated a change. Richardson hesitated and said, "Sir, I was born in the southern continent and am fluent in Deutonese. I'm also very familiar with the various local traditions. I should be of help to you." Deutonese was a common language of the ancient Balham Empire. In present-day East and West Balham, the citizens still used this language. Only people of the middle and upper class knew foreign languages like ancient Fasak, Loanese, and Intis. Klein felt lucky with regards to this because ancient Balham was once a unified empire with a true god existing in it. Therefore, although the different states had different accents, they all used Deutonese. The written language was likewise the same. This saved him plenty of trouble. If I were to encounter dozens or more than 100 dialects and languages, that would be a headache. However, Deutonese and ancient Fasak doesn't belong to the same system. I'm unable to easily grasp the various branches by learning the latter. Finding an interpreter is necessary. Oh, Anderson seems to be fluent in Deutonese. He never seemed to mention having any problems with communication in West Balham. Klein finished listening to Richardson when he suddenly realized what was stumping him. As a valet, he needed to follow whenever his employer headed out. There was no need for a butler to do so. This also meant that a valet was like a secretary for the master's daily life. In certain cases, they would also play a role as a business secretary. Clearly, Richardson enjoyed his life in Backland and everything it had to offer. He didn't wish to return to the southern continent to see scenery or matters that would make him recall his past. Therefore, when he got into the carriage, he had tried to mention his traits but was unable to voice it out. He wished that Dwayne Dantes could find a better candidate. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "I can tell that you don't like the southern continent. Why are you telling me this?" Richardson slowly bowed his head and looked at his toes. "You gave me a chance to gain experience to mature. I believe I can help you." Very simple feelings of gratitude. If you hadn't said so, no one would know that you knew Deutonese. After all, you were born and raised in an East Balham colony manor. Klein carefully sized up Richardson, chuckled inwardly, and made some silent, poignant comments. However, he didn't plan on letting this valet of his follow him to the southern continent. Firstly, it would make it inconvenient for him to carry out certain operations. Secondly, if he was recognized by some nation reestablishment society member of the numinous episcopate, it might end up affecting the rest of his life. Klein laughed and replied, "I have plenty of friends there. They're all fluent in Deutonese and are aware of the traditions there." You have more important things to do. Stay in Backland. Help me deliver some gifts to my friends at fixed periods of time. I'll be giving you a name list when the time comes. Also, read more papers and take note of investment opportunities and also perform on-the-ground checks. Finally, give me a corresponding report. I will get Ma'am Taneja to specially prepare some funds for this. Richardson was somewhat surprised before saying in pleasant surprise, "Yes, sir. I will work hard." At that instant, he felt that he was being put in an important position as his eyes blurred up. From the moment he was born, this was the first time he felt hope for his future. It was something to look forward to. After dismissing Richardson, Klein took a comfortable bath to soothe his tense nerves. Then he wore his pajamas and returned to the bedroom. Taking a pen and paper, he drew a symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. The full-body mirror's surface ripples with aqueous light as silver light formed Loanese text. "Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal and humble servant, A. Rhodes, is here to answer your summoning. Are you about to leave Backlund again?" Klein nodded and said, "Yes." Without waiting for A. Rhodes to mention that he could question it, he asked, "Can I still contact you in the southern continent?" "Of course, as long as you take out that magical radio transceiver." On the surface of the mirror, silver words quickly formed. "However, you cannot leave it out in the real world for too long or use it too frequently. There are plenty of beneficiaries of the Mother Tree of Desire. She can use it to detect you." Klein nodded gently and asked, "What do you know about the Mother Tree of Desire?" A. Rhodes suddenly fell into silence. It was only after a very long time that its silver luster formed a complete sentence. "I don't dare to mention it, nor do I dare to show it." Don't dare to mention it or show it. At least for A. Rhodes, the Mother Tree of Desire is definitely stronger than Sequence 1 Zeridal. No, it's even stronger than the Monster Pathway's uniqueness, die of probability. There should be a way to circumvent the restriction to get A. Rhodes to display the corresponding information, such as bringing it above the gray fog. How is that possible? That won't happen unless I'm already an angel and in complete control of that mysterious space. Klein's eyes moved slightly without pressing the question. He asked, "It's your turn to ask." The full-body mirror's silver light turned brisk, forming a new sentence. "Great Master, what other instructions do you have for me?" "Nice question." Klein thought for a moment and said, "After I leave Backlund, take note of Dr. Aaron Series' family. Once his wife gives birth, remember to mention it to me when I summon you." After careful consideration, Klein believed that leaving this matter to A. Rhodes was for the best. After all, no one could monitor Dr. Aaron's residence 24 hours a day, and what Klein needed to do was to switch residences at the end of the month to turn on the radio transceiver once. "All right, Master," the words on the mirror reflected A. Rhodes's mood. "I have a question." "Speak." Klein nodded, giving permission. This time, the sentence A. Rhodes presented were filled with pauses as though it was very hesitant. "Great Master, what relationship does that child have with you?" It seemed to be puzzled why a supreme ruler above the spirit world would pay so much attention to a yet-to-be-born infant. I've already said that it's the yet-to-be-born child of Dr. Aaron Series. Yet A. Rhodes fails to notice anything special about Will Aucepton. When it comes to hiding his fate and special traits, a snake of fate is far better than the angels of the other sequences. However, the magic mirror is able to accurately give me the time when Tailed Devourer Ouroboros would leave Backlund. It's likely that Will Aucepton's reboot makes it difficult for high-leveled existences to notice anything. This might also be why he can avoid the angel of fate. Klein answered in enlightenment. "Friends. About being Will Aucepton's godfather, it was just a casual thought. He didn't have much confidence about that or dare to force it, afraid that he would annoy the snake of fate. Only friends." A. Rhodes revealed an inexplicable sense of disappointment in its words. "Great Master, you can ask a question." Klein thought for a moment before saying, "Do you know who the person I met at the East Balam Military Veterans Mess is? If you aren't sure who I'm referring to, I can draw him for you." In the dark and deep mirror, aqueous light surfaced, producing a cold and bearded man with dark blue eyes. It was none other than the demigod Klein suspected to be of the Black Emperor pathway. Meanwhile, the corresponding text appeared beneath the picture. He's Brigadier General Konas Kilgore. He's from MI9 and is a deputy director. He's known to be a Sequence 5 from the lawyer pathway, but he wields a powerful sealed artifact. MI9, Brigadier General, Deputy Director. From the looks of it, he's the representative of the spy network for the faction of the royal family. Klein memorized the information given to him by the magic mirror. But for a moment, he was at a loss as to the direction for the investigation. After all, Konas was a demigod, and be it spying or sounding him out, it would easily put him in an alert state regardless of whether he did it himself or commissioned someone else. It was bound to provoke revenge. The only reliable idea he had was to rely on Miss Justice to do some gathering of information. Not only was her standing high, she also had the social connections to obtain the relevant information. Furthermore, she was a Sequence 6 of the spectator pathway. She could steer topics of conversation without garnering any suspicion, allowing her to complete her observations stealthily. I have to say that, although spectators have lacking combat abilities, they are a force to be reckoned with in other aspects. Besides, with the powers of psychiatrist and hypnotist, spectators can control and guide the direction of a battle to a certain extent. Klein reflected over it as he wondered what else he could ask Rhodes about. At this moment, the light from the mirror's surface faded and formed a new sentence. Great Master, do you wish to know the mastermind behind Quarren's suicide? You are even providing me intelligence on your own accord? Although I've already extricated myself from this matter, I haven't been too actively involved in it, and am just awaiting the Nighthawk's investigations. I didn't even find it necessary to ask about it. Klein chuckled inwardly and nodded. Yes. The full-body mirror produced a silver line of text. Royal Family's consultant, Vin Rambus, one of the counselors of the psychology alchemists. Psychology alchemists? Royal Family's consultant? Klein immediately frowned. He found it difficult to determine what the psychology alchemists were plotting, or if a particular faction of the royal family was dissatisfied with the current political climate and was attempting to nudge it. The psychology alchemists isn't like I imagined, being focused on academics and the exploration of ancient ruins. Do all secret organizations attempt to grasp power at a certain point to influence the world? An anchor's requirement? I wonder if Vin Rambis's ploy is a personal act or decided by the organization. If it's the former, that's still all right, but if it's the latter, it will be easier for Miss Justice to encounter difficult choices as her standing in the psychology alchemists rises. Klein's thoughts whirred as he returned to the question-and-answer game. He deliberated and asked, "What else do you wish to say?" If anyone else had asked such a question, Klein believed that Rhodes would smite them with lightning or use another malicious method to tease them. However, he believed that, as a supreme ruler above the spirit world, he had the right to ask such a question. It was also an opportunity to test Rhodes's bottom line. The silver light on the full-body mirror's surface transformed into another new line without any hesitation. Great Master, Amon is already in Backland as you expected. As it's his avatar that came, I can see it. What do you mean as I expected? When did I expect it? Klein pricked up his brows and said, I'm aware. All right, that's it for today. I'll summon you again using the radio transceiver if I come across any more questions. Yes, Master, your loyal and humble servant, Rhodes, is constantly awaiting your orders. Goodbye. The mirror's surface depicted an emoticon of waving a handkerchief. Klein watched in silence until everything was restored to normal. On the second day, which was a Monday, he had already made preparations to head to the southern continent. Apart from the luggage that contained 2 sets of clothes, 500 pounds, and some miscellaneous clothing that was meant for show, he threw the remaining 12,125 pounds and 87 gold coins above the gray fog. The reason why he was so careful was because Klein had a deep impression on his last death and resurrection. If he hadn't had an anonymous account with a few £100 from Miss Justice, he had no idea how long he had to wander the streets. Perhaps he had to really get a job at the circus to be a clown, or he'd have to head to a certain gangster leader's place to borrow some money. Seeing that it was almost 3, Klein headed up above the gray fog, prepared to have this week's tarot gathering. He had previously done a divination here, and he received the conclusion that, unless they were in the same building, blasphemer Amon was unable to detect a tarot club member being pulled up into the mysterious space above the gray fog. Before long, dark red beams shot up in the grand palace, materializing into blurry figures. Having confirmed that she was restarting her psychology lessons this week and having re-established contact with the psychology alchemists, Audrey looked towards the end of the long bronze table in a relatively good mood. She stood up, raised the corners of her skirt, and bowed. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Opposite her, the hanged man also got up and bowed, but he had another question on his mind. He had originally promised the world Gehrman Sparrow that he would give him the mystical item made from the ocean songster Beyonder characteristic last week. But to his dismay, something happened to the artisan, preventing him from handing it over in time. With regards to this, Alger planned on explaining the reason to the world at the tarot gathering before personally taking action to resolve the problems of the artisan. After the bow and exchanging greetings, Katlia was just about to say something when she saw Mr. Fool rap the edges of the modeled table. This dull knock made all the tarot club members tense up. They had no idea what Mr. Fool was about to say. It must be something serious. Something that's emphasized by Mr. Fool at the beginning must be something serious. Audrey determined inwardly. The Fool Klein surveyed the area and said with a smile, "Amon recently came to Backlund. An avatar." "Amon? Blasphemer Amon?" Derek instantly felt his unpleasant memories become invoked. Be it parasitizing the former team captain, asking, "Are you looking for me?" or coiling around his spirit body like a snake, Amon with his pointed hat was a nightmare he couldn't shirk away from. One had to know that, as a resident of the City of Silver, Derek had seen plenty of terrifying monsters. Only a few could make him feel uneasy and fearful just from a mere recollection. Amon has headed to Backlund where Miss Justice and Miss Magician are living? What does he want? What should they do? Derek suddenly felt nervous for his companions. Amon, this ancient king of angels has returned to the real world? Indeed, when a revolution is about to happen or is descending, the waves of the times will come flooding in. Alger's eyes narrowed as he recalled what Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos had once said to him. Katlia's thoughts were similar to his. As the King of Angels had reappeared in the northern continent, she could catch a whiff of the unease. A phrase surfaced in her mind. The changing of an epoch. Amon. Angel of time Amon. An ancient king of angels. Audrey trembled in concern. She glanced at the magician Furs and Mr. Moon who wore blank and horrified looks and couldn't help but look towards the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, can I think of a way to inform the Church of this matter? Regarding Miss Justice's question, Klein had already considered it some time ago. After all, leaving troublesome problems to the official organizations who could resolve them was his modus operandi. However, Leonard's and Pallas Zoros's reaction made him realize something different. Leonard was a red glove of the Nighthawks. He could easily create an informant to pass the news of Amon being in Backlund to the Church of Evernight, and then let the Archbishop and high-ranking deacons decide on a strategy before carrying out an operation. It wouldn't expose his problem, and it could also quash any latent troubles. Yet, he had chosen to leave using the excuse of a mission. It was obvious to Klein that Amon's appearance was tied to the reason for Leonard's choice of action. He had the suspicion that informing the Church of Evernight might result in unpredictable negative outcomes. Therefore, the angel of the Marauder pathway in Leonard's body had denied this choice of action. And he was one of the existences who knew the various Beyonder powers that Amon possessed. When I have no idea what to do, the choice is undoubtedly to emulate those with experience. Although there's the gray fog separating us, and any problem will cease at Miss Justice's side, there's no need to take such risks. There aren't many members of the Tarot Club to begin with. Every one of them needs to be cherished. Thoughts flashed through the Fool Klein's mind as he shook his head and said with a calm, humored tone, "Ignore him. Ignore him." Mr. Fool's attitude is as if Amon is a stray dog. In his eyes, only Sequence Zero true deities are worthy of attention? That's right. The last time the sun was possessed by Amon's avatar, Mr. Fool had easily cleansed it away. As long as Amon doesn't appear in person, it's not too big a problem for him. The reason Mr. Fool emphasized this matter at the beginning is to warn us to be careful. Alger thought in fearful respect and enlightenment. Audrey similarly interpreted the meaning that it was a trivial matter. She suddenly made the connection. Is Mr. World Gehrman Sparrow's temporary departure of Backlund to avoid Angel of Time Amon? To Mr. Fool, although he is still slowly recovering his standing, level, and powers, it's not difficult for him to deal with Amon's avatar. The sun's encounter is evidence. He got his blessed to avoid Amon to not attract the Angel of Time's real body, as this can spoil his plans of awakening? Yes. He emphasized it to us as a warning, worried that we wouldn't react properly when chancing upon Amon. Mr. Fool really shows his concern for us. At this moment, Emlyn had just digested the matter of King of Angels blasphemer Amon's appearance in Backlund. Although he was arrogant, repeated tarot gatherings had allowed him to understand what a King of Angels was. It was an existence second to sanguine ancestor Lilith, second to the true deities that sat at the pinnacle sequence. They were the strongest ones who walked the real world. What's going to happen this time in Backlund? When the time comes, there will be dead people, the wounded, or the sick everywhere outside. I'll become busy again because of Father. Emlyn recalled his life after the great smog of Backlund as he showed signs of fear that such matters would happen again. Furs also felt that the problem was significant. This was because if Angel of Time Amon really wanted to do something, it was very likely that he would inflict damage on a large scale. It was something that she could avoid by hiding at home and not heading out. She silently drew a breath and looked to the end of the long bronze table, worriedly asking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, why is Amon sending his avatar to Backlund?" Klein deliberated over his choice of words and looked around the table with a smile. "To look for all of you. To look for us?" The sentence seemed to be like bolts of lightning that struck Furs and company awake. It left their spines numb. Right on the heels of that, Audrey made the connection of the reply to ignore him from before. She found Mr. Fool like the boundless ocean, and a mere avatar of blasphemer Amon was just a rock. Could only cause a tiny stir and nothing more. Although Amon's avatar came to find us Tarot Club members, Mr. Fool has said to ignore him, so there's no need to bother about him. Praise Mr. Fool. Audrey's nerves that had just tensed up instantly relaxed. Emlyn, Furs, and Derek also figured out something similar. They either leaned back into their seats, exhaled openly, or praised Mr. Fool from the bottom of their hearts. Katlia hadn't joined when Amon possessed the son Derek, and she had only learned of it during a few of the subsequent discussions. Therefore, she knew little and didn't have deep thoughts about it. She just felt worried over the situation where Amon, a King of Angels, was seeking out the Tarot Club members. Why would a King of Angels like Amon target the Tarot Club? He likely discovered our organization from the sun. What goal does he have? And why is he so confident? He is targeting Mr. Fool? He can sense the abnormalities of the gray fog? But Mr. Fool said to ignore him. This means that, under normal circumstances, Amon is unable to tell who is a Tarot Club member. With Kings of Angels appearing, is the fifth epoch coming to an end? After Alger relaxed from his tense state, he began thinking about something else. Back when he informed the Church of Storms about Bancy Harbor's problem, his excuse was that he had heard someone at a bar mentioning it, and he had described this person using blasphemer Amon's image. Thankfully, even if the church were to encounter Amon, with the way they handle things, they wouldn't verify and question this matter. And regardless of Amon's performance or because of his identity, they will definitely find him extremely suspicious and place weight on this suspicion. Alger wasn't worried that he would expose himself for this trivial problem. He only believed that it was best that he should be careful and not randomly use high-ranking beyonders, especially angels and above, as scapegoats. Hence, he warned himself, although not every high-ranking beyonder is at the level of any mention of it will be known, or have similar powers, mentioning it excessively might result in me encountering that existence due to the machinations of fate. After all, the higher one goes, the deeper the connections of fate will be. Seeing that the Tarot Club members, especially the three who were in Backland, had already shown signs of wariness about Amon's avatar and had written off the thoughts of being rash and not plan on targeting the blasphemer, he calmed down and leaned back, leisurely looking at everyone as an indication that the floor was theirs. Katlia reined in her worries over the northern and southern continent and the 5 seas before looking to the seat of honor at the long bronze table. "Honorable Mr. Fool, I have 3 new diary pages again this time." She remembered vividly that, at the end of last Monday's tarot gathering, she had informed the meaning of the 2 Roselian characters to Queen Mystic. However, she only received a reply on Sunday. In it were 3 new diary pages and a question of medium length. The place his mind and spirit calls home, is it on that island, or the depths of the cosmos? When Katlia ruminated over this question, she seemed to sense the emotional upheavals that were happening when Queen Mystic wrote it, unlike her usual calm self. With regards to this, she sighed silently based on her understanding of Queen Mystic Bernadette. In Her Majesty's heart, Emperor Roselle is an unresolved knot. This is the reason why she ultimately doesn't dare to advance to Sequence 2. Klein had no idea what Ma'am Hermit was thinking. All he did was nod and indicated that she could conjure the new Roselle diary pages. Soon, the 3 yellowish-brown goatskin pages appeared in his palm. March 10th. I participated in that ancient and most secret organization's gathering. After many observations, I'm increasingly puzzled over a problem. What does it mean to be the trend of the times? Who defines the trend of the times? If it's really as they claim, when everything ends and the original creator is resurrected from the dead, awakening from his slumber, he would gather everything back into his body to create a new world and new history. Then, there's no need for them to let the times develop according to what they expect of the times. They can quickly come up with all kinds of schemes, such as triggering a world war, a war between angels, or even a war between deities. Wouldn't that accelerate their goals? Or could it be the case that the times is part of the original creator? Only when the times develop according to a certain expectation can he draw energy from it and revive. This isn't scientific. Of course, whatever I see and participate in now isn't scientific at all. Actually, if I had any say, why revive the creator who rides above all? Everyone can just go through the motions and enjoy themselves without any restrictions. Isn't that better? Based on my observations, there are many members who share similar viewpoints as mine. However, there are a number of members who are stubborn and inflexible, strictly abiding to their beliefs. I wonder if they should be called idealists or crazy cultists. What I can't see through the most is that mysterious leader. Old Mr. Hermes told me that this organization began with him. No, him. It was organized with people who shared his beliefs and goals. However, he seldom expresses his thoughts, never stopping many of the members who use the organization for their own purposes. At times, I will even forget his existence. He seems to enjoy sitting there, silently watching everyone converse. But on one matter, I witnessed his might. A high-sequence beyonder who had gone against their so-called trend of the times was put forth by him. In 30 seconds, the person became a target of elimination. And I believe that the poor fellow wouldn't survive past summer. Who is he? Some ancient god that survived the second epoch? Roselle had used 2 question marks at the end of the sentence to express his strong doubts. This was something he seldom did. Hence, Klein suspected that this was the reason why Bernadette had chosen this diary entry. The mysterious leader of the Twilight Hermit Order enjoys sitting there, silently watching everyone converse. Once he wishes for something to be done, the matter can very quickly reach a consensus. This really matches the characteristics of the spectator pathway. I'm increasingly convinced that he is Amon's brother, the other son of the creator, Adam. In his later years, the Emperor learned plenty of secrets from Mr. Dorr and was probably able to come up with similar conclusions. As Klein compared the descriptions in the diary with what he already knew to come up with theories and verify them, he cast his gaze down to read the rest of the content of the page. March 11th. The more I recall what happened yesterday, the more afraid I am. A demigod existence had his fate decided with just a few words. He didn't even have the chance to express his disapproval. And the makeup of the ancient secret organization convinces me that, apart from dealing with the 7 Orthodox churches, there is nothing that they can't do. Even the toppling of a nation isn't impossible. How lucky I am to be pulled into this organization. Otherwise, who knows if I might one day suffer an unexpected assassination I cannot resist. I'll die with my eyes wide open. This kind of organization that hides behind the scenes, secretly passing judgment on others, while determining the life and death of the target is really unacceptable. Even if I'm one of their members, I'm still appalled and feel fear deep down. This world is so much more dangerous than Earth. Perhaps just being born with relatively high spirituality, randomly flipping through an ancient tome, sitting normally on a ship doing business, taking in the beauty of some lady, entering some castle because of one's love of traveling, being woken up by fighting next door in the middle of the night, or creating something that's of meaning, these would be enough to cause one to die a baffling, tragic death. And this is one of the reasons that drive me to improve myself, to advance myself, to gain the ability to determine my own fate. I can definitely succeed. I'm the protagonist of this era. Ha! March 12th. I feel there's a need to seek out some material regarding the 4th epoch, 3rd epoch, and even the 2nd epoch. The experience that came from joining that ancient secret organization tells me that there might be countless secrets hidden here, the kind that will influence the direction of an epoch. Unfortunately, such information is astonishingly rare. They're either kept by the church, or they have been destroyed. I believe that I'm unlikely to gain much simply by relying on my subordinates. The best method is still to raise my sequence. It will allow me to gain a higher status and greater power in the church. From this diary page, it's obvious that the Emperor's act of establishing contact with Mr. Dorr had happened very long after he joined the Twilight Hermit Order. Perhaps he was already a high-sequence beyonder. Otherwise, there was no way he could withstand Mr. Dorr's ravings. Compared to the Emperor, it's so much easier for me to investigate history. I have his diary for the 4th epoch. There's the City of Silver for the 2nd epoch. From time to time, I can even encounter the evil spirit that was formed by a king of angels. In the middle of his life, the Emperor seems to tone down on his illusions of grandeur. Klein flipped to the 2nd diary page with a relaxed attitude. May 18th. I've been having nightmares recently. I dream of myself wearing ancient silver-gray armor and sitting beside a cliff. In front of me is silence, and there's a bottomless black fog beneath me. It was filled with corruption and evil. Merely looking at it was enough to influence me. Towards the end, my face grew complicated, jet-black patterns as I monitored the abyss. My skin turned hard, and I had the feeling that sticky liquid was flowing across the surface of my body. My eyes completely lost their reason. It was a reflection of the abyss. It was the reflection of the abyss which I saw and attempted to enter last month. As this nightmare becomes more frequent, I realize that extreme thoughts are becoming a common occurrence for me. Occasionally, the anger from being beaten up might lead me to hoping to rip apart the limbs of my target. Also, dark red lumps are growing on my back. My body temperature is also gradually decreasing. Is this a form of corruption from the abyss? I have to think of a way to confirm and resolve it. For the time being, I cannot get the church's help. Otherwise, I'll have to divulge the existence of the primitive island and the abyss. Yes, I can find the priests and bishops of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. They're more skilled at purification. May 19th. Through some connections, I received some secret treatment. My entire being felt a lot more relaxed. All the anomalies that happened to me have turned for the better. Amidst my joy, I also thought of a problem. I had only explored the periphery of the abyss, without making contact with any high-level devils. I even had an object on the Black King that could resist corruption. Yet, I was affected without realizing it and even had signs of being corrupted. Those criminal pathway beyonders would make sacrifices to high-level devils from time to time. The corruption they suffer must be even worse. Over time, it's probably untreatable and they can only be cleansed, both body and aura. Likewise, high-sequence beyonders, especially angels, should be able to exert influence on low and mid-sequence beyonders of the same pathway. And due to the difference in level, there are corresponding limitations on distance. When one becomes a true god, there's a high probability that they can communicate across the whole world and spirit world without any obstructions. This begs the question, am I being influenced to a certain extent by the god of craftsmanship? No, should I say the god of steam and machinery? This is quite scary. It appears that only by becoming a demigod that I will be able to escape this influence. Thankfully, since the 5th epoch, there hasn't been any examples of true gods leaving the astral world to descend upon the land. Likewise, pathways without true gods do not have such severe problems. May 20th. After a period of being dispirited, I've returned to the social scene. Fuck. Those bastards have been secretly mocking me, saying that the reason for me not coming out recently has to do with me having too much fun and turning weak, just because my dark eye circles are more obvious because of my nightmare-induced poor sleep quality. Hee hee. I want to let them know what it means by the difference in one's talent. I wonder what an angel's influence is like on a low or mid-sequence beyonder. The transmission of ravings over great distances. Automatic characteristic attraction? Regardless of where it is, as long as one's honorific name is chanted, one will have the godhood to reply. When meeting each other, is it the direct acquisition and erosion of one's beyonder characteristic? If all of this is possible, it's equivalent to a mini-deity. It's no wonder that angels in the 2nd epoch are called subsidiary gods. Klein's thoughts raced as he flipped the page in his hand to read the last diary page. October 12th. Edwards ran to me, telling me that one of his knights discovered a strange chapel. It might have to do with the faith before the 4th epoch. This piqued my interest as I immediately rushed to the tiny city by the name of Bayman. October 13th. Bayman is a tiny town built on a mountain. The buildings all have protruded domes, just like a white straw hat. It's very special. Following the street and covering several flights of stairs, I finally found the strange chapel. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary residence with nothing special about it. Only by entering would one discover the difference. There was only one priest here. He was a genial middle-aged man who wore a simple white robe. He had a pale gold beard that covered half his face. His light-colored eyes were clear like a child's. He claimed the place to be a temple of the Creator. Any creature from any species, any believer of any deity could enter. When I heard him mention this, it reminded me of a question I had. Apart from the 7 orthodox deities, the other faiths are deemed as heretics. They are unable to openly build a cathedral other than that of the original Creator. However, there has never been any such church coming into existence. Even cathedrals are extremely rare. In front of the chapel was a simple baldachin. In it was a man carrying a cross. This was likely the divine image of the so-called Creator. I sat in the front pew and idly chatted with the priest. He told me of many different stories. He said that when humans were first born, the ones that ruled the skies, land, and sea were all sorts of crazy, bloodthirsty monsters. They were said to be the origins of the later species. Dragons, giants, and elves. These monsters freely indulged in their desires, occupying all kinds of places. It appeared that it wouldn't take long before they destroyed the entire world. At this moment, it was the Creator who had awoken. He retrieved the special traits and powers that they had been blessed with, and he had bestowed it to the humans. After that, he returned to his slumber, leaving behind a prophecy. When madness, cruelty, greed, indulgence, coldness, and bloodthirstiness drowns the land once again, he would awaken and retrieve everything. As we spoke, the priest held the hanging cross by his chest and silently prayed. Such a myth is completely different from the Church's canon. There are many interesting parts that are worth thinking about. October 15th. I've been back in Trier for a day. Only then did I forget to ask the priest for his name. Forget it. There will still be a chance in the future. My sixth sense as a man tells me that I'll definitely head to that chapel again. Isn't this the condensed version of the City of Silver's myth? The period around the end of the 2nd epoch and the beginning of the 3rd epoch. That priest seems to know a lot. Perhaps an organization that passes down such a myth over the generations know a lot. Klein's mind stirred as the diary pages in his hand vanished. Then he looked up at Ma'am Hermit. "Go ahead." Katlia immediately bowed her head. "Honorable Mr. Fool, what I wish to know is if the place that Emperor Roselle's mind and spirit calls home on that island or the depths of the cosmos. That island? That primitive island that caused Grimm to die and had left the Emperor shocked? From the looks of it, the Emperor treated the island with great importance towards the end of his life. Even Queen Mystic Bernadette noticed it. What does deep in the cosmos mean? The astral world? Or some other planet? There are many things about the Emperor that transcends his era, so he's suspected by his daughter to be an alien? Although it's a little ridiculous, it adheres to logic. After all, research has proven that this is a planet. The sun is a star, and apart from that is the endless universe. A galaxy with countless stars. How should I answer? I can't just tell her about transmigration. But it's not like I can't say anything. Klein pondered for a while before shaking his head with a smile. Neither of them. Neither of them. Katlia ruminated over Mr. Fool's reply, suddenly feeling at a loss as to the true meaning of the question. She originally imagined that the place that Emperor Roselle's mind and spirit called home had to involve something philosophical or mystical. For example, the island might refer to the divine kingdom of the deity of his faith. The depths of the cosmos referred to the astral world, indicating Emperor Roselle's belief in surpassing himself in his quest for a deity's throne. In the end, Mr. Fool answered that it was neither. This denied nearly every possibility, making it difficult for her to think of any other answer. Perhaps what Her Majesty wishes to ask is not something I understand. What Mr. Fool is saying is pointing at another explanation. It doesn't matter if I understand it. I'm only a communication tool between them. Katlia sighed inwardly as she sincerely bowed. Thank you for your answer. The other Tarot Club members were lost in regards to the question and answer. Although they could understand the reason for the question and could understand what the actual meaning of the mental and spiritual home was, they couldn't make any connection to the island or the depths of the cosmos. Hence, all of them had their own interpretations and guesses, but all of them felt that their theories were distant from the truth. Subconsciously, Furs believed that the island referred to the woman Roselle loved the most. The depths of the cosmos referred to the Emperor's late years when he cast his gaze to what he deemed the sea of stars. Audrey believed that the island referred to one's island of self-consciousness in psychology. The sea was the conscious, and below the sea's surface was the subconscious. And the cosmos referred to the spirituality sky that represented the astral world. Hence, the corresponding question became, did Emperor Roselle believe in himself, deities, or purely nature? From this angle, Mr. Fool's answer appeared rather strange. It was as though he was saying that Emperor Roselle didn't believe in anything, including himself. I might be misinterpreting it, but if that's really the case, Emperor Roselle might seem conflicted based on what Mr. Fool says. But in fact, it might conceal a deeper secret, or it could be that, in his later years, he had seen through life. He began thinking about the universe, the world, deities, and the basic qualities of humanity. He became a pessimist and a nihilist. Audrey seemed to be training her abilities as she thought with piqued interest. Alger had similar thoughts as Katlia. As for Emlyn, he considered it for a moment before decisively giving up upon realizing that he had no clue. Derek had no interest in Emperor Roselle, but he didn't break the silence. He kept considering the conversations he was to have later. Finally, the fool, who was cloaked by the gray fog, chuckled and said, "You may begin." Alger immediately looked at the world and deliberated over his words. "Sorry, your mystical item will require a little more time." Without waiting for him to speak, he quickly gave an explanation. That artisan had strangely gotten infected by a sickness, and there are suspicious snoopers appearing in the vicinity. This resulted in a delay. I will personally make a trip to see if I can resolve his problems so that he can quickly recover. We'll try to make the mystical item you need within 2 weeks. He spoke extremely sincerely as a way to express his apologies and importance on the matter. but in his actual description, he had secretly pushed all the blame to the artisan. It was as though he was saying to the world that if he were displeased, I will teach him a lesson for you. If that's not enough, I will even give you his exact location for you to personally pay him a visit. That artisan sure is troublesome. Mr. Hanged Man treats this quite seriously. Non-official, or should I say artisans who are willing to accept orders from unknown origins, are extremely rare. If they can be secured, it's best that they are secured. Klein pondered for a moment and got the world to hoarsely reply, I will allow this delay, but there shouldn't be a next time. He spoke very calmly, but it alarmed Alger. He could almost feel the hidden murderous intent in the world Gairman Sparrow. Thank you for your understanding, he said with a staid expression. Upon hearing their conversation, Katlia looked at the hanged man, curled her lips, and nudged her glasses. She said, If you are unable to resolve the problems, I can provide some help. From her point of view, as long as the problem wasn't serious, she could even do it for free. After all, this meant that she could skip the hanged man and directly establish connections with the artisan. Alger obviously sensed the true intent of this pirate admiral. He felt that she was beginning to severely encroach into his territory, giving him a certain level of pressure. He paused for a moment and replied in an unperturbed manner. Then, I will thank you on his behalf for your kindness. On the one hand, he expressed his close ties with the artisan, and on the other hand, didn't directly object to her help, thus giving him sufficient leeway. Compared to having Gairman Sparrow find fault with him, sacrificing some benefits wasn't something unacceptable. Katlia didn't harp on the matter as she turned to look at the world. Are you pleased with the information on West Balam? She had already gathered all the information on West Balam that Gairman Sparrow needed last Thursday. She had handed it to him via the strange messenger. She was filled with fear when it came to Mr. Fool, so given any other methods, she was unwilling to disturb that existence. Cost me a total of £300. If it wasn't good enough, I would have asked for a refund there and then. Klein mumbled and made the world answer tersely as an affirmation. Then, the fake person cast its gaze on Miss Magician. Furs immediately felt uncomfortable, akin to the feeling of a rat being targeted by a cat. She couldn't help but consider if she had done something wrong. Could it be that, during my conversation with Zio, my description, no defamation of Dwayne Dantes, was heard by him? Or is he displeased that I didn't refund him the money? Furs stopped thinking about the bodyguard mission that had happened days ago as she asked, quaking with consternation, Mr. World, is there something? The world nodded and said, A commission. Get information on Calderon City from the Abraham family. Most important of all is its location. Calderon City. Why is the world suddenly searching for this mysterious spirit world city? An instruction from Mr. Fool? Is a new part of his reawakening plans? Katlia had some idea about Calderon City, so she was quite perplexed. The other Tarot Club members, including Furs, didn't know what city the world was looking for. All they could do was maintain their silence. Among them, Emlyn felt that he had heard of it before, but he couldn't recall the exact details. About 4 seconds later, Furs forced a smile. No problem. I can help you ask. How much would it cost? The world asked in an unperturbed tone. £1,000. No, £500. No, I still need to deduct the bodyguard fee. Furs's mind raced and finally gave her price. £350. That's cheap. Other than the spirit world's 7 lights, perhaps only the Abraham family has detailed information on Calderon City. Yes, to Miss Magician, it's just about asking her teacher. It's indeed simple and convenient. It's no wonder it's not expensive. Klein was first surprised before coming to a realization. He made the world nod and say, Deal. After watching this transaction close, Audrey noticed something amusing. Miss Magician seems to be very afraid of Mr. World. It was to the point of being a reflex. She had previously met Dwayne Dantes, but didn't know that he was Gairman Sparrow. During this period, she discovered something terrifying? I'll arrange to meet her and Zio at Glaine's place. Let's see if I can figure out something, Audrey thought as she indiscernibly nodded. At this moment, Seeing that the world had nothing else, Emlyn hurriedly looked at the sun. Do you have the sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic of the artificial vampire? I haven't accrued enough merit points. Derek didn't feel ashamed this time. On the contrary, he felt that Mr. Moon was being overly anxious. How could the points needed for a sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic be so easily amassed? Emlyn turned his head disgruntledly when he suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly said to Miss Magician, I have clues to the cursed item and remnant spirituality from an ancient wraith. I'm waiting for more detailed information. This might not be an item to give to you directly, but one to provide you with some information about where you can find an ancient wraith in the vicinity of Backlund. Upon saying that, Emlyn thought and said, 300 pounds. This means that I have to hunt the ancient wraith myself? Based on various mysticism rumors, this is quite a powerful monster. After hearing what Mr. Moon had to say, Furz's first reaction was that it was a dilemma. Her second reaction was to commission the hunting mission to Mr. World. She was certain that he could quickly and successfully complete it. But upon the thought that hiring Mr. World might cost far more than what the ancient wraith was worth, she felt that it was better to attempt it herself. I'll wait until Zio becomes an interrogator. Together we should have a higher chance. Besides, I still have Lamino's travels with me. On it is a demigod-level high-sequence Beyonder power and Angel's Embrace. There are plenty of unique Beyonder powers in it, and below that of high-sequence Beyonders, it's practically a divine artifact. I have little actual combat experience since I'm fleeing most of the time. This is an opportunity. Furz quickly made a decision and said to the Moon Emlyn, Deal. After confirming some other matters, the transaction segment came to an end. Klein got the World Gehrman Sparrow to beat Mr. Hanged Man to the punch by looking around and saying, My preliminary investigations regarding Backlund's Quarren's suicide has borne fruit. The one that was most interested Quarren's suicide was none other than Justice Audrey. However, she had long noticed that Furz had some slight interest in the case. Hence, she didn't ask and had maintained her posture, patiently waiting for a particular best-selling author to pose the question. In just a second or two, Furz looked at the borders of the table in front of the World and asked after some deliberation, What's the truth? Klein had already rehearsed how he was to describe it, so without any hesitation, he got the World to say, The mastermind behind it is the royal family's consultant Vin Rambus. He probably has another identity, a counselor of the psychology alchemists. When she heard the first sentence, Audrey's mind had already naturally produced the image of a genial elder. This man came from an aristocratic background. He had graduated from Birth University and possessed profound knowledge and outstanding insight. He had been a consultant to the royal family for more than a decade and was publicly recognized as a scholar, a good man, a gentleman. Audrey had previously suspected that Quarren's suicide might have been instigated by the royal family, but she never expected the mastermind to be the genial, amiable, kind, and humorous Vin Rambus. When the World announced the other identity of the man, she found herself unable to hide her alarm and puzzlement. Vin Rambus is a Beyonder? He's a counselor of the psychology alchemists? This also means that he might be a demigod. I've seen him so many times, but I've never connected him to the mysterious world. I always found him to be solely a scholar, a knowledgeable scholar. If Mr. World wasn't misled in his investigations, I'd really find it unbelievable that Vin Rambus, who's known to be helpful to others, would treat a life with such coldness. He coldly made a child lose his father, a wife to lose her husband, parents to lose their son. He usually presents himself to be cultured and loving. Politics is dirtier than I imagined. Same for the royal family. Speaking of which, I have yet to meet a counselor of the psychology alchemists. I've never made contact with their upper echelons. I never expected that this secret organization is almost no different from the cults like the Aurora Order and Numinous Episcopate. Our tarot club is better. Mr. Fool is always stopping or disrupting the plans of the evil gods and devils. While Audrey's mind was in chaos, Alger acutely sensed the brewing problems in Backlund's political climate. He felt that various factions were interlinked and that there were many secrets, They formed a massive bucket of explosives that could explode at any time. The nobles, royal family, Church of Storms, Church of Evernight, Church of Steam, the burgeoning rich, the commoners who live on a precipice, and the lowest class who live abject lives. The revolution of the times is so obvious. To think I didn't recognize this at all. I just simply believed Kalangos's words and the evidence he showed. An epoch where the old gods fade and new gods arise is about to descend. The tides of history are roaring in an unstoppable manner. Alger silently sighed, seemingly seeing the tall Gothic bell tower and the bell of order that hung in it. And surrounding this famous landmark, swirls of air was materializing and the light was darkening. It appeared that eddies were gearing up to form hurricanes. Suddenly, Alger had a theory. What arises might not be a new god, but an ancient god from an even more remote age. He instinctively glanced at the seat of honor at the end of the long bronze table before quickly retracting his gaze. He could hardly quell the upheavals in his heart. At that moment, he had a baffling feeling that his ambition and goals were too puny. He had only wanted to become an archbishop of the Church of Storms, a saint. In this position, he would have authority in the world and he could direct many things in secret. Since the old gods are fading away and new gods are rising, Mr. Fool will be returning to his throne in the astral world. Then why shouldn't I consider being an angel? Only at this level can I complete a qualitative change in my existence. I'll be able to live a long lifespan. Only then can I lord over people and lead a large-scale organization. I'll wield authority over the world. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Alger trembled in an almost indiscernible manner. His heart was spewing with agitated emotions. When Katlia connected Queen Mystic's whereabouts for the past 2 months, she felt that the latter had been spending a large portion of her time in Backlund. Is something about to happen in Backlund? I can try asking when I write this time. I wonder what response Her Majesty will give. Katlia nudged her heavy glasses on her nose and swept her gaze across Miss Justice and the other members from Backlund. Furs knew some of the details of Quarren's suicide case. She knew that the victim had acted on his own the entire time and that he wasn't controlled. She also knew that the witnesses believed without a doubt that everything was a result of Dwayne Dantes. Comparing this with the actual situation had induced a deep sense of fear towards the counselor of the psychology alchemists. She didn't wish that she would one day find out that her thoughts and hobbies were all a result of someone else's doing. How is this different from being a puppet? A high-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway is terrifying. However, this is really good writing material. Currently, the science of psychology already has hypnosis. In my next book, I want to write about a sick girl liking a gentleman. She uses hypnosis to make him fall in love with her. The ending climax is when she discovers that the gentleman is actually a master hypnotist. Furs gaped her mouth before closing it again. She didn't ask further about Vin Rambus since she didn't know him at all. Klein's sharing of Vin Rambus was mainly to warn Miss Justice. He wanted her to be careful and wary of this psychology alchemist's counselor. Now, seeing that his goal had been achieved, he said, "There's another matter. Help me take note of Brigadier General Konas Kilgore. He's the deputy director of MI9. On the surface, he's only a Sequence 5, but in actual fact, he's a Black Emperor pathway demigod. He possesses rather potent spiritual perception and can sharply detect that others are observing him. Konas Kilgore." Audrey repeated this name inwardly and realized that she had no impression of this gentleman. Either we have little overlap in our social circles, to the point of just nodding at each other when bumping into one another without asking who the other is, or he keeps an extremely low profile. He doesn't attend such gatherings often. If I have a chance, I should ask Kantz. He's from MI9. He definitely knows this superior of his. Audrey was no longer surprised that Konas was a demigod despite being a Sequence 5 in name. From her point of view, it was common for members of an intelligence agency to be in such situations. Alger and Katlia had more or less heard of the high-ranking member of MI9, Konas Kilgore. However, they lacked a deeper understanding of the matter. So all they could do was refresh whatever they knew and remind themselves to be especially careful when encountering anything to do with the person in question. Seeing that Mr. World had nothing else to share, Derek didn't wait for Mr. Hanged Man to ask. He said, "I've made a new friend again." He paused for a moment before getting to the crux of the matter. "The area he patrols includes the former chief's mausoleum. He told me that the 6-member council has yet to open the door that leads underground. However, through the cracks on the outer rocks of the mausoleum, there are luxuriant and strange plants growing out from them. They look like human hair. The 6-member council has 3 demigods. Even if there are some out on expeditions and aren't in the City of Silver, the other 3 likely control a certain powerful sealed artifact or have grazed an evil spirit, giving them nearly demigod strength. Despite joining forces for so many days, they haven't managed to open the entrance to the former chief's mausoleum. This means that it's quite a serious problem. Also, what's the reason for plants that resemble human hair to suddenly grow?" One question after another arose in Klein's mind as he waited for the Hanged Man to ask Little Sun. He knew that the former would definitely have questions. Alger, who finished listening quietly, frowned slightly before relaxing his brows. After some deliberation, he said, "Apart from that, are there any anomalies? Is the one in charge of opening the mausoleum that shepherd Elder Lovia? It's not her. The chief is present too. Likewise for 2 other elders," Derek answered seriously. "There aren't any other anomalies for the time being." Alger nodded and said, "Very good. Maintain your present state. Establish communications with more people. Keep a note of any changes with that mausoleum." After being praised, Derek hurriedly nodded as he answered eagerly. After a few more exchanges of words, the gathering naturally began the learning segment. Furs had planned on asking what the pharaoh mummy was for, but after seeing the world, she shut her mouth. When the gathering ended, Klein, who had returned to the real world, turned on the tap and washed his face and hands before patiently waiting for night to come. When the time came, he would be riding on a military airship to Desi Bay. Southern Continent, Barents Harbor. As the Golden Dream was cruising south in the Fog Sea, Danitz only took a few days to arrive at the harbor northmost of West Balam. He draped himself with a dark-colored cloak and carried a suitcase. Wearing the sun brooch inside his clothes, he carried an iron-black boxing glove close to his chest. He was walking down the harbor's roads and was out while sweating profusely. He felt that he was already armed to the teeth, far stronger than he was before. Once out the harbor, Danitz glanced to his sides and extended his hand to stop a carriage. When the carriage driver saw him, he set out a string of words. #hashtag at end. What is he saying? Danitz looked blankly at him. Took him a few seconds to recall one thing. He didn't know the local language, Dutanese, at all. And back when he came to West Balam, he had his captain, a polyglot, leading the crew. He didn't need to worry that he didn't understand anything. Danitz turned agape as he subconsciously said in Intis, "Hotel." The air seemed to instantly freeze as Danitz looked at the carriage driver's dark brown skin, coarse and messy black hair, rather soft facial contours, and blank expression. He exhaled silently and blamed it on his bad luck before silently carrying his luggage to walk down the street. Dogs hit. I actually encountered a carriage driver who doesn't know Intis. Shouldn't someone who picks up passengers near the harbor know a few Northern Continent languages? There are so many people from Intis, Lone, and Faysac around here. As Danitz grumbled, he looked ahead to look for pedestrians who looked to be from the Northern Continent or had similar heritages in a bid to smoothen his process of checking into a hotel and filling his stomach. According to what he knew, Barents Harbor had quite a number of people from Intis, Lone, Fainapotter, and Faysac who had migrated here. As long as he met one, communication wouldn't be a problem. However, Danitz felt that all of this was built on a premise. He had to ensure that he didn't collapse from heatstroke. This dog's hit weather. He looked up at the azure blue sky, white clouds, and the sun which wasn't too glaring. Cursing with a warped expression, he raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Despite his cursing, Danitz actually knew that the temperature in the southern continent was considered mild to the point that even calling it slightly cool wasn't an exaggeration. The reason why he was feeling so hot was because he was wearing the sun brooch. However, having just arrived and having not figured out the situation in his surroundings, he didn't dare remove the brooch to stuff it into his luggage bag. If he were to lose the item, he could imagine the cold and crazy look Gehrman Sparrow would give him. Come on, give me a few people from the northern continent. Any country would do. I'm a famous pirate who knows several languages after all. Danitz kept muttering under his breath as all he could think of was iced beer and icebergs that floated in the ocean. As he muttered, he suddenly rubbed his eyes. He had finally seen someone who was clearly of northern continent descent. Furthermore, it seemed to be someone familiar. Diagonally ahead of Danitz, at a street illuminated by bright sunlight, a young man with blonde short hair that was split 70-30 was leaning against a wall, blowing into a silver harmonica. He had emerald green eyes, and he wore a white shirt that didn't have the top two buttons buttoned up. He wore a completely unbuttoned black vest, dark-colored trousers, and a single black glove. He was none other than the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, Anderson Hood. What a coincidence. This fellow actually came to West Balam. Danitz felt delighted deep down, feeling that he had finally grabbed a floating plank in the sea of people. Ignoring Anderson's actions on the Golden Dream, he approached him and greeted in standard hunter speech. What happened? Treasure hunting hasn't been working out for you, so you've begun busking on the streets. He noticed that Anderson had an overturned hat in front of him. In it were about 20 to 30 brass coins. A few of them were Intis Kopits, with the majority being local Delexi. In Intis, Delexi meant copper coins. Anderson stopped playing the harmonica as he shot Danitz a glance. That's not my hat. I happened to walk past and saw a hat on the ground. Seeing how no one discovered it, I felt a little wistful and took out my harmonica to play it. To my surprise, quite a number of people gathered around to listen and threw money in it. A boorish pirate like you probably doesn't understand the beauty of music and how it has no borders. I'm telling you, your captain especially likes. Stop! Danitz's forehead throbbed as he stopped Anderson from diverting the topic of conversation. He asked, "Why are you here?" Anderson held the harmonica and thought about it seriously. That's a good question. I have no idea why I'm here in West Balam either. I don't remember a thing that has happened over the past 2 months. Danitz originally wanted him to cut it out, but Anderson's serious expression convinced him. He deliberated and asked, "You don't remember a thing?" Anderson put away the silver harmonica, bent down, picked up the hat with quite a number of coins, and dusted it. My last memory was of me in Byam with Gehrman Sparrow. After going our separate ways, I had apparently gone somewhere to meet someone. When I woke up, I was already here in West Byam. Haha. Don't be concerned over such matters. As long as I'm still alive. It's almost noon. Let's go have a meal. I heard that Barron's is famous for its pork knuckles. While saying that, Anderson placed the hat along with the coins beside a tramp to his side. Already hot, hungry, and exhausted, Danitz was invigorated upon hearing that. You know Dutanese? Anderson chuckled. Haven't you heard of my numerous adventures as a treasure hunter in West Balam? That's right. I had thought of seeking you out to get information on West Balam. The situation here is chaotic, and it's rather dangerous. I'll definitely be safer with Anderson around. Also, I'll have an interpreter. I can't say I'm hiring him, as I can't afford him. Danitz slowly revealed a smile. That puts me at ease. Let's go. Holding his luggage, he and Anderson circled to a nearby main street and found a restaurant. Upon hearing the waiter speak in his native tongue, and seeing the menu filled with indecipherable text, Danitz felt a headache as he hurriedly said to Anderson, "I'll leave it to you." As he spoke, he handed the menu to the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea. Anderson didn't reach out his hand as he replied with a composed expression, "I can't read it either. Didn't you say you know Dutanese?" Danitz blurted out in surprise. Anderson threw up his hands. "I didn't say that. What has my repeated visits to West Balam in search of treasure have to do with knowing Dutanese? Without knowing Dutanese, how are you able to understand those texts in the ancient temples and castle ruins? How do you seek out treasure?" Dannett's expression contorted bit by bit as his tone sped up without him realizing it. Anderson picked up the cup served by the waiter and gulped it down. Problems that can be solved with a dictionary aren't problems. Besides, does not knowing Dutonese mean that you can't communicate with the people from the southern continent? With that said, he turned to look at the waiter. Speaking in the Intis language, he said, "2 specialty pork knuckles." The waiter obviously gave him a blank look as he kept pointing at the menu. Anderson didn't fluster at all as he unhurriedly pressed his right hand to his nose and mimicked the grunting of a pig. The waiter was first taken aback before revealing a look of enlightenment. Then, Anderson pointed at his knuckles and pointed at the Baron's label on the menu before using his fingers to show $2 as the waiter spoke in an accented Dutonese. He repeatedly nodded to show his comprehension. By the side, Dannitz was dumbfounded by what he saw. After a series of gestures, mixed with a few basic Dutonese words, he finally finished ordering the meal. Turning his head to Dannitz, he smiled. "Get it? In this world, there's a common language, body language." Dannitz watched with a frozen expression as he curled the corners of his lips as a response. A carriage drove out of Westboro, and it headed south at an intersection. Soon it arrived at a military base. With Colonel Calvin's letter and a junior officer escorting him, Klein successfully entered the base and arrived at a square paved with rammed earth. Berthed on it was a dark blue and white behemoth. This airship was dozens of meters long, and its truss had solid and light composite metal frames extended from it. They were intercrossed with one another as they held up an impermeable cloth used as cushions. Beneath it were openings mounted with machine guns, projectile launchers, and cannons. At this moment, the ignition steam engine had yet to hum, and the corresponding propellers were still static. Everything appeared extremely silent. Klein handed his documents and proof of identity to the officer on guard by the gangway. After receiving permission, he walked up onto the airship with his suitcase in hand. It was like a ship with 3 sections. The uppermost section had complicated machinery and a cargo hall. The middle section had a hall for buffets and balls. Surrounding the hall were hallways that led to the upper and lower sections. These hallways included lounges. As for the lowest section, they were the rooms for the machine guns, projectile launchers, and cannons, as well as the soldiers' cabins. Walking by the guards equipped with rifles, Klein followed the instructions he received from the officer and found the lounge reserved for him. He placed his luggage beside a sofa-like chair. Then, he picked up a cup of water on the table, walked to the window, and took in the scenery outside. To be frank, although he knew a little of everything, it was really only a little. Therefore, he didn't understand the design principles used for this new airship model. He didn't know how high it could go or how stable it was in midair. This left him a little uneasy. Before setting off, he had even done a divination above the gray fog. He received a revelation that he would arrive at his destination rather smoothly. There seems to be a safety belt. This world's airship industry has plenty of years of history. They have quite a bit of experience accumulated in all aspects. Klein was just about to retract his gaze and admire the decorations inside the room and the candlelight when he noticed a group of people approaching airship 1345. They were men and women, all of them wearing thin, black trench coats and red gloves. They were carrying leather suitcases of varying sizes. Only one of them wore a mysterious medium's robe. She had blue eyeshadow and blush, and she was none other than Daly Simone. And behind the lady was the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. While no one noticed it, Leonard's footsteps suddenly slowed down. Then, he looked up at the midsection of the airship. His eyes reflected the gray-sideburned and blue-eyed Dwayne Dantes, who was wearing a suit and bow tie. This gentleman was standing behind a window, revealing a genial smile as he raised the cup in his hand. Leonard's expression froze for a moment before he composed himself. He had already remembered that Dwayne Dantes was working with the military and was preparing to sell a batch of firearms and cannons to West Balham. Therefore, even though it was surprising to see this gentleman appear on a military airship, it wasn't jarring in any way. The only issue is why he's heading to West Balham so quickly. Amon's arrival has also exerted some pressure on him. Leonard's mind raced as he leveled his gaze and walked up the gangway with his teammates to the midsection and entered a huge lounge reserved for them. Not long after the red gloves took their seats, a deep hum sounded. The rotating of the propeller and all kinds of frictional sounds were heard. It caused the floorboards and walls to gently shake. As the tremors increased in intensity, it turned into a wobbling motion as the airship rose up and slowly regained its stability. Klein had already sat down and buckled his seatbelt. He was looking at his surroundings out of curiosity as he experienced a different form of flight. The takeoff isn't too stable. The altitude is also rather low, but without encountering any hurricanes, the tremors are still all right. I wonder how it was done. Klein looked diagonally at the windows ahead without any intention of unbuckling his seatbelt or walking around. This wasn't acrophobia even if he had a mild fear of heights. This was because he was briefly wearing creeping hunger and had the ability of short-distance flight and teleport. He was only seriously acting like a Desi tycoon who was riding on an airship for the first time. At this moment, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He hurriedly clicked his teeth and activated spirit vision. He saw the colors around him saturate as they clearly stacked upon one another. He saw bones spew out from the floor, gushing out like a fountain in midair, forming a giant skeleton that was nearly 4 meters tall. This skeleton's eye sockets were burning with dark flames. Its arms were hanging down, holding a folded letter. Mr. Azek's messenger. He has finally recovered from his state of metamorphosis. Klein was pleasantly surprised as he tried to stand up to receive the letter. But when he felt a force pulling him back at his abdomen, he recalled that had his seatbelt buckled. When he reached out to unbuckle it, the skeleton messenger crouched down and stuffed the letter into his hands. Klein was taken aback as he looked up into the eye sockets which were burning with pitch-black flames. He nodded gently as form of gratitude. He could understand why the messenger didn't appear from the section below, allowing half his body to tear through the floorboard, as this was a military airship. Apart from the red gloves, there were probably other beyonders. They also had spiritual perceptions and different levels of spirit vision. They could also barely sense the messenger's existence. But I don't think that delivering a letter in such a crouched manner is being polite. I'd rather it did what it used to. Klein mumbled and saw the skeleton messenger crumble into illusory bones, gushing down like a waterfall. In the huge lounge, Daily Simone, who still enjoyed being called a spirit medium, suddenly turned her head and looked at the room across the hall. Her brows furrowed slightly as her eyes narrowed. Daly immediately retracted her gaze and said to the low-ranking officer in the corner of the lounge who was acting as a waiter, "Make me a cocktail. Black Rand and champagne. Half each." "That's a very strange mixture, ma'am." As the officer unbuckled his seatbelt, he walked to the bar that was welded to the ground as he attempted to offer a suggestion. Daly, with her blue eyeshadow and blush, said with a smile, "I enjoy unique tastes." Upon saying that, she casually asked, "Is there anyone else on this airship besides the military officers and us?" The officer answered while opening the bar's cabinet, "Yes. A merchant. Apparently his name is Dwayne Dantes. He is working with the Ministry of Defense." Dwayne Dantes. Daly was taken aback as she turned her eyes slightly away and asked, "What kind of work?" To her right, Leonard Mitchell had subconsciously changed his seating posture. He switched from crossing his right leg over his left to his left over his right. "I'm not sure," the officer answered with a shake of the head. "Apparently it has something to do with using the gentleman's experience in the southern continent." Southern continent. Daly repeated the word in thought and stopped asking. In the small lounge opposite, Klein had already unfolded the letter to read it seriously. It was indeed from Azek Eggers. He indicated that his previous experiences had allowed him to retrieve more of his memories. He had no choice but to sleep to digest and recover. Thus, the late reply. Klein truly relaxed as he cast his gaze towards the end in a good mood. In regards to the spirit world plunderers, Azek's description was, "It's a rather scheming and rare creature. They are very good at disguises, making it very difficult to find them. One thing to make use of is their strong aggressiveness. However, they're also very dangerous. Even with a strength that is close to sequence 4, one needs to be sufficiently careful. Otherwise, one can accidentally end up as its sole avatar. Its exact characteristic is, I'm not sure nor am I able to recall where spirit world plunderers are most active. I suggest you pray to Ire Moria. He is very friendly to humans, and will be willing to answer similar questions while wielding authority in such matters. The ritual's key is the correct honorific name and symbol. Once you have the clues to a spirit world plunderer, you can wait a while. I might be able to provide you some help. How can I bother you? Klein raised his right hand and pinched the two ends of his mouth. He then flipped the page and read the final page. Likewise, I will help you seal that glove once again. It's not that I do not wish to teach you the way to seal it, but it's unlikely that you can do it. This requires the power of the underworld, requiring, at the very least, an undying to do it. All right, I should quickly have some free time. I recall you mentioning about Death's Ring. Mr. Azek's changes don't seem too significant. At least I can't tell from the letter. Klein slowly exhaled as he flicked his wrist and ignited the paper in his hand, turning it to ashes before it floated into the trash can that was welded to the floor. Although he didn't receive the whereabouts of spirit world plunderers from Azek, he could also determine that this descendant of death similarly didn't remember Calderon City. He also guessed that this mysterious spirit world city likely had nothing to do with the underworld. Otherwise, Mr. Azek, who had already restored connections with the underworld, should have recalled something about it. Even so, Klein still planned on replying to ask more about Calderon City. Regardless, one should always have hope. Also, I should inform Mr. Azek that I'm in the southern continent. Klein seriously considered the contents of his reply. However, he didn't immediately write it, afraid that the act of summoning the messenger would be noticed via the spiritual perception of the other Beyonders on board the airship. As he turned his gaze, Klein looked out the window once again. It was dark and silent. Looking at the dark sky with the concealed crimson moon, Admiral of Stars Katlia retracted her gaze, picked up her pen, and deliberated over her words. The answer is neither. She was originally somewhat perplexed as to why Queen Mystic hadn't directly asked what home was. Instead, she had attached two guesses. This made it easy for the question to receive an ineffective answer. But on second thought, she believed that Queen Mystic had thought it through in a way far better than she could have. This was because this question was posed to a secret existence that was suspected to be an ancient god. As the number of diary pages she could provide had numbered about 20, with each attempt giving her an answer. Therefore, just 3 pages, even if they were of high value, made it difficult to be equivalent in value to a key question of where Emperor Roselle's mental and spiritual home was. The secrets concealed within might even be more important than a single card of blasphemy. And Her Majesty's question seems stubborn. She doesn't seem willing to switch to something else. Therefore, she specially added 2 choices, hoping that she could obtain an answer via elimination or directly obtain confirmation. In contrast, this lowers the value of the question. It then abides by the principle of equivalent exchange. As Katlia thought, she recalled something. Back then, she was still young and was being educated on all kinds of information. Queen Mystic would test her and tell her that in regards to answering a question, there were 3 opportunities for reducing the difficulty. First was to eliminate a wrong option. Second was to request the help of some specific person on the ship. 3 was to pray to one of the 7 lights to receive the answer. Of course, the prerequisite to doing that was to complete the ritual herself. Clearly, Queen Mystic had chosen to use the first method to reduce the difficulty. Did Her Majesty have such an experience when she was little? After eliminating the 2 wrong options, I wonder how close she is to the real answer. Katlia's expression unnaturally softened as she wrote. According to the intelligence I've gathered, there's a storm brewing in Backland. I wish you well. She didn't directly mention the deputy director of MI9 or the royal family's consultant. After all, they were news shared between the Tarot Club. It wasn't something she had asked herself and tacitly acquiesced by Mr. Fool to inform Queen Mystic directly. Folding the letter, Katlia summoned Queen Mystic Bernadette's messenger. Barron's Harbor. It was twilight. Danitz and Anderson found a hotel opened by an Intis immigrant, finally experiencing the convenience of not having any language barriers. After putting down their luggage, Danitz immediately headed towards the staircase wearing a cloak and his boxing glove. Anderson leaned against the opposite door and asked in amusement, "Is there anything else?" Danitz immediately gave a sarcastic chortle. "I'm heading out to buy a dictionary. This is way more reliable than your body language. In a few days, I might even be fluent in a few common words." Anderson stroked his chin with his left black-gloved hand. "Your boxing glove was created from that giant's remains, right? What are its negative effects?" Danitz blurted out, being rash, often acting before thinking. As he spoke, he fell silent. To buy a dictionary late at night, in a city that's somewhat chaotic. Furthermore, I obviously look like someone from Intis. That really is rather dangerous. No, I can't keep wearing this glove. Danitz was stunned for a few seconds before he raised his hand and attempted to take off his boxing glove. When he was halfway done, he suddenly paused and sized up Anderson. When he saw him wearing a black glove on his left hand, he did a hollow chuckle and wore his glove again. "I believe that in the southern continent, a place like this requires strength," Danitz added with a faint smile. Anderson's expression remained the same as he continued stroking his chin. "Then, what do you plan on doing?" Danitz pointed at the staircase and said, "I plan on finding the hotel's boss and borrow his dictionary. I believe he will be teaching his children Dutanese. That's an idea worth pursuing. But even with a dictionary, you won't be able to master it anytime soon. Even if you grasp a few terms, it will still be rather difficult. After all, the language here is a completely different system from the northern continent," Anderson said with a TSK. "Why don't I suggest a solution for you? Your captain has likely taught you some ritualistic magic in the God of Knowledge and Wisdom domain, right?" "Yes," Danitz replied with a nod without a second thought. Anderson clapped his hands and said, Danitz shook his head without hesitation. "I believe in the Lord of Storms, and not the God of Knowledge and Wisdom." The reason why some of the ritualistic magic cast in the past had received a reply was because of Captain. Upon saying that, he shot Anderson a glance. "Weren't you born in Seeger, growing up in Lenberg, being classmates with Captain? Then you should also be a believer of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Wouldn't it be more effective if you held the ritual?" Anderson shook his head and laughed. Despite being believers all the same, those who can actually receive a reply are in the extreme minority. Seemingly in thought, he said, "The best method is to find a priest or bishop from the Church of Knowledge. Get them to make some charms. I recall that there are a few pilgrims from Lenberg here in Barron's Harbor. Why don't we visit them tomorrow?" Danitz was just about to say yes, when he suddenly revealed a look of suspicion. "I have this nagging feeling that you are up to something." Anderson's expression immediately froze. On the airship, Klein had his seatbelt buckled and had a blanket over him as he leaned against his seat, already in deep sleep. At this moment it was dark outside. There was little light from the lands, and the scenery swept across slowly despite moving at a high speed. Everything appeared peaceful and silent. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly jolted awake as he stretched his neck. As he kept death knell on him, he had drank plenty of water. His bladder had woken him up. Pulling away his blanket and unbuckling his seatbelt, Klein covered his mouth and yawned. He walked out of the lounge and headed for the washroom at the corner of the hall. After relieving himself, he washed his hand and left the washroom. When he entered the hall, he suddenly saw a figure. The figure was standing amidst the shadows. It was wearing a black robe, and by its eyes were eyeshadow and blush. At a glance, it looked like a shadow or ghost that had floated out of a corpse. "Ma'am Daly." Klein obviously recognized her as he immediately reacted as though he jumped in fright. Daly walked a few steps forward and looked up at Dwayne Dantes' face. She paused her gaze in between his eyes as she curled her mouth into a smile. "Your eyes and bearing resembles a friend of mine, especially the eyes." Klein immediately feigned enlightenment as he said with a smile, "Ma'am, If our genders were swapped, that would be a standard way of hitting on someone. Daly's eyes didn't move away as she chortled. There's no need for any swapping. A difference in genders doesn't change the definition of such actions. If this were any other time, I really would be trying to trick you into a bed if I had said something like that, even tricking you all the way down the aisle. However, I have no such thoughts at the moment. I came over because your eyes really remind me of him. It's really quite overwhelming speaking with Ma'am Daly. I can't let her lead the conversation. Otherwise, she might realize that Dwayne Dantes isn't the Casanova that has a wide preference or a romance expert. Instead, he's nothing but an inexperienced man in front of charming women. I have to take the lead in this conversation. Klein's mind stirred as he directly asked in a half-joking manner, "Ma'am, do you like that friend of yours?" Daly was taken aback for a second before she pricked her brows, lowered her head, and smiled. That's not something that needs hiding. If only he could be like you, being willing to take the initiative when facing a woman, proficient at creating a suggestive atmosphere. Perhaps if that were the case, we might already have children. Unfortunately, he's a conservative man. When he chats with me, all he spoke of was matters regarding work or his experiences. Any hints given to him or any joke that went overboard just made him appear uncomfortable. He often found excuses to leave. He looked old, and he didn't look after his hair. He also had a bad memory. He even forgot my birthday. Whenever I thought of him, I got mad, having the urge to push him down into bed, tying his arms to the bed's railing. Klein looked at Daly's head with a gloomy gaze as he sighed to interrupt her. "Ma'am, you've said too much." Daly looked up, speaking with a smile in no way different than before. "I thought you would enjoy talking about matters about this at a deeper level." Klein let out a soft chuckle. "Then why didn't you turn those thoughts into action? I can tell that you aren't just a woman who can only talk." Daly scoffed. "Guess." Following that, she nodded. "Thank you for not saying that I've been harassing you." As she spoke, she turned around and headed for the extensive lounge where the red gloves were. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly as he returned to his room, shaking his head. When she came to the entrance of the extensive lounge, Daly, whose eyes landed on the floorboards, suddenly saw an untied shoelace. She shifted her gaze up as her eyes reflected the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. Leonard glanced at Dwayne Dantes as he entered his lounge and said with a suppressed voice, "He has plenty of secrets. He's not a simple person." Daly chuckled and nodded. "I know." Having said that, she briskly walked past Leonard Mitchell and walked into the extensive lounge. When she covered a few meters, she slowed down her pace and once again lowered her head. Leonard remained standing at the door, watching the long dragged-out shadows that were cast from the lights outside. Slowly and silently he exhaled. Inside the small lounge, Klein stood by the door, raising his right hand and rubbing his temples. He stood there like a statue. In the Berg household in the City of Silver, Derek sat on a stool, munching on bread that was made from black-faced grass powder as he seriously listed down the matters that he had yet to complete in recent times. "I haven't obtained the information of the Bizarro Bane that Mr. World needs. I still lack the points required for the Sequence 5 Vampire Beyonder characteristic. I only have 3 friends. That's not enough. All the clues I have regarding the former chief's mausoleum aren't much." As the thoughts flashed through his mind, Derek filled his stomach and took off his shirt. Holding an open container that had been ground from stone, he used the sticky black liquid inside to smear on the obvious bruises on his body. Although the City of Silver only had edible black-faced grass in its vicinity, it didn't only have one type of plant. There were many kinds of plants, all of them being strange. By using different powers, they could grow and proliferate in the dark, sun-lacking environment that only had lightning. One of the traditions of the City of Silver was to select different plants and mix them with organs of monsters to create various kinds of ointments. They were especially effective when treating most injuries and illnesses. It prevented the residents from dying just because of a trivial problem. They were simplified versions of the magical medicine, holy ointment, and essential oil formulas that generations of demon hunters obtained from their potions. These low-level products thus became a tradition. Just after Derek applied the ointment and took a whiff of the pungent smell before putting on his clothes, he suddenly heard knocking at the door. His mind tensed up instinctively as he held up Thunder God's roar, the dark blue hammer that had electric sparks swirling around it. He carefully approached the door, prepared to kill any monsters that suddenly emerged from the darkness. "Who is it?" Derek asked in a deep voice. A gruff voice sounded from the outside. "Valor." At the same time, bright light beamed its way through the door cracks and windows. That was the power of a Dawn Paladin. Derek relaxed as he opened the door and greeted, "Valor, aren't you leading a patrol team today?" Valor stood 2.2 meters tall and was recently befriended by Derek. Derek was also most impressed with him because Valor was able to rein in his powers to a great extent and was a person who took very good care of his companions. In addition, his patrol team's recent patrol area included the former chief's mausoleum. Valor had brownish-yellow hair that resembled Derek's and a thick beard. His favorite pastime was fighting with others. Upon hearing that, he said with a smile, "The 6-member council has just ordered our team to skip the area of the former chief's mausoleum, and this area is the last spot for our patrol mission. Let's go to the training field. Let's get some exercise." The 6-member council has specially ordered the patrolling teams to skip that area. They plan to open the former chief's entrance today. I wonder what will happen. I hope there's no sinister plot on Elder Lovia's side. Derek was alarmed as he hurriedly built connections, but he was at a loss. Just as he hesitantly wore his clothes in preparation to join Valor at the training field, a shadow grew out from the dark ends of the street and said, "Derek Berg, the chief has requested you visit him at the spire." At the top of the spire, in the room that belonged to the chief, Colin Iliad had the tall body that was standard of the City of Silver. His hair was grizzled, unkempt, and rather disheveled. He had deep wrinkles around his cheeks, but there were no wrinkles elsewhere. Some old scars, that were either deep or twisted, remained on his cheeks. He wore a linen shirt on the inside with a brown coat draped over his body. By his waist was a belt filled with tiny compartments. His light blue eyes were deep, filled with the experiences and stories they had seen. After Derek bowed, the demon hunter nodded gently and pointed diagonally to the items placed on the table. "Do you still remember them?" Derek took a glance as his gaze suddenly froze. His eyes reflected 2 translucent worms that had the thickness of a child's finger. Worm of Time. They were translucent worms of time with rings. They were worms of time that came from Blasphemer Amon's avatar. "Yes." Derek fell silent for a second before instinctively answering, "They were left behind by Amon." Colin Iliad nodded indiscernibly and said, "One of them was even coughed out by you." Without waiting for Derek to say a word, he continued in a thorough manner. "You once said that while being possessed by Amon, you were in a daze most of the time, as though you were in a dream. You were occasionally lucid." Faced with the chief's gaze, Derek nodded, indicating that he had given such a description before. Colin Iliad moved his gaze away and cast it out the window, looking down at the nearby buildings. "I believe I haven't told you the things you did during those times. You did a total of 2 rituals. One of them had elements of a secret deed, and the other one was like a sacrifice. You obtained a certain reply. Do you have any recollection of such things?" "Indeed. I was being monitored when I sought Mr. Fool's help and used the secret deed ritual to cleanse Amon's avatar." Derek wasn't surprised by what the chief was mentioning. He had long been advised by the Hanged Man that, based on the rich experience the City of Silver Elders, it was impossible that they would dismiss someone acting abnormally. Thus, the conclusion that he had constantly been monitored after he left the dungeon was obtained. This was corroborated by the fact that someone had emerged from the shadows when doing the sacrificial ritual. "I don't have any recollections." Derek pretended to be in thought before he shook his head. Colin, who was observing him through the corner of his eye, turned his head over and said with a sigh, "Try recalling it carefully. These 2 worms left behind by Amon are materials of great value. I've been trying to find ways of using them. If I can secretly make them into items, this might be a trump card that no one else knows. It can play a crucial role at critical moments. During the 2 rituals you experienced, you might have symbols, ancient incantations, or mysterious elements that can be used for reference. Think about it carefully. If this were in the past, Derek would have only understood the chief superficially, but at this moment, he was able to interpret the hidden and indirect meaning behind the sentence, albeit being a few seconds slow. I know there's still a certain connection between you and Amon. We will be opening the mausoleum to the former city of Silver Chief. I need to prepare additional trump cards against any unexpected accidents or cause that Lovia and company to use to inflict any harm to the city of Silver. Try attempting communication. Mr. Hanged Man was right. The higher one's level is, the more experienced they are at handling danger, and the more accustomed they will be at expressing themselves by speaking in riddles. It's a way to leave options open for both parties. Derek suddenly felt he had grasped a particular technique. Upon realizing that the chief's goal was to limit Elder Lovia and how she represented the fallen creator, he felt that he needed to do something. However, he had zero clue on how to use a worm of time. All he could do was consider praying to Mr. Fool and see if he could provide any help. I'll try my best to recall. I need a silent room. As Derek spoke, he paused, deliberating over his words. Colin Iliad was apparently prepared as he pointed towards the corridor. Many of the rooms across the corridor do not have people in them. Choose one yourself. Yes, Your Excellency. Derek bowed and exited the room before entering an unused room. He locked the wooden door, sat down, and in the dark corner, prayed softly as his eyes emitted a soft glow. Desi Bay, Eskelson Harbor. Klein left the airship from the gangway with his suitcase in hand, prepared to head into the city on a carriage prepared by the military base. As for Daley Simone, Leonard Mitchell, and the other Red Gloves, they were the first batch to leave the airship. Klein had been arranged to be one of the last. Hence, they didn't meet each other. After entering the city and finding a hotel to stay in, he prepared to have some rest to remedy the poor sleep he had last night. Suddenly, he heard a series of illusory, stacked pleas. Sounds like Little Son. Klein yawned while covering his mouth and entered a cramped washroom. With great difficulty, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the gray fog. As he expected, the crimson star that was blinking and burgeoning was none other than the one that represented the sun. He emanated his spirituality to make contact with it, and he quickly learned what the sun's prayer was pertaining to. The city of Silver Chief is asking Little Son, asking what he thinks to be Amon on how to use a worm of time charm. Thankfully, I had such a question previously and have already gotten an answer. However, using the worm of time to create a potent charm that can temporarily exchange fates will require him to pray to the Fool. Wouldn't this directly expose the fact that the one backing Little Son is not Amon, but some unknown hidden existence? Klein tapped the edge of the modeled table as he seriously considered how he was to answer. In less than a minute, he quickly reframed his line of thought and discovered that his worries were meaningless. Firstly, apart from Shepherd Elder Lovia, who can receive certain revelations from the true creator, no one in the city of Silver knows Amon. All they might guess is that he is likely the Angel of Time, one of the 8 kings of angels that were by the creator's side. Therefore, even if they learn of an existence called the Fool, they will probably believe that it's Amon's true body, or a deity that Amon now believes in. Secondly, the honorific name of the Fool is no longer a secret to the true creator, Blasphemer Amon, and Shepherd Elder Lovia. It doesn't matter if more people from the city of Silver learns of it. Thirdly, the chief named Colin Iliad is only a demon hunter. Even if he knows the honorific name of the Fool and has a grade 0 sealed artifact, there's nothing he can do. After all, Blasphemer Amon and the true creator haven't been knocking at my door in the middle of the night. Finally, the 6-member council's chief is long aware of a problem with Little Sunday. He just hasn't made it obvious. As his thoughts raced, he felt that he needed to be bolder. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to develop another 1 or 2 downlines. Believers, Little Son won't have to fight alone anymore in the future. Besides, I've already improved since the time when I wiped away Amon's avatar. I've also accumulated even deeper knowledge in mysticism. I wield the sea god scepter and can stir even more of the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog. I don't have to worry about missing anything when facing a sequence for demigod during the ritual. As long as I don't rashly pull him above the gray fog, Klein quickly made up his mind and cast the method to creating a fate siphon charm into the crimson star representing the sun. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking resonated within the chief's room at the top of the spire. And before the knocking even sounded, Colin Iliad had already known that Derek Berg had opened the door and was walking over to his room. Come on in. He turned his body and faced the door. Derek pushed open the door and entered. Bowing, he said, Your Excellency, I've recalled some vague details. Colin Iliad nodded with a calm expression. What are they? Use pure silver and mercury as materials. Derek succinctly described the beginning of the ritual and paused. I think I muttered an honorific name back then. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. Colin narrowed his eyes and immediately cut him off. The corresponding symbols are the ones left on the candle? Yes, Derek frankly replied. The second line is, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. At this moment, Colin cut him off once again. Is there no need for other ritual materials? No, Derek nodded, feeling slightly puzzled. Only then did he realize that the chief was apparently deliberately stopping him from reciting Mr. Fool's honorific name. Yes, our common language is Jotun. It's a language that can stir the powers of nature. If I were to directly say out the honorific name, it would result in all kinds of unknown effects. I know that Mr. Fool is a true deity and trustworthy, so I was reciting it all out habitually. However, the chief doesn't know that. Derek continued, feeling somewhat enlightened. Third line. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Colin silently listened in silence before nodding. Very good. Although I cannot be sure that the content you recall is of any use, it's still a sizable contribution. I'll get someone to add to your contribution. Return, or go to the library to read some books for a while. Yes, Your Excellency. Derek wore a deadpan look as he silently heaved a sigh of relief and rapidly retreated to the room at the top of the spire. Colin Iliad watched him leave before heading behind his desk and sitting down. He cast his gaze on the two translucent ringed worms in front of him. Beside the worms was a notebook. Drawn on it was a secret symbol comprised of half a pupilless eye and half contorted lines. Colin's gaze remained fixed for a while, as though he had been petrified. After a while, he slowly stood up and took out 3 candles. After setting up the candles, Colin Iliad found a piece of pure silver and picked up a carving knife beside it. With steady strokes, he carved out a palm-sized charm vessel. Then, he followed Derek Berg's description, drawing the secret symbol of the fool on both sides of the silver piece. The entire process was completed quickly. If an observer was watching, they wouldn't have been able to discern his actions. Yet, the final product didn't show any flaws. It looked like a piece of art that had been slowly carved out. Right on the heels of that, Colin Iliad found another bottle of mercury. Directly using his powerful spirituality, he guided the liquid inside to trickle into the charm and fill all the patterns. He prevented the mercury on the side facing down from dripping due to gravity. Repeating the process, he made a second charm. Colin Iliad placed them in front of the candles and placed a translucent ringed worm on each of them. Compared to him standing up silently, the present Colin's every move was stable, calm, and firm. He didn't show any signs of hesitation, just like how he faced powerful monsters that came out of the darkness. After finishing the ritual, he took 2 steps back and removed the crossed swords that were hanging from the wall. He stabbed them into the crevices of the floor tiles at the door. He then closed his eyes and muttered. Pure and thick beams of light emerged out of the void as they enveloped the 2 swords with a holy and glorious feeling. The light beams increased in quantity, slowly transforming into liquid water that flowed across the cracks in the floor tiles and the walls, forming a cage that isolated him from the outside. As a senior demon hunter, Colin Iliad didn't wish to take such precautionary measures when holding a ritual. This was because there was a tiny chance of angering the target, bringing about dangerous developments. However, he had no choice but to do so because he needed to be certain that even if the ritual failed, even if the fool was an existence filled with malice, and even if he were to die at the altar, he would not bring too much harm to the City of Silver. In regards to the defensive power of the cage, Colin was rather confident because this directly stemmed from a godlike sealed artifact, a crown which the giant king Ormur wore, proof of glory. This was one of the main reasons why the City of Silver could survive wave after wave of monster assaults in the Dark Ages. With all his preparations completed, solely using his spirituality, Colin Iliad used his desk as an altar and created a sacred and clean environment that no one could disturb. He then lit the 3 candles. The pale yellow light flickered as they reflected in his eyes. He bowed his head and scattered the plant powder, monster hide, and fur into the candle flame or lit them and threw them into a cauldron, so as to please the secret existence he was about to pray to. Such acts weren't rare in the City of Silver. Known to all, there were rituals held that targeted the creator, but from time to time, certain residents would be enticed by unknown existences during their patrols or exploration, tempted to hold all kinds of rituals. Most of the latter was a passive act, but there were a few that were done proactively. On the one hand, the cumulative despair of not receiving any response from the creator had made them eager to grab onto any other existence to rely on, and on the other hand, many generations of the 6-member council had come to a common consensus that the creator who had abandoned the land might very well not return again. Seeking out other alternatives was something that had to be expedited, but unfortunately such attempts only led to nothing or death, nothing else. And it was because of this reason that regardless of the difficulties faced or how many times they discovered cities that were destroyed because of evil gods, the City of Silver continued their exploration of regions that were further away. As for Colin Iliad himself, the discovery of the outsider, Jack, brought him an indescribable sense of surprise and hope. The encounters when they explored Afternoon Town and the prophecies of the Kings of Angels' ploy and the ecclesiastic had made him feel a more pressing sense of urgency. He no longer held hope for the Creator's return. With the 2 reasons combined, along with Lovia's and Derek's abnormality, as well as the prophecy of the apocalypse, as chief of the 6-member council, senior demigod and powerful demon hunter, Colin Iliad had no choice but to attempt to dance on the edge of a knife. He had no choice but to consider making a transaction with a hidden existence. Silently exhaling, Colin took a step back and chanted with a weather-worn tone. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray to you, praying for the strength that stems from mystery, and praying for the bestowment that stems from good luck. I implore you to make these items on this altar turn into charms. Just as Colin spoke with a cadence of mystery, he saw the altar in front of him immediately turn dark. It was as though an indescribable godhood was emanating from the candle in the middle. The candle's flame instantly burgeoned, but it failed to light the surroundings. Instead, it made everything turn illusory, making countless shapes produce seemingly non-existent transparent shadows as they covered every inch. High above this illusory world and countless figures, there were 7 lustrous brilliances of different colors spiraling. They seemed to possess immense knowledge. And above these 7 lustrous brilliances, there was an endless grayish-white fog, and sitting above was an ancient palace that looked down upon everything. Demon Hunter Colin temporarily forgot everything else as he stared intently at the scene above the altar. It was as though something that only existed in books or ancient tomes had taken a step through the illusory and entered reality, appearing before him. If he recalled correctly, this was likely the projection of the spirit world. Before the disaster, before the time the Creator abandoned this land, it was easy to observe and enter the spirit world. The spirit world now only existed in the City of Silver's textbooks and various records, but no one could touch it. At this moment, a creaking, illusory sound sounded. The ancient palace that overlooked the gray fog and spirit world seemed to open its doors. Right on the heels of that, Colin saw the unformed charms in front of the candle produce a grayish luster. Their patterns were then lit up, as they intercrossed with each other, suddenly bursting into a blinding radiance, enveloping the pure silver foils and the ringed worms. The dark world above the entire altar also instantly warped. Everything was quickly restored to normal as two strange black crystalline charms appeared on the altar. They were like a pair of eyes of some existence that silently observed the world. Demon Hunter Colin was taken aback as he retracted his gaze and bowed his head. With a deep voice he said, "Thank you for your blessings. Praise you." He didn't delay as he immediately ended the ritual and removed the seal. After doing all of this City of Silver chief of the 6-member council returned to the desk and picked up the 2 charms made from the 2 Amon avatar remnants. At this moment, his mind was still fixated on the scene he had previously seen. Based on his knowledge in mysticism, those that were situated high in the spirit world were mentioned to be the 7 lights in ancient tomes. They were believed to be close to that of deities, but none of the records indicated what was above the 7 lights or what the gray fog represented. They didn't indicate what the ancient palace which was enveloped by the gray fog while overlooking the entire spirit world represented. And during the entire ritual, Colin Iliad only felt that the fool he was praying to was staid, mysterious, and almighty, nothing like the evil beings who often like to express their powers as though eager to showcase something. Such a performance had a close parallel in the records of the City of Silver, the creator. As he looked at the charms in hand and his condition, the grizzled demon hunter Colin suddenly closed his eyes as figures flashed past his mind for some reason. They were his father, mother, elder brother, younger sister, oldest son, youngest son, daughter, and oldest grandson whose lives he had personally ended. This already old chief remained silent for a very long time before he suddenly sighed softly. It's been 2,583 years. After 2,583 years, the City of Silver had finally received a normal response. In the library in the steeple, Derek was in the ancient myth section he often browsed when he saw a notebook he had never seen before. This notebook's cover was made from a particular monster's hide. There were clear patterns on it, and the pages inside were old and yellowed. The records included the experiences of the original author when he encountered different monsters. These monsters were mostly accessible among the City of Silver's textbooks. Even their special traits were the same. However, the thoughts and experiences from the numerous battles left Derek reading in relish as he read seriously. As he flipped through it, he suddenly noticed a monster named Shapeshifter. Such monsters didn't come equipped with the intelligence to communicate, but they were adept at setting up traps to deal with targets. Furthermore, they could disguise as others, using what seemed like fascinating methods to complete a hunt. The notebook's owner had commented on them as being bizarre and dangerous. This is very similar to Mr. World's guess of the Bizarro Bane's traits. Could Shapeshifter be the Bizarro Bane? Derek felt delighted as he quickly read the rest of the entry. He discovered that this type of monster lived towards the north, in a faraway city's ruins. And the monsters in that area's darkness were powerful and terrifying. Even the 6-member council wasn't able to deal with some of them. Therefore, after 2 attempts, the City of Silver paused any exploration of the area. To date, exploration of the area hadn't been resumed. Due to such reasons, the City of Silver's textbooks didn't make mention of the unique monsters there. After reading the record, Derek subconsciously flipped the notebook to the last page, wishing to know who had experienced the 2 harrowing explorations. As he flipped through it, he saw a name, Colin Iliad. Desi County, Eskelson Harbor. Klein returned to the real world, rubbed his temples, and collapsed into bed. To give the City of Silver's chief a better impression of the fool and generate more trust, he had proactively added some special effects when responding, expressing the might of the mysterious space above the gray fog during the secret deed ritual and sacrificial and bestowment ritual. This expended quite a sizable amount of his spirituality, exhausting him. I'll find food for creeping hunger when I wake up. I'll let it have a good nap above the gray fog. Klein thought in his stupor and soon fell asleep. He was woken up by his rumbling tummy after sleeping from morning to the afternoon. The ingredients used for Desi's pies are much more generous than in Backland. However, they prefer adding some local spices. It felt a little odd when taking the first few bites, but after getting used to it, it's quite a different style. Klein sat inside his hotel and swapped between taking a mouthful of the oily pie and drinking a mouthful of cool, refreshing sweet iced tea. He was living quite an idyllic life. After he had his fill, he didn't immediately pack up. He picked up the top hat on the chair beside him and wore it. Meanwhile, his left palm suddenly turned transparent as his entire body faded away. Klein had entered the spirit world and was planning on traveling to the Podo harbor in the Berserk Sea. He was there to seek out food for creeping hunger. Eskelson, where he was, did belong to Desi Bay, but it was nowhere along the coast since it was an island. This was the southernmost island of Desi Bay, and going past it meant one's entry into the Berserk Sea. Therefore, the second Klein headed for the predetermined coordinates. An abnormal sight appeared before his eyes. The spirit world's air flows seemed to be materialized as they spun into a wind. They howled as they enveloped a huge region that seemed boundless. It was dim inside, with layers of dark clouds. Bolts of lightning tainted with the deep gloom kept flashing, illuminating the surrounding area like it was the apocalypse. At that moment, Klein felt as though he had arrived in a sea that was eternally ravaged by storms. However, he knew with certainty that this was the spirit world. Indeed, it's just like what many books on mysticism mention. The power involved with the perishing of death has not only changed the atmospheric weather of the sea between the northern continent and southern continent, but it also filled it with disaster and danger. That's how its name was derived. Furthermore, it also broke the barrier between reality and the illusory, tainting and damaging the corresponding spirit world and causing them to affect one another. In the Berserk Sea, if one holds a ritual that involves the spirit world, using powers related to the spirit world, there will be a high probability of an accident occurring, causing unimaginable developments. Klein reflected poignantly as he used his eyes to verify what the books wrote. From his point of view, if it weren't because of this, the various countries in the northern continent wouldn't have waited for Emperor Roselle to find the safe sea route before they had a chance of invading the southern continent. After all, to most high-sequence beyonders, they could easily traverse normal kinds of natural barriers. Roselle's safe sea route wasn't simply geological in nature, but also mysticism in nature. This also meant that since the Berserk Sea and spirit world were influencing each other and overlapped, Klein could directly use the local sea maps to traverse the spirit world's calamities. Recalling the content he had read before, Klein found the correct location and entered the dark spirit world. The howling of the gales sounded from every direction. Even the secondary gusts of wind left a chill running deep down from Klein's soul or spine. This made him believe that if he had traveled in a spirit body state without the use of the Black Emperor card, Tyrant card, and Azek's copper whistle to augment himself, there was quite a good chance of him suffering a serious injury. And if this wasn't the safe sea route, he believed that there was a chance his physical body couldn't withstand the black storms that were filled with death. Compared to the gales, the dark lightning bolts were far more dangerous. Klein suspected that he couldn't even withstand being smote by one of them. As for the hidden maelstrom and the wandering creatures, they were another form of danger. This is a place without any material seawater. I wonder what's at the end of the maelstrom. Klein followed the safe sea route and traversed the land at an adequate speed. From time to time, he would survey his surroundings to broaden his horizons. Suddenly, he saw a strange creature. It was dragging a huge sickle and was situated inside a black hurricane. As it was formed by individual skulls, it was swollen and massive. The skulls were either grayish-white or grayish-black of varying sizes. They were also from different species, and all of them were stacked into one, forming its torso, limbs, and head. Almost at the same moment that Klein saw this strange creature, it also discovered Klein. All the skulls turned their heads in unison, producing a grinding sound that couldn't be concealed. The dark eye sockets were countless in number as they followed and overlapped one another. Klein's forehead throbbed as he used traveling to pass through the area, entering the next safe sea route. And on the nearby illusory sea, bloody arms and illusory greenish-black tentacles extended out from the sea surface. Outside the City of Silver, A black mausoleum stood inverted over the ground like an inverted pyramid. At that moment, there were all kinds of dense black plants that grew out from the cracks in the mausoleum's bricks. Even the heavy door by the entrance was covered with them. Colin Iliad had 2 swords slung across his back as he stood with 2 other elders of the 6-member council. They were observing the passage that diagonally led them deep underground. Lovia, with her silver, curly hair, watched silently for a moment before saying, "It should be possible already." Unlike how she usually switched randomly between 2 mental states, this shepherd elder was now staid and calm. She didn't show any signs of abnormalities as her pale gray eyes were deep and placid. Colin gently nodded and took out a bottle of medicine from 2 different compartments on his belt. Unscrewing the lids, he downed them. His light blue eyes rapidly brightened. His unwrinkled skin had blood vessels protrude as they got tinted with silver. Right on the heels of that, the chief drew a sword and smeared a silver-gray ointment across its surface. As he took steps to prepare, another 6-member council elder, Wait Chermont, did something similar. This bald man who had a tattooed symbol on his head stood nearly 2.5 meters tall. He didn't look a day over 45, but in fact he was nearly 80. He was also a Sequence 4 demon hunter, a demigod that was one of the main pillars of support for the City of Silver. In the City of Silver, due to the lack of main ingredients, and with the citizens being aware of the acting method and having sufficient combat experience, they advanced from low to mid-sequences rather easily. Sequence 6 Beyonders were the majority, but from Sequence 5 onwards, due to the rituals required and other reasons, the number of Beyonders drastically fell. At Sequence 4, where there was a qualitative change, an entire generation might not even produce one. Wait Chermont didn't dual-wield like an orthodox demon hunter. This allowed him to use different ointments to produce different effects so as to handle more complicated situations. He wielded an iron-gray hammer, and on his back was a huge bow that was equally as massive as his body. He was like a miniaturized giant that walked out of an oil painting. The bow was a mystical item, one that didn't have overly severe side effects. In the historical records of the City of Silver, it received its name from killing a dragon at the demigod level. Its name was Dragon-Slaying Bow. After finishing their preparations, Wait slammed his hammer in front of him loudly, drew his bow, and slowly pulled it back. Sizzling bolts of lightning suddenly emerged as they condensed into one, and as it grew longer from the pull, it formed a blinding and radiant arrow between the bowstring and the back of the bow. Just as Wait's fingers released the bowstring, the lightning arrow shot straight to the mausoleum's door, which was overrun with human hair-like weeds. Silently, the heavy door appeared to have long rotten. It exploded into pieces along with the electric bolt's explosion, revealing a deep passageway. This passageway shimmered with pale white lights. It extended far beyond what one's eyes could see, giving off a creepy and cold feeling. Colin's eyes suddenly flashed with 2 complex, dark green symbols, and he reflected the mausoleum's entrance in them. A few seconds later, he held his sword diagonally and walked into the mausoleum. Wait slung his dragon-slaying bow, picked up his hammer, and followed closely behind. The purple-robed Lovia's expression remained the same as she followed through the shattered door at a decent pace with her hands empty. As they descended via sections of passageways and staircases, the 3 members of the 6-member council didn't show any unrest or anxiety in the completely silent environment. They allowed their footsteps to echo in their surroundings. After descending 1 level, they suddenly saw a river before them. It was an illusory and jet-black river. Under the river's surface were blood-colored arms that had been skinned. Green baby-faced veins and slippery tentacles with eyes were densely entwined together. They kept flailing upwards in a bid to grab whatever passed them. The river was close to the side of the entrance. There were figures of different heights wearing old clothes with their backs facing the 3 elders. They kept walking back and forth as though they were vexed over the crossing of the river. Suddenly, one of them sensed the trio approaching them. He slowly turned his body to look at Colin, Wait, and Lovia. It was an elder with his hair being completely white. His forehead and the corners of his mouth were deeply wrinkled. His eyes were light blue and hollow. His expression was numb and blank. Colin Iliad's pupils shrank, as he recognized the man. It was his brother, the brother that had been possessed by Amon. He had personally ended his life. At this moment, the other figures turned around, revealing faces that Colin, Waite, and Lovia found extremely familiar. But they were all abnormally numbed faces. Lovia's expression remained unperturbed, but behind her, an illusory knight more than 5 meters tall had appeared at some point in time. This knight wore ancient silver full-body armor. Its eyes were red like blood as they burned akin to flames. After traversing the safe sea route, for about 10 seconds, Klein arrived at the Berserk Sea's Podo Harbor. This place deviated from the main sea route and didn't belong to any country. It was a free city for pirates. When his feet hit solid rock, he randomly produced a face. But he wasn't in a rush to enter the port city which had buildings randomly laid out. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an iron cigar case. While passing through the Berserk Sea's spirit world, he had sensed Azek's copper whistle trembling slightly. Removing the wall of spirituality, Klein opened the cigar case and took out the ancient and exquisite copper whistle. This copper whistle had lost its usual coldness and mildness, and it was now burning hot. However, this anomaly was rapidly dissipating. The abnormality associated with the Berserk Sea is suspected to be a result of the perishing of death. Legend has it that this deity's corpse and items are hidden somewhere in these waters, awaiting someone with a special key to open it. This copper whistle came from Mr. Azek, and Mr. Azek is indeed a direct descendant of death, as well as being from the first or second generation. Therefore, this copper whistle had sensed something or had been influenced. Thoughts flashed across Klein's mind as they coalesced today to form a theory. He planned on finding an inn in Podo Harbor, head above the gray fog, and use dream divination to attempt to obtain a revelation. Then, he would consider the time and method for returning to Eskelson Harbor. It was to prevent himself from encountering any avoidable accidents. And before that, he needed to seek out food for creeping hunger. After walking down the seaside cliff, Klein entered Podo Harbor. The buildings here were pretty much built anywhere one desired. There was almost zero planning, causing the roads to be very wide or narrow to the point that it only allowed a single-person passage. In certain areas, one couldn't see the sky when looking up, only to see a swath of clothes that were hung up to dry. Wearing a new face, Klein strolled through such an environment with many pedestrians dressed in pirates' attire. He then habitually headed for the bar to seek out prey. At this moment, he saw several people gathered at a notice board on a square up ahead. What's happening? With his curiosity piqued, Klein approached the area. Using his balance and agility as a clown, he passed through the gaps of the crowd before he barely arrived at a spot where he could see the notice board. On the notice board, there was a piece of paper that was overbearing, covering all the other pieces of paper. It was obvious at a glance. Its title was, "The Black Emperor's Crew Recruitment." The Black Emperor? Isn't that the ship of King of the Five Seas? Nast? The one that can traverse the spirit world? Considering how he can be considered the king of pirates, he's actually openly recruiting crew members? Klein was rather surprised as he deliberately spoke out with a suppressed voice. How is that possible? Why not? A stout man beside him with his arm exposed from his rolled-up sleeves laughed out loud. It might be impossible in the past, but it's possible now. Why? Klein was hoping that someone would respond. Immediately, he turned his head and asked. The stout man had tattoos all over his arms and cheeks, making him look fierce. Upon hearing that, he pointed at the main sea route's direction and said, "A week ago, the Black Emperor and Lone's highly promoted steam ironclad warship, the Pritz, met and clashed in a sea battle. The Black Emperor had many casualties and are in dire need of more manpower." Ah! Klein's first reaction was that it didn't make mystical sense. Based on the published content in the papers and the rumors he had heard out at sea, he knew that the Pritz was a warship in the normal sense. It lacked any beyonder elements. Perhaps in terms of physical damage it was stronger than the Black Emperor, but the latter could use the spirit world to leap, just like a large-sized version of a traveler. There was no ordinary armament that could damage it. Furthermore, King of the Five Seas Nast was likely a Sequence 3 demigod of the Black Emperor Paths of the Divine. He was the most infamous powerhouse at sea. He could directly distort the trajectories of cannonballs, making him nearly invincible when facing a fleet that wasn't in any sense mystical. From Klein's point of view, they were enemies at two completely different levels. Yet, the final outcome was not something he could imagine. He didn't hide his astonishment as he blurted, "What about the Pritz?" The fierce-looking man shook his head and replied, "I'm not too sure, but I heard that it wasn't damaged. Only 2 corvettes were sunk." Klein was first taken aback before he came to a slight understanding of what happened. He recalled the situation of him robbing the Tutmosis II mummy. The military's demigod had used the law that had the power of mysteriousness weakened and the real strengthened. Once this came into effect, the Black Emperor was just a sailboat that was a little special with some extraordinariness. It definitely couldn't beat an ironclad warship. Neither could it flee. This also meant that the Pritz had a demigod existence on the military side, or else such a law wouldn't have come into effect. To be able to get the Black Emperor to flee under such a situation, King of the Five Seas Nast must be very, very strong. Below angels, he's definitely one of the strongest. From the looks of it, due to the existence of the Arbiter pathway, the trajectory of this world's military development remains close to that of Earth's. It wouldn't reach a point of not being able to defeat a slightly higher-level mysticism opponent. Klein nodded in enlightenment as he didn't inquire further. As for Beyonders below Sequence 4, in a large-scale battle, apart from the few jobs that could take on the role of outputting offensive firepower or carry out effective defenses, the rest could only avoid a direct clash. They would then be the cleanup crew, or simply provide support. For example, a marionettist with all his marionettes feared no one in a mid-sequence Beyonder battle if fighting one-on-one. But once he was on a battlefield with shells hurtling everywhere and machine gunfire sweeping the area, the problem of being physically weak became a problem. Even with paper figurine substitutes, one was unable to escape the range of gunfire, thus suffering a second round of damage. Under such situations, it might be too late to use paper figurine substitutes again. In such intense battles, the most effective mid-sequence Beyonders are wraiths. They aren't afraid of cannonballs or bullets, nor are they afraid of being discovered by enemies. Furthermore, they have Shriek, which can affect a huge area. Klein allowed his thoughts to wander when the man from before continued speaking. "You're also thinking of joining the Black Emperor?" "I'm still not sure," Klein casually replied. The stout man who was covered in tattoos said in excitement, "I have plans on giving it a try anyway. There aren't more than 10 people here who are better at fighting than me here. I have rich experience as a pirate. They'll definitely pick me. However, I won't stay on the Black Emperor for too long. There are too many meaningless rules, such as not being able to plunder or kill defenseless people. Or something as silly as not being able to drag a woman you like unless it's mutual. Did you hear that? Is that anything like a pirate? Although the King of the Five Seas is one of the 4 kings and is publicly acknowledged as the Pirate King, those rules are just like dog's hit. I'm already used to leading a real pirate's life. I like it that way and will not change. I'm only tempted to join because I heard that it's possible for the Black Emperor crew to obtain supernatural powers. When the time comes, I'll leave and form my own pirate crew." As this man spoke excessively, he suddenly realized the stranger's expression turn a little odd. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The silver-gray, glistening sword slashed down suddenly, pinning down a blank-faced figure to the ground. The figure warped and squirmed and gradually dissipated into illusory blobs of light amidst swirling silver light. Colin Iliad retracted his sword and stood straight up. Observing his surroundings, he saw that Waite and Lovia had separately finished their corresponding targets. A region had been cleanly cleared out by the riverside. At this point, above the illusory, eerie black river, a dark boat cruised over, silently docked by the bank. Upon seeing this scene, Colin slowly exhaled as he muttered with a solemn expression, "Ferryman." He had spent quite a long amount of time with the former chief, and they knew each other rather well. They both knew that the other was troubled by the City of Silver's absence of the Sequence 3 of the Giant Pathway, Silver Knight Potion formula. This prevented people from advancing once they reached the level of a demigod. They had thoughts of switching to a neighboring sequence, and this plan had seen the light of hope during a particular expedition. This was because they found the sequence 3 potion formula of the Phoenix pathway, Ferryman. From that moment forth, the former chief began building the mausoleum and eventually took up residence inside before sealing the entrance. Observing silently with dark green symbols in his eyes, Colin Iliad said heavily, "Let's cross the river on the boat." Waite and Lovia didn't express any objections, fully trusting the chief's judgment. They followed closely behind him and boarded the dark and strange boat. During this process, the 3 didn't show any hesitation or observe their surroundings. Nor did they pause. It was as though this wasn't an exploration but a visit with a destination in mind. The boat slowly began moving across the ink-black water surface, leaving a long trail in its wake. The bloody arms and the slimy tentacles wildly reached upwards and slammed into the boat, but they failed to leave any marks. They failed to leave any influence. In just over 10 seconds, the 3 elders of the 6-member council arrived on the other bank of the illusory river. There was an altar there with a heavy, iron-black coffin placed on it. Colin Iliad immediately jumped off the boat and reached out for his other sword. Like before, he appeared cautious, not underestimating anything. Following that, Waite held his iron-gray hammer and landed heavily on the bank. He left the surrounding soil quaking in an obvious manner. He looked at the monster skull that embraced the gigantic coffin, took 2 steps, and placed the hammer in front of him. He then removed the dragon-slaying bow behind him. At this point, Waite suddenly felt the back of his palm itching. He subconsciously looked down and saw that his hair follicles had fine white hair stained with yellowish oil growing from within as they grew in size. Podo Harbor. After Klein fed creeping hunger and found a rowdy inn, he got a room that could barely be considered clean. Then he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. Sitting in the fool's chair, Klein first picked up the projection of Azek's copper whistle and conjured a pen and paper before writing a corresponding divination statement. The reason for this copper whistle's abnormality today. Klein didn't bring Azek's copper whistle directly above the gray fog this time, but he did plan on doing it the same way he did back when he first divined the mutated sun's sacred emblem. He completed it by using an object's projection. Although this would decrease the accuracy to a certain extent, causing the divination to fail at obtaining any effective revelation, it guaranteed that the item was undamaged thanks to the gray fog being an intermediary layer. He still recalled the time back when he divined the origins of the black ear that came from the listener. This sealed artifact had suffered retaliation from the true creator, causing it to crumble and reform into a charm. Therefore, with the suspicion that the divination result could point to Death's corpse or other remains, a godhood power of a sequence 0 that had long perished but was still capable of changing the Berserk Seas environment, Klein decided to leave Azek's copper whistle in the real world and divine using a projection. This was to avoid the possibility of damaging such an important item. After all, Death and the true creator were at the same level. As for why Klein dared to directly use Grozel's travels to divine its origins, it was because the ancient god, Dragon of Imagination, had long since perished. Its corresponding characteristic had likely been inherited by someone else and changed hands several times. Furthermore, the book itself was extremely strong. Even a blast of the sea god scepter at full strength could hardly damage it. By the same logic, Mr. Dor was likely only a king of angels and was in an exiled and quarantined state. He could only barely send out his ravings, making it impossible for him to deal any actual damage. With the help of the power of the mysterious space above the gray fog, I can quickly recover from the damage and corruption without any lasting repercussions. If Azek's copper whistle were to be destroyed, it would truly be gone. I wouldn't be able to contact Mr. Azek again and use it to attract the undead. I won't even be able to carry it around with me. Klein very calmly and skillfully held the copper whistle's projection and the paper with the divination statement in hand before leaning back into his chair. Half closing his eyes, he chanted softly in a state of cogitation. The reason for this copper whistle's abnormality today. After chanting it 7 times, Klein fell into a deep sleep and entered the dream world. After an unknown period of time, he saw a dark and gloomy mausoleum. He saw a dark-colored staircase that extended downwards and coffins placed around it. The coffins were all open with dead bodies in them. On their backs grew white feathers that were stained with pale yellow oil. Even in the dream, Klein found the scene abnormally familiar, as though he had once seen it before. At that moment, he seemed to smell the putrid smell of rot and hear the slow breathing of some object. He felt that the darkness in the mausoleum was thickening, giving him an acute feeling of deathly silence. Suddenly, ravings that were both loud and soft sounded at the same time. The corpses in the coffins with white feathers on their backs floated up together, and using their half-rotten and half-pale faces, they looked out of the dream. With his heart skipping a beat, Klein lost control of his heart, as though it was grabbed by invisible hands and was ripped straight out of his chest. During this process, his dream collapsed into fragments as it returned to nothingness. And the final scene Klein saw was that, not only were the corpses growing white feathers on their backs and other parts of their body, there were thin illusory black tubes that stabbed into their bodies. They extended deep into the mausoleum where an endless cold, sinister, black fog emanated. The black fog slowly contracted and expanded, producing panting sounds. When the commotion from this scene landed in Klein's eyes and ears, the color in his skin rapidly drained. It left his skin rotting and overflowing with pus. It made his pores produce thin and dense white feathers that were stained with pale yellow oil. It made the projection of Azek's copper whistle in his hand shatter into a blob of black fog. The long mottled table in the ancient palace rotted and collapsed as the 22 high-back chairs were enveloped by white feathers as though they had a life of their own. Seeing the endless gray fog silently churn, the mysterious space above this gently stirred, quickly restoring everything to normal. It was as though nothing had happened. Klein, who had collapsed to the side of the chair, reached out his hand and grabbed the table leg and slowly stood up. Sitting back in his chair, he exhaled slowly. He rubbed his temples and subconsciously did a comparison. Weaker than the true creator and eternal blazing sun, but stronger than Mr. Door. However, I'm not sure if it's because the latter was exiled and quarantined, which minimized the amount of power transmitted over. Why am I thinking about these comparisons? It's not like I'm their match. It will still be the same even if I become a demigod. Unfortunately, I didn't directly see the object hidden in the black fog. Otherwise, I might be able to obtain some potion formulas or mysticism knowledge. Klein felt a baffling sense of regret as he cast his gaze to the side of his chair. He saw an illusory black fog floating there. It was the remnants after the shattering of the projection of Azek's copper whistle. There's no sensation of strength, which means it can't be used as a charm. What is its use? Klein thought of something else as he summoned a backup paper angel from his junk pile and cast it onto the illusory black fog. The moment the two made contact, they immediately fused together. The paper figurine quickly turned black and appeared serene and quiet. On its back grew white feathers that were stained with pale yellow oil. Such a change was only maintained for a second. The paper figurine returned to its original state, but it didn't seem corporeal, as though it was half illusory. Apart from that, there were feather-like patterns that covered the paper figurine's back. What can this be used for? Klein made the mutated paper figurine land back in his palm. He didn't dare to use divination to determine its effects, afraid to see the scene from his dream before, allowing the now prepared object from deep inside the black fog to invade where he was. After repeated checks, Klein used his knowledge in mysticism to determine something. This doesn't contain any powers itself, but it's substantially unique. Perhaps it can create special effects that are related to the undead domain when used as a paper figurine substitute or paper angel. It's like My Adventurer's harmonica. Although it doesn't contain any strength, it can summon a messenger with great strength. Klein immediately put away the mutated paper figurine and began interpreting the scene from his dream. Black mausoleum, open coffins, corpses with feathers on their back, black fog emanating deep inside. These revelations seem to point towards death or something important that death left behind, or perhaps it's a certain product of the numinous episcopate's artificial death. Right, why did I find what I saw familiar? Klein carefully recalled and quickly found an answer. He had seen a similar scene in a particular divination a long time ago. That time, the contents of his divination was the result of hiding matters related to Mr. Azek from the Nighthawks. Back then, he had seen two scenes in his dream. One was of himself falling into a sea of blood and being pulled out by Azek. The other was them finding themselves in a dark and gloomy mausoleum, looking as though they were searching for something. Klein had once tried interpreting it, believing that the first scene represented him in danger and being rescued by Mr. Azek. The second scene represented them exploring a mausoleum or somewhere that symbolized a mausoleum together. The former had been verified during the meteor that came falling from the skies in Backlund. The latter finally revealed clues today. Could it be that the place that Mr. Azek and I will be exploring is the mausoleum that I just saw? But this mausoleum is very dangerous. The object in the deepest part of the black fog has a very high level. It's only slightly weaker than true deities. Furthermore, it's filled with malevolence. Klein knitted his brows bit by bit, believing that their exploration together wasn't naturally a good thing. This made him believe that it was necessary for him to stop Mr. Azek. However, he also suspected that the divination scene he saw couldn't be avoided. Otherwise, a worse outcome would happen in a dramatic way of having destiny unfold. At least during my first divination, there was only the exploration scene and no appearance of danger. Perhaps there's a way to circumvent it. This might be why seers are often so vague. At times, being too clear might backfire. Klein planned on vaguely mentioning his dream without providing any interpretation when he met Mr. Azek again and allowing him to share his views. After making up his mind, Klein leaned back and looked at the dome of the magnificent palace before vanishing from above the gray fog. Light, shattered light, and the pure light of dawn, emitted from the elder of the six-member council, the other demon hunter Wait Chermont's body. It dissolved the white feathers that grew out of the pores of his skin as he suppressed the subsequent squirming of his flesh and blood. His arm muscles swelled as he pulled the bowstring of the dragon's slaying bow, allowing silver electric bolts and the dawn of light to mesh into a dazzling arrow. The arrow flew out and instantly reached the altar, which was piled with monster skulls. It hit the heavy, iron-black coffin. Silently, the arrow's beam dimmed and vanished without leaving any effect. No, the area around the altar was turning darker and more gloomy. Inside the iron-black coffin, a sound that resembled bones rubbing against each other sounded. Why? Why are you disturbing my slumber? Upon hearing this, Wait's heart instantly became heavy. This was because there was no hint of hiding its malevolent intent, and that it also meant that the former chief might have transformed into a monster. The City of Silver's attempt at salvation had once again failed. With a bang, the coffin's lid flew up and shattered into pieces. A large wave of black fog emanated out from beneath in an incessant manner. Amidst this scene, Wait saw a figure slowly stand up from within the coffin. He was nearly 4 meters tall and his limbs were long. His body was covered in white feathers that were tainted with faint yellow oil. Behind his back were thin illusory black tubes that connected out into infinity. Behind the 3 members of the 6-member council, a huge wave stirred in the pitch-black river. All sorts of arms, tentacles, and veins surged over. At this moment, Wait saw the chief's body transform rapidly and saw his bulging muscles tears his clothes inch by inch. In just a blink of an eye, Colin Iliad had transformed into a 4-meter-tall giant. His skin was bluish-black and muscular. Every inch of his skin, pores, and flesh seemed to violate the normal confines of a human body. It was a unique combination that possessed an unimaginable shock factor. This wasn't something that could be described superficially or in dimensions, as apart from quantitative terms like length, breadth, height, there was information, strength, and spirituality as measurement quantities. They were directly presented and seemed to be rich with complicated mystical patterns, symbols, and labels. But in fact, there wasn't any change. The former was just a partial image that humans received due to them lacking the ability to sense and discern him. But even so, to face such a creature directly, humans without any godhood would still be corrupted by the spirituality, having their minds thrashed. A common outcome would either be death on the spot or going completely mad. And it was precisely due to this fact that this creature was known in mysticism as mythical creature. However, at that moment, Colin Iliad's head didn't experience any obvious changes. All it did was swell up significantly, and the area from his forehead to nose cracked open with a black vertical eye-like rift. Before reaching sequence 2, the mythical creature form of a demigod was incomplete. Faced with a powerhouse of this level, the advantages and disadvantages of taking such a form was obvious. On the one hand, this enhanced one's strength and level significantly. On the other hand, it would result in intense madness and provide strong inclinations towards losing control. It was a non-trivial test of one's rationality. It wasn't something those with insufficient willpower could withstand. Therefore, most saints would consider transforming into an incomplete mythical creature only if they were forced into a corner. And it wouldn't just be the transformation of a particular part of their bodies. To them, such an action was an attempt at dancing on the edge of a knife. It easily led to a loss of control. Therefore, caution was imperative. Most of the time, there were two extremes. One extreme was the minority who indulged in their desires and expressed their evil side fully. The other was the kind who had extremely strong willpower and a resilient mind. Once the former produced the mythical creature form, it was equivalent to them losing control with no way of transforming back. The latter could use their mythical creature form as a rather normal battle tactic, without the fear of losing control and the threat of madness. Of course, something rather normal wasn't normal. It still wasn't something that could be used frequently. This was because, for people who danced at the edge of the abyss, they would only deepen the erosion on them with each attempt. It wasn't something that could be completely avoided just because they could handle the negative effects. Among the City of Silver's 6-member council, Chief Colin Iliad was one of the few who could control his mythical creature form as a demon hunter. He held the two swords that were slathered with different ointments. Just taking a step forward with his right foot sent the land shaking as he leaped up towards the top of the altar. He then pounced towards the former chief whose body was covered in white feathers. His giant-like body's interior and exterior produced dawn-like light that scattered the surrounding darkness, purifying the harrowing creatures that were in the illusionary river behind them. At the same time, Waite Chermont kept drawing his dragon-slaying bow, strafing around the former chief that had transformed into an unknown monster with blinding silver lightning arrows. Lovia had already closed her eyes. The 5-meter-tall silver-armored knight behind her had phased away. Dragging the illusory greatsword, it charged straight at the altar, producing cracks that overflowed with silver light. In addition to that, at the shepherd elder's feet, the shadows that curled into a bundle suddenly began squirming as though they had come to life. It quickly left Lovia, and amidst the environment intermixing with darkness and the dawn, it followed the eeriness and quickly headed for the iron-black coffin above the altar. However, its target didn't seem to be the mutated former chief, but the thin, illusory black tubes that were stabbed into his body while extending into infinity. Moments after Klein returned to the real world, he heard the loud sounds of waves crashing. He heard the prostitutes on the streets screaming in horror without any signs of calming down. Slightly surprised, he walked to the window and, through the gap of two messily built buildings, saw lead-colored clouds stacked together as waves swarmed the area beyond Potto Harbor. A black hurricane extended from the surface of the sea to the air, tainted with dark silver lightning as it silently destroyed everything. It was like a door that led to the apocalypse had finally been opened. And inside the port city, the void had turned translucent. Skulls with open mouths, vines with baby faces, bloody arms, and strange slimy tentacles with teeth were slamming at the boundary between the illusory and reality. It was thrilling and horrendous. This made many pirates tremble in the knees as they didn't dare stay on the streets. All of them rushed into nearby buildings. The seemingly invisible wraiths and shadows flew around, appearing from time to time, coming close to the ears of different targets. They attempted to scream but were unable to make contact. At that moment, Potto Harbor seemed to fall into the hell known as the underworld. It was eerie, dark, chaotic, and crazy. Klein frowned slightly, having had a guess as to what was happening. Back when he made a divination above the gray fog, it angered the object deep in the gloomy mausoleum. It then unleashed its temper, changing the weather of the Berserk Sea and Pado Harbor, creating the phenomena of the underworld's descent. This also means that the mausoleum is indeed concealed somewhere in the Berserk Sea, is probably something that death left back then. Of course, this might not be at odds with the product of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project. The two might be fused together. Klein retracted his gaze and quickly set up a ritual and sacrificed Azek's copper whistle to the mysterious space above the gray fog. It was to prevent the unknown, strange, and evil object from locking onto him. After doing that, he looked out of the window at the abnormality that was gradually calming down. He said with a self-deprecating laugh, "That's such an endearing welcome. The Numinous Episcopate will definitely notice the abnormality of the Berserk Sea. I wonder what actions they will take." Above the illusory pitch-black river, the waves slowly calmed down. The arms, vines, and tentacles that attempted to grab at something were either vaporized or had no choice but to retract themselves. Around the altar, the land was already covered in cracks. There were white feathers stained with yellow oil everywhere. Colin Iliad, in his giant form, had stabbed both swords into the former chief's body, pinning the rotting monster that wasn't shorter than him onto the collapsed altar. Wait Chermont's dragon-slaying bow had already condensed a silver arrow of light that was filled with a wrathful aura, aiming it at the head of the former chief, which only had tiny pieces of flesh hanging off it. The shadow that Lovia had produced had successfully arrived at the altar under the Silver Knight's cover. While the other two elders weren't paying attention, the shadow leaped and pounced at the black tubes that extended into infinity from the former chief's body. With the incorporeal tubes approaching, the shadow's color darkened. The blackness seemed to embody the most corrupt and evil thoughts of humanity. At this moment, a deep voice resounded around the altar. "Fate!" The area in front of the shadow instantly darkened before realizing that it had pounced on the giant like Colin Iliad. Colin looked down at it, his eyes lit with a pure brilliance. It was like the first sliver of light that illuminates the darkness on an extended night. The light grew brighter as it blasted out of the mausoleum, causing the basement of the City of Silver's spire to produce an even brighter and dazzling light that met with it. When the two met in midair, they fell back down, landing upon Colin Iliad's massive body. The pitch-black shadow evaporated with a sizzle, and the distortion and squirming weakened until they completely vanished. Demon Hunter Colin turned back to glance at Lovia without a word or expression. It was as though nothing had happened. He quickly retracted his gaze and directed the remnant beam straight into the former chief's dual swords. Lovia stood there with her eyes closed without showing any signs of panic or fear. Instead, she slowly sighed. In the City of Generosity biome, Alger Wilson circled around many times in order to escape any imaginary trackers or monitors before arriving at the artisan's residence. He pulled the doorbell. He had heard that the artisan had recently been infected by a disease and strange snoopers had appeared in the vicinity. Alger's first suspicion was the Demoness sect, but on careful thought, he felt that the artisan had no way to withstand the temptation of their charm based on his preferences. There was no need for the demonesses to go through such a complicated and roundabout manner. All they needed to do was curl their fingers and showcase their charm, and he would divulge and agree to everything. Therefore, Alger believed that there was another reason for the matter. He needed to see it for himself to prevent the delivery of the mystical item from being delayed. He didn't wish to lose the characteristic and materials for no good reason. Amidst the ringing of the doorbell, the artisan's main door opened. A thin and tanned middle-aged glanced at Alger and said, "Why are you here?" This person was none other than Artisan Sealf, who had worked with Alger for many years. His background was unknown. "Didn't you say you were sick?" Alger asked, seemingly casual. Sealf yawned and said, "I'm already better." Alger was taken aback as he looked around. "Where's that strange snooper?" Sealf's eyebags were a little puffy as his brown eyes revealed looks of fatigue and impatience. "Who the hell knows? There's been no sign of the snooper anyway. In short, I'll be moving soon. It's too dangerous here. Alger heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. He paused for a moment before saying, Aren't you inviting me for a cup? A fellow like you who only seeks high-proof alcohol has no way of appreciating fine wine. Sealf pulled at his flaxen-colored hair and moved to the side to make way. Alger walked in staidly, and with just one glance, he had taken in the entire area into his eyes. Sealf's residence wasn't messy and dirty like most bachelors. Things were placed neatly, and there wasn't any dust on any surfaces. After all, as an artisan, he didn't lack money. Many of his actions simply had the necessity that secrets were kept, so it wasn't convenient for him to hire a large number of fixed servants. Therefore, he had no choice but to hire help who were paid by the hour. Scanning the area, Alger discovered nothing that was off from his previous visit. The furnishing was extremely simple without any expensive ornaments, oil paintings, or sculptures. It resembled the residence of an ordinary person. Of course, Alger knew very well that Sealf definitely deserved the title of being a tycoon. He just didn't care about putting on a so-called decent image. He was willing to spend hundreds of pounds for a bottle of limited edition wine, or gift a mistress a house, but he would never waste a single pence on expensive carpets, porcelain, gold-inlaid cutlery, or paintings of famous artists. A cup of Sonia blood wine. Alger's expression remained unchanged, but his verbal and body language indicated that he was coming in simply to get a free cup of wine. Sealf shrugged and said, You should feel lucky. I don't have the habit of keeping Lanty-proof. He walked to the tiny bar counter in the living room and took out a bottle of exquisite Sonia blood wine. He then overturned 2 cups. Finding a sofa to sit down, Alger took the opportunity to raise his hand to massage his neck as though to relieve any discomfort in his neck. Using the cover of this action, he naturally took a glance at his surroundings, quickly making an observation of all the spots where he hadn't been able to see previously. As Sealf couldn't be bothered to decorate his residence much, Alger quickly completed his attempt as his gaze was fixed onto a glass window of a cupboard a distance away for a second. Through the glass, he saw some dried grass and flowers. There were red-rimmed flowers, blood moon flowers, and monkey-faced tree leaves. Their common characteristic was that they were common in the southern continent, but they were practically not seen in the northern continent. Alger retracted his gaze as he silently watched Sealf carry the bottle of wine and wine glasses over. Reaching out to take the glass, he began idly chatting about the recent developments at sea until the small half-filled bottle of Sonia blood wine was finished. Upon seeing this, Alger smiled and bade farewell before leaving. 5 minutes after he left, Sealf, who had silently sat down to indulge in his tipsy experience, suddenly stood up, walked to the staircase, and opened a wooden door that led to the cellar. Did he suspect anything? No. Regardless, this place is no longer suitable for you to live in. You need to move away as soon as possible. I still have certain commissions that I haven't completed. You don't have to. It's not like you will contact them again. You will receive a new life. All right? 2 buildings away, Alger sat on a long bench in someone's garden, cupping his right hand to his ear as he heard the conversation that came with the wind. West Balham, Barron's Harbor. Outside a seemingly ordinary house. It's really due to your bad relationship with the Church of Knowledge that you're egging me on to come here to request for a language comprehension charm? Danitz wiped the sweat from his forehead as he looked at Anderson, feeling unnerved. Anderson said in a self-deprecating and unfazed manner, You shouldn't describe it as bad. Then hostile. Danitz blurted out, cutting off his sentence. Anderson shot him a glance and said, The negative effects of your boxing glove might not be as easily bearable as you imagine it to be. He paused and added with a chuckle, A more accurate description is that, be it me or the people from the Church of Knowledge, neither one of us wishes to interact with one another. Danitz used one hand to clench his boxing glove and said, seemingly stumped, But how should I request for the charm? Do I just head straight to a clergyman of the Church of an Orthodox God and mention something about mysticism? I'll end up locked up. Danitz was somewhat rash at the moment, But he was in no way dumb. Anderson threw up his hands. Simple, just directly mention my name. Then indicate that you came to West Balam for some pressing matter and do not have the time to learn Dutanese. Nor do you dare to hire a local interpreter. Therefore, all you could do was seek their help, hoping that you could receive a few language comprehension charms. During this process, you must showcase your knowledge of many northern continent languages, making the priests know that it's not that you lack the ability to learn Dutanese, but that you just lack the time to do it. Then they will test you. When that happens, all you need to do is get a good score and you'll receive the charms. Test. Upon hearing this familiar term, Danet's temples throbbed as he forced a smile. You aren't going yourself because you're afraid of the tests, aren't you? His original intent was to randomly use some words to conceal his discomfort, but he ended up seeing Anderson's expression freeze. From the looks of it, there's still something you're afraid of. Danetz chortled inwardly as he was suddenly filled with confidence. He took large strides into the ordinary house and discovered that its interior was more of an amalgamation of classrooms, and not a land of preaching for the Church of Knowledge in Balam. Then he saw a grizzled elder. Although this man wasn't wearing the clergyman robes of the Church of Knowledge, just his unique scholarly air convinced Danetz that he was at least a bishop. He had experienced similar vibes from his captain. Hello there. Without covering himself with a hood, Danetz walked over with a smile while dressed in a commoner's attire. The elder silently watched him approach before slowly saying, Danetz. Danetz paused and froze on the spot. His mind was filled with questions like, he knows me? How does he know me? Isn't my bounty only limited to the sea? The elder glanced at him and asked, You are here for language comprehension charms? Yes? Danetz nodded with a blank look, suddenly having the feeling that he had zero secrets in front of the elder. The scholarly old gentleman nodded gently. Are you planning on heading to the places ruled by Katamia and May Sanchez? Yes. Danetz continued his blank expression. The elder took out 4 brass charms from his pocket. These can be used for 2 months. They should be enough. Danetz received it with a blank look and after a few seconds, said, That's it. Is that simple? Isn't there supposed to be a test? You don't want it? The scholarly elder asked with a smile. No, it's not that. Danetz suddenly shook his head, and before his brain could react, he had already asked, How do you know me? How do you know I want language comprehension charms? The elder wore a few looks of pity in his eyes as he slowly said, Your captain contacted me. She said that you refused to stop no matter how much they called out to you when you left the ship, rushing straight into the harbor. She had actually prepared a few language comprehension charms for you. As he spoke, the man shook his head, the look in his eyes somewhat ambivalent. It was as though he was looking at a student who was often careless in class. I should have long realized that. Captain is such a meticulous person. It's impossible for her not to consider the problem of the language barrier. Danetz resisted the urge to slap himself. When the elder saw the changes in Danetz's expression, he shook his head and asked, It probably wasn't your own idea to seek help here, right? I was about to use divination to find you. Ah, right. It was suggested by Anderson Hood. Danetz immediately replied. The elder was taken aback for a second before his expression turned ashen. At that moment, Anderson was sitting outside in the shade. He had snapped a tree branch and was casually drawing on a barren patch among the grass as he leisurely waited for Danetz to come out. He had no doubts that this unqualified hunter could obtain the language comprehension charms. This was because, as long as Danetz mentioned Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, everything would become much simpler. The only difference was how many rounds of tests he needed to take. Just as he finished drawing King of the North Ulyssen's head, he heard a familiar gait coming from the inside. Anderson's branch-wielding hand paused for a second when he looked up and turned to the door. He saw Danetz holding a stack of paper, walking over with mixed emotions. You failed the test? Anderson gave a sincere smile, having zero concern over the failure to obtain the language comprehension charms. Danetz shook his head blankly. There wasn't a test. Anderson was first taken aback as he asked with immediate enlightenment, "Help from your captain?" Danitz tersely confirmed it as he handed the stack of paper to Anderson and said, "This is what the bishop wishes me to inform you. A real hunter doesn't only rely on instinct or solely focus on the prey's information. They also need to learn how to grasp the prey's psyche and use all kinds of additional information. This is the information he wants to give you." Anderson's expression became contorted for a brief moment before it was restored to normal. He chuckled and said, "Thankfully, that's not much." Danitz's lips quivered as he finally held back the laughter that rose within him. He said with seriousness, "That's only the table of contents. That bishop said that you should try to finish reading all the books mentioned in it within 2 years. Anderson's smile finally froze. Desi Bay, Eskelson Harbor. Klein was like any normal southern continent tourist. He bought tickets to East Balam, boarded a hybrid steam and sail liner with many cannons. With a hum, the ship left the harbor and quickly entered the Berserk Sea. Midway, Klein discovered the Lone Kingdom's Desi fleet patrolling the safe sea route as though they were guarding against something. From the looks of it, the abnormality in the Berserk Sea has garnered the attention of the lone military. This way, the numinous episcopate likely has no way of investigating these waters without problems. Of course, a fleet is unable to monitor the entire stretch of the sea route. Klein stood inside his cabin as he looked at the scenery outside, thinking in enlightenment and poignancy. At this moment, he heard stacked illusory pleas. He hurriedly headed above the gray fog to check on it. The prayer was from the hanged man. He requested Mr. Fool to inform the hermit that the artisan was suspected to be controlled by a cult or secret organization, and that he wished to receive some help from her. The artisan is suspected to be under the control of a cult or secret organization. Yet he's trying to get the hermit's help? Just get the world. Who knows which waters the future is in at the moment and how long it would take to reach there. What's more, the world can teleport. After hearing the hanged man's prayers, Klein subconsciously rebutted his request, believing that it would delay an opportunity, causing unnecessary losses. He then calmed down, believing that with Mr. Hanged Man's attention to detail and experience, it was impossible for him to commit such a simple error, since he believed that he definitely had his reasons for requesting the hermit's help instead of the world. This also means that Mr. Hanged Man has determined that the matter hasn't reached a critical state that requires immediate action. He even wishes to observe further to find more clues and details. Besides, since Ma'am Hermit had offered to provide help in advance, it means that she believes that, for the time being, her region of activity would overlap with Mr. Hanged Man's. If anything really happens, she would be able to rush there at the fastest speed possible. Or does she too have powers similar to teleport? But that's a very low possibility. Klein tapped the edges of the modeled table, believing that he should trust Mr. Hanged Man's experience. Of course, this also included the fact that Mr. Hanged Man hadn't described in detail about his discoveries or areas of suspicion, preventing him from inferring or divining the truth of the matter. As his thoughts stirred, Klein threw the Hanged Man's prayer scene into the crimson star representing the hermit. As he was waiting for Admiral of Stars to reply, he suddenly saw the star representing the sun suddenly contract and expand as it produced stacked layers of prayers. The City of Silver's exploration of the former chief's mausoleum has some preliminary results? Klein made a guess as he emanated his spirituality over. In accordance with his expectations, Little Sun began recounting everything that had happened after the 3 members of the 6-member council opened the former chief's mausoleum. This included encountering the souls of their deceased relatives, the river they crossed which hid countless strange creatures, and how they faced the incomplete mythical creature form of the former chief, whose body was covered in white feathers. It also included Shepherd Lovia's separation of a shadow in an attempt to pounce onto the illusory tubes that extended out of the former chief's body. However, she was stopped when Colin Iliad used the Fate Siphon charm, swapping his and the former chief's fate for a brief moment, causing a difference in outcomes. Thin illusory black tubes, white feathers stained with pale yellow oil. This sounds familiar. Yes, wasn't this the main characteristic in the scene I saw when I divined the abnormality with Azek's copper whistle? And the reason that former chief built the mausoleum was to switch to sequence 3 ferrymen of the death pathway. As Klein listened, his mind raced, joining the dots together and considering what kind of conclusion he could receive from that. Soon he had a bold guess. The mutation of the City of Silver's former chief had a certain connection with the numinous episcopate's artificial death project. Although this conclusion sounded inexplicable and unbelievable since the City of Silver was situated in the completed isolated forsaken land of the gods, it was a place that could only be entered through certain means via the giant king's court and ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Even the 7 deities couldn't find it or have the power to infiltrate it. However, the numerous similarities made Klein, who was sensitive to coincidences, combine the actions of Shepherd Elder Lovia in the operation and eliminate the other possibilities so as to seriously consider what the 2 seemingly unconnected matters might possibly point towards. From the scene that he received from divination and the experiences of having white feather grow from the pores of the back of his hands when he summoned the failed product of artificial death, as well as the encounter of the 3 City of Silver elders, he began suspecting that the numinous episcopate's attempt might have achieved success to a certain degree. Through a series of sacrificial rituals and the transformation of their own high-sequence beyonders, they influenced death's remains via backward propagation, causing that abstract, illusory uniqueness which represented a deity's authority to generate some form of sentience. This allowed the object that was only a totem and a concept to come to life. Hence, this unintelligent object that couldn't be considered artificial death had begun assimilating the entire ritual, eagerly exerting its influence on lower sequence beyonders of the same pathway. After reaching certain conditions, the object hidden in the depths of the black fog could extend thin illusory black tubes, establishing connections with the target, and draw upon their strength to transform their bodies. And this method might involve the underworld or something special about death's domain. It could circumvent the force that isolated the forsaken land of the gods and make effective contact with the beings within. Therefore, the shadow that Shepherd Elder Lovia had produced was a bestowment of the true creator. Its goal was to follow the thin illusory black tubes on the former chief's body and trace the remains of the corrupted death. Perhaps this was how the mother tree of desire replaced the chained god back then and seized the corresponding authority. Thankfully, the current chief of the City of Silver has a very clear mind. He knew ahead of time to seek out the secret existence backing Little Sun for help. By using the Fate Siphon charm, he remarkably foiled the true creator's ploy. From the looks of it, the 2 powerful sealed artifacts of the City of Silver are good at purification. They're able to stop the shadow that can corrupt death's remains. As the fool, I seem to have crossed the true creator once again. Of course, Amon will be the one taking the blame since the Worm of Time was contributed by him. Through Little Sun's description and relying on his own interference, Klein roughly figured out the hidden conflict that happened during the City of Silver's exploratory operation. Meanwhile, he also gained a first look at Shepherd Elder's mental condition. To Lovia, thin illusory black tubes that lead to the outside world was undoubtedly the key to the City of Silver's escape from the forsaken land of the gods. Therefore, she was very certain of her actions this time, without showing any signs of regret. She would only believe that the chief was the one who shattered that hope. It's not too terrifying to have someone do evil deeds. What's most terrifying is when people who have a martyrish mentality do evil they believe to be right. Klein couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As for why Little Sun knew what happened inside the mausoleum so clearly, it was obvious that Chief Colin Iliad had informed him during a casual chat. At this point, Derek had already recounted how the 3 elders had retrieved a special sealed artifact. It was a beyonder characteristic left behind by the former chief that had fused with his bones. The former chief was from the giant pathway, beginning from sequence 9 warrior to sequence 4 demon hunter. The ferryman potion he consumed corresponds to the death pathway's sequence 3. The 2 beyonder characteristics mixed together must be weirder and more varied than a single pathway. Together with the added effects of artificial death, the final sealed artifact must be very powerful. Of course, the negative effects will probably be equally powerful. Yes, back when the Black Illusory River was described, the various weird creatures likely corresponded to the underworld. This is similar to the scene I saw in the Berserk Sea. It's also similar in effect to what Miss Sharon's mystical item created. As Klein thought about it, He listened to Little Sun wrap up the topic of the exploration before mentioning the monster known as shapeshifter. After Derek finished describing it, Klein felt that shapeshifters were very likely bizarro banes. He hurriedly summoned a gold coin from the junk pile and did a divination to confirm his guess. With Little Sun's current strength, there's no way for him to head to that city to hunt it. I can only wait until that chief prays to the fool once again or seeks help via Little Sun. Anyway, there's no rush. I haven't found the spirit world plunderer yet. Klein nodded indiscernibly. After requesting Mr. Fool to pass the corresponding information to Mr. World, Derek said that he had enough points and could soon exchange for the Beyonder characteristic for Sequence 5 Vampire and complete the three-party transaction. So he requested that Mr. Moon prepare himself. On the future, which was slowly cruising across the waters of the Rorsted archipelago, Admiral of Stars Katlia thanked Mr. Fool and nudged the glasses on her nose. Opening the window to the captain's cabin, she shouted to everyone, "Turn towards Byam." After issuing the command, this pirate admiral curled the corners of her mouth. She finally had the chance to establish a long-term cooperation with an artisan. But at that moment, she suddenly thought of a problem. If she easily received the help of an artisan, would Frank Lee, who hadn't been able to obtain a Sequence 5 potion formula, attempt to make the Druid Beyonder characteristic into an item to expedite his paused experiments? That's not a good thing. Katlia subconsciously raised her hand and pinched her forehead. On the liner, Klein, who had finished handling the matters, focused on enjoying his trip. Due to the Berserk Sea's abnormal change in weather, the liner he was on board had chosen to take a further and more roundabout sea route that was much safer. Furthermore, it was to dock at a harbor named Halman for the night. Klein didn't alight and remained at a windowside table at the upper levels restaurant to have his dinner. While waiting for his food, he casually looked out the window and took in the local night skyline. Suddenly, he discovered a suspicious figure with a luggage bag preparing to board the ship. The reason why he appeared suspicious wasn't only because the man was wearing a black overcoat and tall top hat, but that he wore a scarf that wrapped his face, hiding his physical features. All that was left were a pair of eyes, and that pair of eyes were peeled to the ground, preventing anyone from discerning his actual appearance. Based on his experience from watching many detective animations, Klein believed that someone who wore a scarf to conceal his face and hid his physical characteristics with an overcoat was likely problematic. He probably hid an unspeakable secret, especially when it wasn't winter yet and the temperature in the Berserk Sea couldn't be considered cold. However, this has nothing to do with me. Even if a locked room murder mystery happens, the one having a headache would be the captain. I should head above the gray fog later to do a divination and see if this trip will be smooth. Klein didn't mind the matter, but he still thought about it conscientiously. He retracted his gaze and looked at the desi roasted fish that was being served by the waiter. After having dinner, he returned to his cabin and completed a divination above the gray fog. He obtained the conclusion that there wouldn't be drastic changes to the environment he was in and that everything would happen smoothly. This allowed Klein to fall asleep peacefully without relying on cogitation as he slept till daybreak. With a whistle from the steam engine, the liner began moving and departing Hellman Harbor. The harbor could still be vaguely seen as Klein saw a figure there. The figure wore a white shirt and a dark blue coat. He had a rather high nose, deeply recessed eyes, light blue eyes, and brown curly hair. His face was rather cut and his chin was slightly raised. He gave off a supercilious look. With a sweep of his gaze, he quickly locked onto the liner which Klein was on. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened as though a door leading into the pitch-black land of illusions had formed. A deafening typhoon stirred up from the seabed, surging upwards with massive amounts of blue mass. Dark lightning flashed like rifts in the void. They kept appearing and kept healing themselves until they disappeared. This completely blocked the vision of those on the liner and at the harbor, putting them in two seemingly different worlds. The Berserk Sea had once again shown its horror. The liner failed to avoid or resist, and it could only continue cruising forward along the safe sea route that had relatively weaker storms. What a coincidence! This likely isn't a coincidence. Standing behind the window of his cabin, Klein first sighed inwardly before coming to the conclusion that this sudden anomaly in the Berserk Sea was due to unnatural reasons. Although it was common for the weather in the Berserk Sea to change suddenly without notice, to actually change at a particular point in time still left one suspicious. The man at the dock is tracking the suspicious tourist from last night, and that tourist decided to change the weather upon realizing that he had been exposed, doing so that he can force the liner to leave? Klein made a guess when he made the connection. And if that really were the case, it means that the suspicious passenger who hit his face with a scarf might very well be a demigod or someone who carried a Grade 1 sealed artifact. After all, with Klein's present strength and items, it was impossible for him to trigger such a weather anomaly without the use of Sea God's scepter. Of course, he also had other means like throwing out Azek's copper whistle to see if he could cause the entire Berserk Sea to go berserk. Seriously? I just want to be a normal tycoon that's heading to the southern continent. Why would I encounter a pursuit at the level of demigods? I'm under too much stress that my sequence doesn't deserve. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and finally chose to believe the divination he made last night. Amidst the storm, the wobbling liner cruised along a rather calm stretch with apocalyptic scenes around it. And most of the tourists wore calm looks as though they were very accustomed to such conditions. Only a few people who were on their first trip across the Berserk Sea were trembling, grabbing tightly to anything they could grab at. Time ticked by as the gales and lightning gradually calmed down. Bit by bit, the sky brightened. At this moment, Klein, who was on the deck, felt his spiritual perception trigger. He subconsciously looked in the direction of Helman Harbor. Above the undulating dark blue waves, beneath white scattered clouds, there was a white radiant flame flying over at high speeds from afar. The flame increased in size and became increasingly clearer until it revealed its complete form. It was a gigantic flaming spear. The flaming spear tore across the sky and landed at the bow of the liner's deck. However, it didn't ignite anything. It burnt through half a wooden plank and spread out before materializing into a figure. The figure had a high nose, deeply recessed eyes, and blue eyes. He was none other than the man who had previously appeared at the dock. He looked middle-aged as he slowly surveyed the area and walked through the wide-eyed and agape tourists before walking into the cabin. The similarly agape Dwayne Dantes silently heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed that the person wasn't here for him. The way he appeared sure is cool. As expected of a demigod. Now, the only issue is that they do not come to blows. Even if the conflict cannot be helped, it's best they go to a neighboring sea to fight. Otherwise, there's no way this ship can withstand it. I can teleport away quite successfully, but all these tourists, I'll only be able to save a few. Klein habitually drew the sign of the crimson moon on his chest, praying for the goddess to bless them. Just as he had such a thought, he saw a figure fly out of the cabin, slamming heavily onto the deck. It was none other than the suspicious tourist who had covered his face with a scarf. This man had already revealed half his face. The tip of his nose was red, and he had a thick beard around his mouth with saliva staining them. His nearly triangular eyes were filled with horror. He held his hands to the deck as he kept crawling backward. Who got you to carry that item and put on such a disguise? At the cabin's entrance, the middle-aged man with the high nose and blue eyes slowly walked out. He spoke in Intis with a heavy voice. The suspicious tourist shook his head frantically. No, I don't know. He was also wearing the same. He gave me £100 to take this ship to the southern continent before returning by myself. The middle-aged man silently watched with his penetrating glare that seemed to tear through his soul. This made the tourist break out into a sweat as his body convulsed. He once again stammered his explanation, but there weren't any changes to it. The man retracted his gaze before his body burst into white radiant flames. Following that, he transformed into a gigantic flaming spear and shot towards the region where Helman Harbor was. The flaming spear quickly disappeared into the distance, leaving a twinkling speck. During this entire process, apart from at the very beginning, the demigod didn't take a second look at the surroundings tourists. It was as though they never existed. A simple but smart ruse. By getting someone to disguise as himself and board the ship, then using certain means to control the weather, thus creating proof that he's on the ship, but in actual fact, he had been at the harbor the entire time. Once the enemy starts the pursuit, he can then attempt to escape. Enlightened, Klein made a judgment. This made him suspect if the pursuee was once a conspirer, magician, or other beyonder that was good at coming up with ruses. As for the person who transformed into a burning white spear, his arrogance, detestable nature, and his usage of the Intis language had made Klein believe that he was probably a demigod from the hunter pathway. It was possible that he was an iron-blooded knight. I've no idea why there was a conflict. Klein shook his head and returned to his cabin. On the deck, the tourists finally snapped to their senses as they discussed the supernatural phenomenon they had just seen in Murmurs. A person could transform into a flame, and the flame could reform into a human. Amidst the noisy commotion, the liner continued cruising forward on the safe sea route. It didn't encounter any accidents midway, and it arrived at another harbor at midnight. Like usual, Klein didn't alight, afraid that he would encounter something. He took out his gold pocket watch and opened it to determine the time to head to the restaurant. Another half an hour. Klein silently muttered to himself as he looked up and out the window. At this moment, many tourists who were bound for this harbor were heading for the dock along the gangway with their luggage in hand. As he swept his gaze, Klein's gaze suddenly stopped on a figure. The figure wore a black bonnet. He had dark golden sideburns. His lips were tightly pursed and his facial features were clear and distinct, like an ancient, classical sculpture without any wrinkles. He wasn't carrying any luggage, and soon, he stepped onto the dock with the crowd, disappearing into the corner of the road. Klein just watched motionlessly, as though his body wasn't his. He felt every drop of his blood turn cold as a name appeared in his mind. Inzangwil. The street lamps on the harbor had already lit up. The liner's many windows also lit up in concert with them. Dwayne Dantes was waiting inside a first-class cabin in darkness and silence. Klein had already sat down without showing any emotion. All kinds of thoughts couldn't help but flash across his mind. This is the first time I'm discovering signs of Inzangwil after the great smog of Backlund. The demigod from before was probably tracking Inzangwil. His tricks are more profound than I thought. He found someone to disguise as him and gave him items not to divert his trackers, but to create a mental blind spot. It made one subconsciously eliminate this ship from the possible options. He was here from the beginning. That coincidental change in weather was likely created by Inzangwil with 0-08. Why would he be pursued by an Intis hunter demigod? What is he plotting? Amidst his churning thoughts, Klein suddenly took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew it. Silently, Miss Messenger Rionette Tynker with her 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in hand appeared before him. Klein opened his mouth before closing them again. Picking up a pen, he quickly wrote, Mr. Dwayne Dantes has discovered traces of Inzangwil on Waypoint Island in the Berserk Sea. Folding the letter, Klein handed it along with a gold coin to Miss Messenger. Send it to the mailbox at Backlund's 7 Pinster Street. The 4 heads in Rionette Tynker's hand turned at the same time as the 8 eyes looked at Klein. She didn't say anything and bit onto the letter and gold coin. Backlund, Northborough. The pitch-black night had the crimson moon covered by clouds. There were only street lamps on the 2 sides of the road that emitted a faint light, illuminating the road ahead and the doors of the nearby houses. 7 Pinster Street's mailbox was silently hiding in the intersection between light and dark, bathing in a cool breeze that blew from the side as though it was in a slumber. At this moment, newspapers, bills, and letters from various unknown people suddenly spewed out from its mouth. These objects seemed to be dragged by an invisible hand as they floated in midair before flying towards the door and entering through a gap. Inside the house, at the foyer, the newspapers automatically spread open as they rapidly flipped over. Then they were casually left on the chair, stacking over other newspapers. The bills and letters continued flying into the living room, with the former quickly stopping. With a few shakes, they floated to the surface of the coffee table and lined up. The latter had their envelopes removed, and the letters without envelopes quickly unfolded themselves, showcasing themselves in midair. After a while, a portion of these letters flew onto a rack on the first floor's study. Some rushed for the scissors to help it cut itself apart. Then they orderly surged into the washroom and were thrown into the toilet. Whoosh! The mechanical flush of the toilet was automatically depressed, washing away the paper shreds into the sewers. 7 Pinster Street went back to normal, and its silence was identical to an uninhabited houses. Southern Continent, East Balham, Colane City. Leonard Mitchell, who had just arrived, was resting in a residence arranged by the local church of Evernight. Suddenly, that slightly aged voice sounded in his mind. "Punk, you have an important letter." "What letter?" While Leonard asked softly, he already had a guess in mind. To mail an important letter to 7 Pinster Street without caring that it was inhabited. There was only two people, Klein Moretti and Dwayne Dantes. As for why the old man named Pallas Zoroast could still clearly read the letters sent to 7th Pinster Street despite the Berserk Sea and half the northern continent separating them, Leonard had only a guess or two. This was because he had helped the old man capture a specter before. With regards to this, his theory was, old man definitely used a worm of time to parasitize that specter, making it his eyes, ears, and mouth in the northern continent. At that moment, Pallas Zoroast replied to his question. "It's from Klein Moretti." He said that while Dwayne Dantes was heading to the southern continent, he discovered traces of Insanguil on Waypoint Island in the Berserk Sea. Leonard fell silent immediately as his mouth turned agape. However, he didn't say a word. After a long while, he muttered with a slightly hoarse voice. As expected, he didn't forget the need for revenge. "What can I do?" "What can you do? You're only a Sequence 6. Even if Insanguil doesn't wield 0-08, you still lack the qualifications to exact vengeance on him. He just needs to reveal his mythical creature form to make you lose control and become a lunatic. The chances of you getting your revenge are 0. This is the qualitative change that godhood brings," Pallas Zoroast said rather sternly. He paused before chuckling. "Thankfully, you understand yourself in a way that's better than before. In the past, you definitely would have said that you would inform the church with news of Insanguil and join the team to pursue him. And now, you know to ask what you can do." Leonard had wanted to retort a few times, but he ultimately didn't say a word. Pallas Zoroast continued. "What you can do for now is to give Klein Moretti some information. Wait for him to write back to you. Then, based on the arrangements written, provide the necessary assistance. So no finding excuses so as to inform the church of Insanguil's location?" Leonard heavily asked, somewhat surprised. Pallas Zoroast chuckled and said, "No hurry. Do it at the critical moment. Although 0-08 enjoys causing its possessor's death, it doesn't wish to be sealed even more so. As long as you inform the church of Insanguil's location and begin a pursuit, it will immediately learn of it and make the necessary arrangements. Regarding this, you need to warn Klein Moretti." Leonard was taken aback for a second as he asked, "Old man, you seem to know 0-08 rather well. It wasn't apparent in the past." Pallas' slightly aged voice chuckled. "Of course I am. During the 4th epoch, 0-08 had once caused the death of an angel. I can't tell you too much because once you know of it, it will also know you. The more you know about it, the more likely you will become a character in its stories." Leonard came to an actual realization of 0-08's terror from old man's vague words. This had already exceeded the mysticism he knew. After some thought, Leonard asked habitually, "Then how should I hint to Klein Moretti without letting 0-08 know? Or that even if he were to know, it will be very superficial knowledge, making me a bystander in the story." Just as he said that, Leonard clasped his hands and gritted his teeth. Without waiting for old man's reply, he continued, "An indirect hint? I'll tell him I'll temporarily not inform the church of Insanguil's location. I believe he should be able to understand that there's a problem based on the situation. He will understand that we need to be extremely cautious. And even if he fails to interpret that, his secret organization has members who understand the 4th epoch well enough to provide him with help." Also, just writing the sentence, "Once you know it, it will also know you," without mentioning 0-08 should be enough for Klein to guess what this is pointing at. After Pallas Zoroast finished listening, he chuckled and said, "Humans will only grow under pressure." Leonard exhaled and sat up. He found a pen and paper and penned his thoughts. Following that, he set up a ritual rite on the heels of that and summoned Gehrman Sparrow's messenger. Berserk Sea, Waypoint Island. On a liner docked at the harbor. Many tourists weren't alighting. They were huddled in the lower deck cabins, waiting to arrive at the southern continent to begin a life filled with hope. They had gone through a great deal of effort to save up the fare for a ship ride that spanned a few short days. They were from loan and were those who had been forced to take such risks. Klein, who was acting as the tycoon, Dwayne Dantes, wasn't like them. He lived in a spacious, clean first-class cabin that could even be described as luxurious. Under some candlelight, he opened the letter that had just been delivered by Reinette Tynker. "Will not be informing the Church of Inszangwil's location for the time being." To Leonard, although the source of the tip might put him in certain danger, it's not impossible for him to do it. Didn't he join the Red Gloves to seek revenge? This means that he has a reason why he can't sound the alarm on Inszangwil. As Klein thought, he continued reading the rest of the letter. "Once you know it, it will also know you." Suddenly, Klein exclaimed, finding the description somewhat familiar. "This is very similar to the Twilight Hermit Order. Any mention of it will be known." So, 0-08 is a sealed artifact of the Spectator Pathway. Leonard isn't informing the Church of this matter because he's held back by this. He wishes to wait for a better opportunity. This is likely something the grandpa in his body told him. Klein nodded in thought, feeling thankful that he hadn't asked Reinette Tynker for help moments ago. That would have been equally dangerous for Miss Messenger. Besides, most important of all, I haven't made any preparations. If I were to only rely on a helper I hire, my plan might very well be detected by 0-08 ahead of time. A series of coincidences would then be created, producing a targeted arrangement. Klein silently sighed and felt that he needed to do something, but he was at a loss as to how to begin. From the angle of improving his strength, the acquirement of the corresponding ingredients of Bizarro Bane and Spirit World Plunderer depended on the subsequent request of the City of Silver's chief and how long Miss Magician could receive the exact coordinates from her teacher. These were all dependent on external factors that Klein had no means of expediting. The only thing he could do was to try his best to digest the marionettist potion as quickly as possible. And after concluding most of the acting principles, the actual implementation was more important. Therefore, Klein believed that he needed to obtain 2 marionettes within a short span of time. He had previously been delaying it because he didn't have any good targets. It stemmed from him being in Backlund with servants around him. Unless they were special marionettes, it was very difficult to hide their existences. And now, he was almost at the southern continent. He decided that as long as he identified an evil target who deserved the gallows, he would first transform them into his marionette until he had a better replacement. Perhaps using an ordinary marionette to complete a rather difficult task will accelerate the digestion. My standards for a marionette has dropped to its lowest. All it needs to know is Deutanese. That way, I don't have to hire an interpreter. After all, I can share their senses. Klein quickly made up his mind and planned on writing to Leonard Mitchell after he had a more advanced plan. East Balam, Colane City. Klein carried his luggage and stepped onto the dock, touching ground on the southern continent. He looked into the distance at the city that was built on terraces. He silently said to himself, I have to have 2 marionettes when I leave this place. And before that, he had one thing to do. It was to lose the tail of the followers that the military had arranged. The 2 gentlemen were rather good at being spies, but to Klein, they were as bright as fireflies in the night. This was because, no matter how well disguised they were, Klein could use his faceless ability of observation and his memory of a human's physical features and looks to recognize them at a glance. Most of Colane City's buildings were built on paths that spiraled upwards. There would be squares or small towns in the middle or on rather flat, open spaces. Klein carried his luggage, and with his spiritual intuition as a seer, he randomly chose a direction to proceed in and found a relatively lively bar along the way. There weren't many carriages on the streets, and the rental types were a rare sight. The most popular means of transportation in East Balam was a coffin. This stemmed from their traditions of worshipping death. People viewed coffins as items that brought about serenity and peace. Therefore, Klein often saw people walking past him carrying a black coffin. The lids were lighter than the usual kind and were just like a carriage door that could be opened at any time. They're carried via 2, 4, or either people, or by horses or single-horned goats. Such a tradition is quite terrifying at night. It's not much better in the day. The entire city feels dark and creepy. Klein took in the scenery around him as he walked into the square. On the left was a cathedral of the Lord of Storms, and on the right were restaurants and bars. When he stopped in his tracks, a coffin being carried by 4 men was also lowered. As the lid was opened, the passenger inside the coffin stood up and took a step forward. He was a northern continent-style gentleman dressed in a white shirt and black vest. The gentleman's formal coat was slung against his arm, something he wore only after he left the coffin. Then, Klein saw the man head straight for the Lord of Storms Cathedral and enter it. This sure is quite discordant. Doesn't the Church of Storms enjoy changing the traditions of the colonies and forcefully implementing those of Lone? Why don't they do that in East Balam? Is it because the Death Pathway and Evernight Pathway are similar, so the Church of Storms wishes to preserve some of the traditions of death worship, so as to curb the proliferation of the Church of Evernight? Klein nodded in thought as he turned to the buildings on the right, prepared to enter one of the bars there. Having experienced it personally, he came to the realization as to why the dressing style of the ancient Balam Empire was written as such in so many history books. They enjoy wearing trousers, those that are light and breezy. They find creases beautiful. Isn't this to make it easier to lie in a coffin when outside? Klein shook his head with a smile as he pushed open the heavy wooden door. Squeezing through the drunkards, he walked towards the bar counter. And at this moment, the 2 military followers had deliberately opened up a distance from Dwayne Dantes to prevent themselves from being exposed. They had walked to the door side. Taking this brief reprieve, Klein suddenly switched directions and passed through the crowd like a fish in water, heading straight for the bar's back door. Although he didn't know Dutanese, he could read drawings on signs and knew where the washrooms and places where entry was forbidden to customers. After circling to a blind spot from the door, Klein quickly took off his coat and slung it on his arm. Immediately, with his golden cane, he reached out his palm to cover his face and slow down his pace. Turning directions again, he headed for the bar's entrance. After opening up a distance of nearly 10 meters from where he took off his coat, Klein lowered his face-shielding right hand to reveal a completely different face. His white sideburns, deep eyes, and elegant demeanor was all gone. He had switched to a common Loanese face that could be seen anywhere on the northern continent. With luggage and cane in hand, Klein walked staidly towards the 2 military followers. As they were looking for Dwayne Dantes, he walked past them and left the bar. Be it tracking or anti-tracking, they were both strong traits of a faceless. Returning to the square, Klein turned into a sloped alley that led to higher ground. He planned on finding a hotel elsewhere. As he walked on a rather deserted path, he suddenly heard a woman's frantic cries. The voice was only maintained for a very short moment before it was silenced. Although he didn't know what she was shouting, Klein could sense the horror, fear, and panic in her voice. Hence, he switched directions and entered a narrower and more deserted trail. In less than 10 seconds, he saw a local man in his 30s who was pressing against a 13 or 14-year-old girl in a secluded corner and was using violence against her. His skin was brownish and he had rather soft facial features. Klein took a glance and slowed down his pace before stopping in the nearby shadows. At this moment, the girl's face was extremely horrified and distorted. However, regardless of how she struggled, she was unable to free herself and had only received a beating in response. Her tears and snot flowed out while her mouth was stuffed with cloth. All she could do was produce muffling sounds. At this moment, She was surprised that the rotten egg's attempts to take off her clothes had slowed down. Without having the time to consider what was happening, she subconsciously looked at the rotten egg and found that his eyes had widened. His facial muscles were writhing slowly, but he was unable to form a complete expression on his face. Then, his limbs twitched and paused as they continued doing what they were doing but were easily avoided. The girl instinctively pushed him, which had ended up having surprisingly excellent results. Freed, she immediately stood up and fled. However, she couldn't help but feel her legs go limp. After a few steps, she tripped over a stone and nearly fell to the ground. At this moment, she heard the sound of footsteps behind her. Reeling in anxiety, she fumbled to her feet. But almost immediately, the sounds of footsteps suddenly ceased. The girl subconsciously looked back only to see the rotten egg standing 2 meters away. His joints were making strange actions as though they were rusted. What's happening? The girl felt as though she was having a nightmare. The brown-skinned man struggled for a moment before quietening down. Revealing a smile, he said in Deutanese, "In the future, when you meet someone like me, remember to head for the nearest cathedral or somewhere where there's plenty of people." The girl was taken aback for a moment before she screamed. Turning around, she ran as fast as she could. Subconsciously, she chose to run in the direction of the square where the cathedral was. When the calm and silence of the deserted spot was restored, the brown-skinned man turned to look at the nearby shadows where Klein walked out from. A new marionette. His body isn't strong enough and he's not nimble enough. He lacks beyonder powers and looks rather fierce. Apart from knowing Deutanese, he's completely useless, Klein simply evaluated. If it wasn't because he was committing a crime and that I wasn't proficient in the local language, I would have buried him immediately. He couldn't help but make a comparison with his former marionette, Admiral of Blood Senor. Senor was a wraith and was capable of mirror blink. He could hide in gold coins and reflective surfaces. I didn't need to worry that he would be seen by others. He also had shriek and the ability to possess others. Together with a marionettist, it's a perfect combination. More importantly, he also knew Deutanese. Comparing this marionette and him is like the difference between a penny and 42,000 gold pounds. I've no idea what his name is, and I can only use powers to sense some superficial thoughts. I have no way of obtaining deeper memories unless I encounter someone or something familiar. There would be a corresponding change in the spirit to release more information. I'll just call him Ah Fu. Ah no, that's too Chinese. Oof, it is. Klein rubbed his temples and sighed. He needed to leave the area with his new marionette, Oof, before the girl led the clergyman over. Before long, with the help of his marionette's translations, he found an inn to stay in at the border between Colaine City's flourishing and backward area. This place didn't need him to provide any proof of identity, even though Klein had already changed his appearance to that of a regular local. There's an even greater lack of administration management than the colonies at sea. Klein put down his luggage and threw most of the cash he brought with him above the gray fog, leaving only 50 pounds for his daily expenses. Meanwhile, having crossed the Berserk Sea, and without needing to be afraid of causing any further anomalies, he took down the copper whistle and iron cigar case from the mysterious space above the gray fog so as to make it easier for Mr. Azek to locate him. After finishing all of this and having had dinner on the liner, he had the spare time to seek out his second marionette. As for how he could find one, Klein, who didn't understand Colaine City well enough, decided on using his traits as a seer and do so with mysticism means. With oath, he left the inn. Klein snapped a branch of a Donningsman tree and used it as a dowsing rod. With great familiarity, he used cogitation and muttered, "Location of my new marionette." In the silent environment, pairs of cold eyes seemed to pierce through the obstruction of the incorporeal and the corporeal and landed on the dowsing rod. The branch fell to the ground and pointed in a direction. After advancing forward a little, he did another divination and followed his new revelation. 7 to 8 turns later, he arrived at a steep staircase. This staircase was connected to many roads in Colaine. One had to look up to see the top, and there was no one at all. The divination's revelation is pointing here. Why isn't there anyone here? The result isn't accurate because I didn't do a divination above the gray fog, but I'm already a sequence 5 marionettist. My divination abilities are definitely one of the best below that of high sequence beyonders. Klein frowned slightly as he surveyed the area, but he failed to find any targets. After some thought, he walked towards the staircase and sat in the shadows of the lowest step. He then waited in boredom despite a lack of confidence. After a few minutes, he stood up again and made Oph sit where he was sitting. Then, Klein opened up a gap from him and hid 200 meters away in a hidden spot. Colane City, Lower Lip District. Leonard Mitchell and Daly Simone arrived at a nearby district with the Red Gloves team captain, Soest. With the night as cover, Soest emphasized the operation to all the members once again. Our target this time is Ulika, who's living at Unit 13. He's a rather important member of the Numinous Episcopate and is in charge of communicating with the different small teams in Backlund. Although all our intelligence points to him not being a demigod, I have applied for a Grade 1 sealed artifact to be safe. Her Excellency, Goddess's Eye, is also ready to provide her assistance to us at any time. Also, most of the residents of this district are locals. We have to be wary of them also being members of the Numinous Episcopate. Lower Lip District, 13 Canine Street. The plump Ulika was sitting on a sofa with his tiny dark brown eyes and skin. Wrapping a dried yellow tobacco leaf and 10 different kinds of southern continent herbs and spices together, he cut it into long strips. Then, he held his self-made East Balam smoke pipe in his hand and brought it close to the matchstick his subordinate had lit. The end blackened and curled as it glowed red. Biting at its end and taking a deep suck, Ulika slowly exhaled white smoke that was tainted with light blue hues. He looked at the visitor on the single-seater opposite him and said, "This is what a cigarette is, a real cigarette. The ones in the northern continent are only suitable for children." The person sitting on the single-seater was a man in his 40s. He had a high nose, blue eyes, and gentle facial contours. His black hair was thick and curly. His skin color wasn't too dark, but neither was it fair. He resembled a mixed blood between someone from Lone and Balam. He chuckled upon hearing that as he replied in Deutanese, "Unfortunately, I have zero interest in any kind of cigarettes. Enzo, you don't know how to enjoy life at all." Before Ulika could finish his sentence, his powerful spirituality that was a result of his pathway had warned him of some danger. The way it suddenly came and appeared in such a pressing manner made Ulika instantly determine that the problem wasn't trivial. He had yet to leap away from where he was sitting when all he saw was darkness. It was as though he could directly see the night sky outside. A strong sense of sleepiness overwhelmed him as he felt a level of serenity from the bottom of his heart. Along Canine Street, be it the houses with lit lamps or extinguished lamps, it became abnormally silent at that very moment. It was as though no living being lived in them, or that everyone had fallen asleep at the same moment. At this moment, the snoring and slumped Ulika suddenly leaped up. His eyes wore the strange combination of a reverie and lucidity. Behind him, a nearly illusory girl with pale skin was stuck to his back at some point in time. This girl's eyes were bluish-green, and her lips were jet black. Her eyes were silently looking to the side, and her ghastly pale and translucent limbs had drilled into Ulika's body as though she was a spirit that couldn't be shaken off. Her existence brought a chill to his soul body, making Ulika barely resist his abnormal sleepiness as he broke free from the influence of a nightmare. Before Ulika could completely regain his lucidity, he instinctively rushed to the staircase. Extending his palms, he exerted strength towards the front, as though he was pushing a door that didn't exist. In a blink of an eye, a difficult-to-describe bronze door covered in mysterious patterns appeared in front of Ulika. It wobbled and creaked before cracking open a gap. The gap led to an endless darkness. In it were indescribable eyes that watched the outside world. Meanwhile, large amounts of squirming and strange objects that were still unrecognizable surged wildly from the gap. Ulika was about to continue exerting his strength to open the door and cause the terrifying world behind him to descend upon Canine Street when he suddenly saw a pair of pale, translucent palms appear out of thin air. They pass through the deep darkness and press down on the interior of the door's gap. The palms didn't originate from anything. They weren't connected to a body, and the wrist was bloody. It was unknown who had severed them. Both parties exerted their strength as the mysterious bronze door stopped moving. It neither closed or opened further. High above Unit 13, Soist, who was already a spirit warlock, was floating in midair thanks to an invisible force. His hands carried a sundial made of gold as he slowly raised it high. When the golden sundial was finally raised above Soist's head, its resplendent glow flowed out and quickly outlined and became one. Suddenly, another sun seemed to appear in midair, directing all the light and heat at 13 Canine Street. None of that caused any damage as they penetrated through the building and landed above the bronze door, enveloping Yulika, who was standing in front of it. Yulika instantly grimaced in extreme pain as the pale and nearly translucent girl let out a shrill scream, but it was stopped by the sunlight and drowned by the onslaught. She warped and quickly evaporated, producing wisps of black gases that dissipated into the sea of light. There wasn't a single spot inside the building that remained dark. After the sunlight faded, the indescribable bronze door had already vanished. On the ground was a black swollen corpse that was effusing pale yellow oil stains. With a boom, the corpse tore apart as a thin, tiny figure leaped out from inside. This figure had identical looks to Yulika, but its skin was raven black as though it was stained in ink. The surface of its body that stood at a height of around 1.2 to 1.3 meters had sticky pus flowing across it. The moment he appeared, he dashed for the staircase with a ludicrous speed. Burrowing into the cellar, he opened a secret trapdoor he had prepared in advance as he dashed forward as fast as he could. In just 10 seconds, the miniaturized black version of Yulika saw the entrance, Hope. He didn't lower his guard as he gently clenched his right fist, producing about 8 transparent illusory figures from his body. They were of all kinds of shapes and sizes, as though they were an abomination that fused the characteristics of humans, plants, and certain animals. Some held Yulika's arm, others lifted his feet as they took off in flight. Right on the heels of that, a mechanical switch was shifted. Gears started rotating as the exit door flung open, leading to a silent and dark street corner. Further ahead were streets that stood on lower ground, and on the two sides of the streets were rows of houses. They appeared like the sea that churned with the light of the crimson moon. Yulika was just about to use the help of spirits to fly out of the secret passage and disappear into the other districts of Kolain City when his eyes reflected a foggy lake. The lake shimmered with light, producing a tranquil beauty. In the middle, concentric circles rippled out as beautiful and illusory figures floated up. This was a powerful type of spirit. Human legends often deemed it the goddess of the lake. Many a time, the strength of a spirit guide depended on the deceased or a natural spirit they found and controlled. It was the same with spirit warlocks. However, the inclination for spirit guides were the deceased, while for spirit warlocks, they were better at controlling natural spirits. At this moment, the strange transparent figures around Yulika uttered a monotonous sound of horror. Throwing away the arms and legs they were carrying, they drilled into the thin pitch-black body like the wind. With a crash, Yulika fell to the ground, but he didn't feel any pain, which was a result of intense sleepiness assaulting him. It made him fall asleep without realizing it. At the exit, Daily Simone, who was wearing a spirit medium robe, with her face made up with blue eyeshadow and blush, walked out of some unknown location. Looking at the 1.2-meter-tall Yulika, she said, "The deceased spirit he fused with is very strange. If it doesn't use a living human's body as a house, it will quickly dissipate. We need to make every second count in order to obtain information." In the shadows beside her, Leonard Mitchell walked out. He looked at Daily Simone in surprise and said, "Aren't you a spirit guide? How do you control a goddess of the lake? Aren't you a poet? Why don't you write poems?" Daily snapped back. On the other end of the street, on a gentle cliff, a figure quickly moved downwards with the protruded pieces of rock, quickly landing in the shadowy corners of Jaw Street below him. His skin was light-colored and his eyes were blue. He had thick raven-black hair that curled slightly. He was none other than Enzo, who had been a guest at Ulika's place at Lower Lip District's 13 Canine Street. Enzo wasn't a member of the numinous episcopate. He was one of the traders of the life school of thought that had escaped under the enticement of the rose school of thought. Furthermore, he was neither a beyonder from the apothecary pathway that led to the vampire sequence, nor did he worship the primordial moon. He was only a person who didn't wish to accept the various rules set by his teacher and his teacher's teacher. He wished to lead a carefree life and take advantage of being a winner. Such a state of mind was strongly advocated by the Rose School of Thought's indulgence faction, so it didn't take long for him to formally join them, allowing him to freely satisfy all his various desires. This time, he was representing the Rose School of Thought to make contact with the numinous episcopate in Cologne and discuss the possibility of cooperating on certain matters. To his surprise, Tenebrous deceased Ulika had suffered a sudden raid by the Church of Evernight. It was a high-level raid. Thankfully, I'm good at anti-divination. The Church of Evernight members didn't know ahead of time that I was at Ulika's place, and they didn't pay too much attention to me. They just thought of me as Ulika's subordinate, allowing me to find a chance to escape the core region. Besides, that sunlight mainly purifies objects with the power of death, evil, and corruption. It didn't deal much damage to me. That's likely a demigod-level attack. Enzo walked to the shadows in the street and couldn't help but recall what had just happened. After fleeing quite a distance, he turned to look behind him and discovered no one was chasing him. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief and chuckled. A winner is a winner, the eternal winner. Enzo recovered his usual confidence as he proceeded down the street with a smile. Then he turned to his left and quickly moved down the stairs. It was a steep and long staircase that reached many lower-level streets. In the vicinity of Canine Street, Soest suddenly opened his eyes and said to Leonard and Daly Simone, "There was a man named Enzo at Ulika's place. He's a member of the Rose School of Thought and doesn't have a low sequence. He probably enjoys quite an important position. You are to quickly search the surroundings and see if you can find any traces of him and try to capture him successfully. Don't leave any problems behind." As for the other Red Gloves and the local Nighthawks, they either had to capture the remaining numinous episcopate members or were already capturing them in dreams. They hoped to obtain first-hand news as quickly as possible. Only a few were left behind to watch for any accidents and protect their companions. "Yes, Captain Soest." Leonard didn't hesitate to agree. Daly grabbed at the wind and cupped her hand to her ear. After listening for 2 to 3 seconds, she said, "The little guys around here tell me that someone did escape via the cliff." On the steep and long rocky staircase, the crimson moonlight illuminated its midsection, leaving rather thick shadows along its sides. Enzo was like a normal pedestrian at night, walking a little anxiously but without showing any signs of being flustered. He had a deep faith in his excellent good luck, being a winner in life, one that wouldn't be caught by the Nighthawks. Seeing that he would be done after a few more flights of steps, Enzo, who was once a monster, suddenly sensed something as he turned his head to look at the shadows in the lowest point of the staircase. He then saw a figure sitting there in a daze. His looks and figure appeared rather indistinct due to the lighting, and he was dressed in the standard outfit of someone from East Balam. The figure took out a box of matchsticks and struck a match to light up the surroundings. Enzo didn't bother sizing up the person when he suddenly saw a scene before his eyes. The figure threw a matchstick over as though he was gifting him something, and when the matchstick approached, it suddenly burst into a ridiculous inferno as a man wearing a formal suit and top hat walked out. Seeing scenes he shouldn't see, and hearing sounds he shouldn't hear, were a daily occurrence for a monster. Having become a winner, Enzo was already used to all of this. Without any thought, he fully believed in his intuition and lunged forward, jumping off the staircase and making 2 rolls onto the lower street. At the same time, the brown-skinned marionette, Oaf, suddenly stood up. After bending his back, he hurled the matchstick in his hand at the location where Enzo was previously standing. Before the matchstick hit the ground, scarlet flames extended out into midair in a resplendent and brilliant manner. Amidst the flames, Klein's black-suited figure with a half-top hat leaped out. However, he had lost sight of his target. Klein had discovered someone rapidly coming down the staircase about 10 seconds ago, as though he was hiding from something. Suspecting that this was his new marionette, he immediately did a dream divination and obtained the revelation that the man was related to the Rose school of thought and wasn't anyone good. With such a result, Klein didn't hesitate to take action. Unfortunately, due to the lack of time, he didn't have the time to use Paper Angel, which had been recorded in Creeping Hunger, to interfere with the target's spiritual intuition, and as a result, it made his ambush fail. At this moment, Oph had already left the final flight of steps on the staircase. He was running with large strides towards Enzo, who had just stood up. Enzo's mind stirred. Without dodging, he nimbly turned his body to the side, avoiding the ordinary attack. Then he drew his gun and quickly aimed. With a bang, he shot Oph's chest. As blood gushed out, Oph staggered for a moment before collapsing. His breathing rapidly weakened. Klein took this brief opportunity as his body vanished, phasing right in front of the target to block his escape route. Enzo seemed to have an inexplicable strange premonition. He immediately tightly shut his eyes. He didn't know why he did so, but as a mid-sequence beyonder of the fate pathway, believing his intuition was an instinct. Immediately after that, Enzo frantically switched directions. Attempting to rely on his spiritual intuition, he rushed into another street. But at this moment, the man in the suit who didn't have any outstanding features appeared in front of him again. Klein's figure kept disappearing and appearing in every direction, as though he was running around Enzo at high speeds, often blocking his path but not dealing any direct attacks. Whether he used Beyonder powers or not, it made Enzo face a figure wearing a black suit and half-top hat no matter where he turned to. For an instant, Enzo with his eyes closed even imagined that he was facing a group of enemies instead of one enemy. A traveler was often able to create the effect of being besieged. In just 10 seconds, Enzo, who had failed to find a path to escape, suddenly jolted. His actions instantly slowed down as his mind and joints seemed to be injected with glue. Traveling works well with a marionettist as well. While Klein was phasing around, he kept maintaining a distance of 10 meters from Enzo. He had been secretly controlling his spirit body threads all this time. No good, he doesn't attack, and is only blocking me. Not because he is waiting for the Nighthawks, but for another reason. Enzo, who still had his eyes shut, felt his heart tighten. Suddenly, he stepped onto a rock, causing his body to lose balance. He slammed heavily to the ground, causing his revolver to fly several meters away. Plop! The pain and shock had snapped Enzo out of his suppressed state. He found his fluidity again. Enzo was no stranger to such accidents. As a winner, he often obtained an advantage due to all kinds of low-probability events and thus clinch victory. Without hesitation, he was just about to dash towards the end of the street to his side and flip over the fence to jump into the sea, allowing what fate had arranged for him to escape his predicament when another scene flashed in his mind. In it, he was breaking out into a coughing fit, to the point of not being able to stand up or open up his stride. Ailments. The enemy can infect me with ailments. He isn't attacking me and is simply blocking my escape route in order to keep me in this area, thus infecting me with ailments in an unnoticeable manner. Enzo's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly felt a strong sense of delight. The green essence ring he wore came from a believer of the primordial moon. Upon activation, it could easily treat any ailments or injuries that weren't too serious. This is luck. Enzo pretended to not discover the infectious ailment in the air. Exerting strength in his palms, he lunged forward and followed his predetermined route towards the fence at the end of the street. Moments after he took 2 steps, he suddenly coughed and involuntarily slowed down. His coughing didn't quell like usual. Instead, it was worsening as though he was about to cough out his lungs. Klein's figure flashed and appeared behind the target while he maintained 10 meters from him. At this moment, Enzo spread his arms and allowed invisible waves to ripple out of his body. It was like a pure psyche storm that swept all spirit bodies in the vicinity, bringing with it an intense sense of drowsiness and calamity. Klein similarly had a premonition for danger. The moment Enzo spread his arms, his body had already vanished from his spot and had appeared in the midsection of the steep staircase. Still having his eyes closed, Enzo realized that he didn't receive his desired effect. He immediately abandoned the idea of escaping after finishing his target. He continued running towards the fence at the end of the street. He had a hunch that if he stalled a little longer, a number of Nighthawks would catch up to him, making the situation more chaotic. And as a former lucky one and a winner, the more chaotic a situation, the higher the chances of him escaping. At this moment, as he had repeatedly changed directions while running blindly, he once again passed by Oph, who had been shot in the chest. On Oph's left finger was a golden ring with an inlaid ruby. A sanguine beam flashed from the beam as Oph's injuries began recovering. He bounced up and widened his mouth, biting down on Enzo, who was running past. His tongue seemed to lose substance as it transformed into a blob of flesh and blood. Flower of blood. Oph wore the Flower of Blood ring which Klein had obtained from Mr. X. It could randomly allow the wearer to abandon any rationality in order to become a beast. On the other hand, it could allow the wearer to control their body at a deeper level. As long as they didn't suffer from instant death or become completely purified, they could heal from any kind of injury. At the same time, it also came with flesh and blood magic. It was a mystical item that was very suited for marionettes. Before Klein came out to seek a new marionette, he didn't know which pathway or sequence his target would be. Therefore, to make well-rounded preparations, he made Oph wear the Flower of Blood ring. This way, he could direct a play of him being the main assailant with the marionette as the secondary assailant. But in fact, it was the exact opposite. Just as Enzo ran past Oph, he felt a stabbing pain in his knee as though his previous fall had given him some light injuries. The moment this thought flashed across his mind, he hurriedly crouched down and felt a figure fly past his head. It missed. Oph's sudden attack still failed to be effective against a winner. Enzo was just about to smile and run again when he suddenly had a premonition. He subconsciously curled up and protected his vital spots. At the same time, Oph suddenly swelled up and silently exploded. Flesh and blood formed a storm, sweeping through a rather large area in the vicinity, hitting Enzo again and again. One of the preparations Klein had done was to use a power of creeping hunger after its mutation. He had planted a flesh bomb in his marionette's body. With a clank, the golden ring with an inlaid ruby landed on the stone slabs in the street. Klein's figure flashed to Enzo's side. He raised his left palm and made his palm pitch black. As though they were formed of granules, he said a word filled with evil and corruption. Slow. Thanks to his luck, Enzo had avoided most of the damage. His lightly injured body suddenly turned still as his struggling actions slowed down. His curled pose changed bit by bit. Right on the heels of that, he opened his eyes due to the pain, and a figure wearing a black suit and half-top hat was reflected in his eyes. Ah! Enzo let out a tragic cry as he raised his hands to cover his eyes. Streams of blood seeped out from the gaps in his fingers. Monster, looking at his writhing target, Klein pricked up his brows. He continued controlling the spirit body threads and quickly achieved initial control. This time, there weren't any accidents that broke the subsequent procedure. In a half-crazy state with scales growing from his body, Enzo was powerless to resist. Klein rather smoothly deepened his control. Time ticked by when Enzo suddenly stood up and converged the protruded snake-like scales. He pressed his hand to his chest and bowed at Klein. Then, he walked to the side and bent down to pick up the golden ring with the inlaid ruby. Wearing it on his left hand's index finger, it matched the emerald ring on his other hand. Klein held back the urge of looking at himself with his new marionette. He got Enzo to clear up the scene of the remnant flesh and any traces left behind. After doing all of this, he walked into the shadows with his marionette and quickly vanished. A few minutes later, Daly Simone and Leonard Mitchell, who had repeatedly made errors in judgment, finally arrived at the top of the steep staircase. They proceeded down the steps at a very slow speed, cautious of their surroundings, and they were ready to enter combat at any moment. However, They failed to encounter any abnormalities even when they reached the bottom of the flight of stairs. They didn't even find any useful clues. Daly grabbed onto the wind, cupped her hand to her ear, and listened carefully. A few seconds later, she looked around her and said, "There was a gunshot. A weapon once dropped around the street bend. If that man named Enzo is dead." "Who did it?" Leonard asked in surprise. From his point of view, due to the repeated failures they had encountered, Enzo had easily escaped their pursuit. The possibility of a Rose School of Thought monitor silencing him and wiping away any clues was zero. If that were the case, who could have killed that Beyonder who was suspected to be a Sequence 5 or 6? It needed to be mentioned that the Red Gloves had used a sealed artifact to implement anti-divination before they carried out tonight's operation. It was unlikely for anyone to predict it ahead of time and wait there to hunt the escaping Enzo. Daly shook her head. "Those little guys didn't see anything. It's likely a Beyonder who's good at anti-divination. Perhaps it's Enzo's enemy, and they had been planning to act tonight." She simply offered a guess of hers, and the duo began independently searching the nearby streets to see if they could find any missed clues. Taking this opportunity, Leonard circled to a fence in a particular street. Suppressing his tone, he asked, "Old man, did you discover anything?" Inside him, Pallas Zoroast replied after 3 seconds. "You should have heard a tragic scream and had used that to correct the direction of your pursuit effort. It was let out by Enzo. He had apparently seen something extremely terrifying and indescribable, something that could directly cause damage and corruption to his soul body." Leonard was taken aback for a moment. He narrowed his eyes as he repeated softly, "Extremely terrifying and indescribable." Inside the inn, Klein teleported back with his new marionette. He then made his marionette stand to his side as he sat down. As he sized up his marionette, he sighed. "A Beyonder of the monster pathway, but he's still inferior to Senor. There's no way for him to hide in a gold coin for ease of transport. I can only let him follow beside me. From his Beyonder sequence, he isn't a core member of the Rose School of Thought, but his sequence isn't too low. Some importance must have been placed on him. That also means that if I don't disguise him, it's very easy for me to be targeted by the Rose School of Thought. On the contrary, I can probably use him as bait to fish for another wraith. When the time comes, he can walk alone while I hide 200 meters away to wait for the bait to be hooked. No, I can't. I mustn't let greed get to my head. The southern continent is where the Rose School of Thought is active. Once I expose my location, with how much importance the Mother Tree of Desire places on me, not only will a saint come, even an angel might appear. Yes, it's better if I disguise this marionette. As a faceless, I'm quite skilled at disguises. Then, I'll continue using mystical methods to find my next marionette. I'll wait for Danitz to finish his investigation and for Mr. Azik to come find me." Klein quickly made up his mind. Using a myriad of means, he gained an understanding of his new marionette's level and Beyonder powers. He was a Sequence 5 winner of the Fate pathway. In this pathway, a Sequence 9 monster was one who had super high spiritual perception. They often heard sounds others couldn't hear, and also see things others couldn't see. This allowed them to occasionally see the future and have an acute intuition for danger. Beyonders of this sequence often entered a state of enlightenment as they muttered indecipherable words. It was the reason why they were treated as real monsters. As for the corresponding Sequence 8 robot, the Beyonders would obtain terrifying calculation skills and precise control. The various parts of their bodies in those aspects would be clearly boosted, making them talented at close combat and shooting. At the same time, they also had the powers of divination and anti-divination. Sequence 7 was named Lucky 1 or Lucky. Beyonders of this level frequently encountered lucky events in their daily lives, like finding money on the street, having enemies miss shots aimed at them, getting dice rolls as they wished, and having women they liked to also like them back. However, their luck wasn't fixed and would fluctuate. At times, they were especially lucky, and at other times, they were no different from an ordinary person. Therefore, it wasn't something that could be relied upon, and one had to temper one's expectations. Sequence 6 was Calamity Priest. On the one hand, Beyonders could passively suffer all kinds of calamities, but they could foresee it and make preparations to eliminate or mitigate the effects. On the other hand, they would actively attract different kinds of calamities, affecting a target and enemy as a result. Then, using one's advantage of being lucky, avoid most of the danger and attack during the chaos. To put it simply, they could pull their opponents into a situation where they could take advantage of their strengths the best. Of course, many calamity priests could use the dangers of their own passive encounters to attack their enemies. Meanwhile, calamity priests could create psyche storms. Using their spirituality that surpassed that of other pathways, they could directly affect their opponent's soul bodies, causing them to feel dizzy and lost. If a calamity priest's enemy entered such a state, they were extremely prone to making errors. It caused the calamity to snowball and eventually devour them. And at Sequence 5 winner, Beyonders could control their luck to a certain extent. They could use their own temperance to accumulate large amounts of luck. At critical moments, they could dramatically reduce any dangers to their life multiple times. From time to time, they could also encounter beneficial situations that have extremely low probabilities in their daily lives. For example, due to someone's mistakes, they might receive an inheritance. The strange, comedic way they walked caused them to catch the fancy of a member of the opposite sex, or their enemies who were pursuing them would foolishly get lost or make errors in judgment. At this level, Beyonders of the fate pathway had a very keen sense of foresight. Be it divination or anti-divination, they were mysticism experts. In addition, they could also give their enemies bad luck to a certain extent, making their targets become unlucky. Beyonders of the monster pathway are really extreme. Apart from the spirituality and fate domain, they almost have zero Beyonder powers. Even their constitution and calculation skills are provided at robot. The subsequent advancements give rather limited improvements. This is my ideal model for a charlatan. They do not have any offensive or defensive abilities, simply relying on their premonition and how fate blesses them. I have to say that this is the most special path out of the 22 Beyonder pathways. I can find or guess their neighboring pathways. Only Monster seems rather asocial. Seems to be a lonely one. Perhaps the Beyonder pathway that focuses on fate is destined to be lonely? Klein silently reflected on the matter and had some ideas regarding the usage of his marionette. Of course, he still needed to carry out divinations above the gray fog. He needed to see if the passive good luck and calamities still existed after the Beyonder's actual death. If it really was present, Klein had to constantly face the trials of calamities. In comparison, Admiral of Bloodsignor is still better as a marionette. People only know how to cherish and regret once things are gone. Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating chortle. From the traits of the monster pathway, he thought of a few effective means to deal with their mid- and low-sequence Beyonders. First, it was to catch them by surprise to let them see him directly. They would directly see the gray fog or other images, causing them to suffer a catharsis of the mind and receive damage to their bodies, pushing them to the brink of losing control. Second, it was to throw a special item out, causing them to face the test of seeing what shouldn't be seen and hear what shouldn't be heard. In this aspect, Klein had a blood crystal that came from a high-level devil that could produce such an effect Blather's aura. Third, it was to entice them to give him bad luck and pretend to act unlucky so as to have an opportunity to strike back. Amidst his thoughts, Klein made the marionette empty his pockets, producing 35 pounds 10 solely 7 pence and a leather wallet. The wallet's surface and interior had a flower and name embroidered on it. It appeared to be completely handcrafted. Enzo. Whether that's your name or not, your name is Enzo. Klein shot a glance at his marionette as he moved his gaze down to the golden ring with the inlaid emerald on his right hand. Via divination, he learned that the ring was named Green Essence. It had one effect: treat any ailments or injuries that weren't too serious. And it was precisely because of this that its negative effects were trivial. It only attracted mosquitoes. Thankfully, I'm not the one wearing it. Monster Pathway Beyonders don't seem to wear many mystical items. Even if they do, they will wear one or two rather low-level ones. This is a requirement of fate. Klein retracted his gaze in thought and looked at Enzo, who was staring at the wall. He had an urge grow within him. He wished to use his Monster Pathway marionette to look at himself. He wanted to know what was so special about him. Will this be very dangerous? I'll lose control as a result even if I'm seeing myself? No, back in Tingen City, Adamasol had also looked straight at me without being a Sequence 9. The only thing that happened was having his eyes bleed and be in a state of pain for a while. Although I have improved drastically from then, Winner Enzo didn't directly break down when he saw me just now. The reaction resembled my reaction when seeing Demoness of Despair Panatia's partial mythical creature form. Do a divination above the gray fog? No, that involves the gray fog itself. The outcome will definitely be interfered with. Rely on my own divination powers in the real world. Klein took out a gold coin and let it run through his fingers. After a while, the gold coin bounced up and fell down into Klein's palm. Klein looked down at his palm as his eyes reflected the gold coin. It was heads. This meant that Klein should use the marionette's eyes to look at himself. After receiving this revelation, Klein remained hesitant. He pondered about holding a ritual to send Enzo above the gray fog. Doing so was relatively safer, allowing the damage and corruption his spirit body suffered to be completely screened by the environment before making an attempt. However, he suspected that he wouldn't receive an outcome. This was because Beyonders of the Fate pathway were noticing the projection of the mysterious space on his body. Above the gray fog, that uniqueness might no longer exist. It was like an attempt to observe an elephant's body. Instead of doing it outside, he was doing it internally. Pressing his fingers together, he clenched the gold coin in silence for a long while before making up his mind. He suddenly stood up, took out a ritual dagger, and created a wall of spirituality to isolate the room. This was to prevent anyone from hearing the possible screams or strange commotion. Immediately after that, Klein set up a ritual and sacrificed creeping hunger above the gray fog. He was afraid that the glove would turn on him when something happened to him. This was a fixed trait of creeping hunger itself. Once it didn't have its fill and couldn't secure a schedule of eating one person a day, it would view its wearer as food. And Klein starved it more often than he fed it. After doing all the preparations in a meticulous and orderly manner, Klein reached out to take the flower of blood from Enzo and wore it on his left palm. This ensured that he could recover even if he suffered any serious physical damage. At the moment he was about to wear it, Klein thought for a moment and paused. Taking a piece of paper, he wrote, "Remember to take off the ring." He was worried that he wouldn't take flower of blood off after his experiment due to his lowered intelligence. When that happens, perhaps I need a beautiful princess to wake me up with a kiss. No, take off my ring. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and exhaled. Removing his outerwear, he wore the ring. Then he cast his gaze at his new marionette, Winner Enzo. The sense of crisis and nervousness was inevitable. But as long as he made up his mind, the experienced him could only forge ahead without flinching. After doing some adjustments and entering a state of cogitation, Klein made the marionette slowly turn around to look at him. With the winner's eyes, he first saw a layer of thin, emanating grayish-white fog. Amidst the fog, there was a resplendent door of light that was tainted with bluish blackness. The door of light was formed from countless layers of spherical light. Each spherical light enveloped squirming maggots. Some of them were transparent, others translucent. They had complicated and indescribable symbols and patterns that had profound meanings. Before Klein could discern the actual details, he felt his mind buzz as he lost consciousness. After an unknown period of time, he slowly woke up. He had momentarily lost his memory, almost imagining that he had slept till daybreak. What happened? Still dark outside, Klein sat up with a push of his hands, only to realize that he was on the ground. At this moment he caught sight of Enzo through the corner of his eye. Plenty of scenes and voices suddenly surged through his mind. That's right. I was trying to figure out what Beyonders of the monster pathway can see from my body. I suffered too much stimulation and fainted immediately? I still vaguely remember painful screaming. Was that me? Klein, who had recovered his memories, hurriedly inspected his condition. He was surprised to see a bloody, gruesome wound on his body, as though something was about to tear out of it. At this moment, Flesh was squirming in the wound, reforming at an abnormally fast speed. Klein then looked to the ground and saw that there was blood that had outlined a silhouette of where he was lying down. Thankfully, I wore flower of blood. Otherwise, I might have slowly died due to the heavy injuries brought about by the breakdown of my body. After I resurrect, I wonder if I'll be in a human form or a monster form. Klein raised his hand and rubbed his temples as he scanned his surroundings. He found that the furniture had toppled, but the wall of spirituality remained intact. He heaved a sigh of relief, confirming that the abnormality was only limited to himself and a small area around him. Nothing had spread, and from the speed at which his wound was recovering at, Klein determined that he hadn't been unconscious for more than a minute. He picked up the chair and sat down, feeling as though he had forgotten something, but he just couldn't recall what. Only when he instinctively cleared the area did he see a note with the words, "Remember to take off the ring." Only then was he enlightened as he removed the golden ruby ring on his left hand. More memories surfaced as Klein shook his head and muttered with a lingering sense of fear and amusement. Luck is really important at times. If the negative effects of the flower of blood randomly reached its peak potency, I might not be able to recognize those words and fail to be reminded. Seeing that he had mostly recovered from his wound, he made Enzo wear flower of blood and take off green essence. Using the latter's treatment, Klein no longer felt any discomfort. He focused his attention back on the scene he saw. It was a scene that Beyonders of the Fate pathway saw on him. A door of light tainted with bluish-black. Countless spherical lights, transparent and translucent maggots clumped together. Symbols and patterns that are mystically complicated, hiding plenty of knowledge but giving zero feedback to others. What do these represent? This is a particular mythical creature form that corresponds to the mysterious space above the gray fog. It's one that belongs to a sequence, O true God. Due to the gray fog screening, only Beyonders of the Fate pathway can see it directly, suffering the visual impact and corruption. Likewise, it's also because of the gray fog screening that those Beyonders don't directly break down as though they are seeing a deity with their own eyes while also not receiving any knowledge. Klein thought for a moment and began to use divination to decipher the hidden meaning. The door of light seems to resemble the symbol behind the apprentice's chair. It might also point to Mr. Door. Countless stacked spherical light is identical to my cogitation. And the latter stems from the mythical systems as described by some novels from Earth. Influenced, my subconscious chose the most relevant and closely matching memory. Or could it be that my choice influences the expression of the scene from the gray fog? The distorted and transparent maggots are similar to the clump of maggots on the gigantic throne on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, but there are some tiny differences. That sequence, oh the fool of the seer pathway? I didn't manage to see the translucent ones clearly. It's hard to tell. Also, the bluish-black color keeps making me connect it to the depths of the mysterious space that I can't reach. Back when I stood on the highest step of the staircase of light, I could see some hints of bluish-black on the cloud-like mass that condensed in midair. Klein thought about it for quite some time but failed to receive an answer. All he could do was keep it at the back of his mind and analyze it when he had more information and clues. After clearing the scene, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. He planned on doing a thorough inspection of his physical condition and confirm if Enzo still had any passive luck or bad luck. Biome. In the poverty district, in a dilapidated house that wasn't too big. Admiral of Stars Katlia was sitting behind a table looking at the door when she heard a unique knocking pattern on the door. "Come on in." She didn't deliberately disguise her voice. The wooden door creaked open as the hanged man walked in, wearing a hooded black robe. Seeing his suspicious disguise, Katlia nudged her heavy glasses and said with a smile, "If you were to walk out like this, you would be surrounded by the members of the Church of Storms within 5 minutes." She didn't wear any disguise because she knew that the matter of her permitting Gehrman Sparrow to board the future had long spread across the seas. It wasn't difficult for the hanged man to guess that Admiral of Stars was Ma'am Hermit. Alger didn't directly reply to her. As he closed the door, he pulled out a chair and snapped back, "It's the same for you." He meant that Admiral of Stars was just second to Admiral Hell amongst the 7 pirate admirals. Furthermore, She was suspected to have deep connections to Gairman Sparrow. She was a target of pursuit by the Church of Storms and Church of Evernight. Her bounty had risen to £45,000, and no matter which city she was in, it only spelled trouble once she was recognized due to not being disguised. Katlia nodded slightly and turned to look at the hanged man's hooded face. In front of me, such a disguise is meaningless. However, I respect your choice. She continued wearing her glasses. She has a domineering stance and great confidence. As expected of the Admiral of Stars, Alger, who was wearing a mask under the hood, didn't harp on the disguise as he went straight to the point. Thank you for providing me with assistance. Katlia placed her right hand on her left elbow. I'm curious. With your present strength and the resources you have, you should be able to resolve the artisan's problem even without my help. Why are you being excessive? Alger was already prepared as he succinctly replied, I do not wish to become a topic of discussion for others. Katlia seemed to grasp the meaning in between the lines. Pondering for a few seconds, she said, I need more information. Alger nodded lightly and said, according to my observations and guesses, the artisan is likely controlled by those who believe in the primordial moon. The latter belong to the original faction of the southern continent, not the traitors of the life school of thought. Katlia's expression remained unperturbed as she thought for a moment. Why don't you find Mr. Moon? He should be very interested in such matters. Alger curled his lips and replied in a normal tone, if we aren't able to resolve it, I might do so. Katlia understood the hanged man. If the problem was too serious, they could use the moon to involve the entire Sanguine race. They could then minimize their losses in the chaos and obtain some benefits. She then smiled and said, if the situation is that serious, why not directly find the world? That seems to make things simple. Alger remained silent for a few seconds before saying, I have to prove my ability at handling problems. Therefore, that's the final resort. After hearing his reply, Katlia immediately made some connections. The hanged man places great importance on the way Gairman Sparrow views him. It's because he's a blessed of Mr. Fool? Also, his attitude is rather identical to the political jokes of Backlund and Trier. When facing a problem or having committed a mistake, the first reaction is to suppress the matter and find other methods to resolve it. They cannot let their superior or consignor know about it. This means that the hanged man was once or is currently a member of a powerful faction with a strict hierarchy. It influenced him and made him grasp similar traits. The Church of Storms? No, such a person would be an oddity. The fleet of the King of the Five Seas? Amidst her thoughts, the pirate admiral nudged her heavy glasses and steered the topic back. Continue describing the artisan. Alger appeared to have prepared a script. Without any thought or pause, he said in an unhurried manner, to hide this artisan's identity, to prevent this resource from being wielded by others, I deliberately constructed the identity of him being part of the Church of Steam. But in fact, he had no choice but to create items for unaffiliated Beyonders to earn money to maintain his lifestyle of enjoying fine wine and beauties. He betrayed the Church of Steam and hid in Byam. This time, he first contracted a strange disease and was monitored by an unknown person. Later, he seemed to be under control of people who believe in the primordial moon, claiming that he could receive new life. Katlia finished listening attentively as her eyes with a purple tint appeared extremely focused. After the hanged man finished his recount, she pondered and asked, an artisan definitely has no lack of mystical items. Furthermore, they know all the combinations of different Beyonder effects and negative effects. Their strength is definitely at sequence 5. What methods did those primordial moon believers use to control this artisan without harming him? A demigod was involved? Alger slowly shook his head. There aren't any clues regarding that, but based on my observation, the artisan has expressed some willingness. I suspect that, while being threatened and coerced, there are elements of them targeting his weaknesses to entice him. He had indirectly denied the theory that a demigod was involved. Katlia nodded. How did those primordial moon believers find this artisan? Based on your description, this artisan only trades with trustworthy friends he's familiar with. He doesn't enjoy widening his channels, and he can be said to be extremely cautious. Alger hesitated for a moment and said, I'm not too sure, but I have a theory. I once helped the world sell a werewolf beyonder characteristic to that artisan, and the werewolf pathway belongs to the mutant pathway. Be it the formulas or characteristics, they are firmly in the control of the Rose School of Thought. There are seldom any leaks. Likewise, those people who believe in the primordial moon in the southern continent basically belong to the Rose School of Thought. Katlia added inwardly, having figured out the Hanged Man's theory. He suspected that the werewolf beyonder characteristic had a latent problem that involved a secret existence. This resulted in the artisan being targeted by the Rose School of Thought. And this was also the reason why the Rose School of Thought firmly wielded control over the mutant pathway's formula and characteristics. Katlia raised a few more questions and obtained satisfactory answers. Finally, she asked, What's that artisan's name? What country is he from? He's from Intis. He calls himself Sealf. Alger replied straight away. Sealf? Katlia frowned slightly as she repeated the artisan's name softly. What's wrong with that? Upon seeing this, Alger directly asked, You've heard of him? From Alger's point of view, Admiral of Stars was an experienced powerhouse with a powerful background and was good at controlling herself. If she hadn't wished to discuss Sealf, she wouldn't have made it so clear even if she had her suspicions and questions. Due to this, he chose to ask without mincing his words. After a moment of silence, Katlia said, Emperor Rosel's eldest son is Seal. It's very similar to that name. Without waiting for the Hanged Man to say a word, she continued, This prince passed away due to his horror and concerns shortly after the emperor's assassination. Back then, the Sauron family wished to hang or exile his descendants, but the Church of Steam chose to take him in as a clergyman. Alger nodded slightly in enlightenment. You suspect that he's a descendant of that prince? In most countries in the northern continent like Intis and Faisak, it was common for people to use their ancestor's name or something similar as their names. It represented the legacy of honor. Therefore, the more illustrious a family was, the more common it was to have the second or the third. Of course, it was also very common for two people to have similar names, but Artisan Sealf wasn't only a name. He was from the Church of Steam, a person from Intis, and had reached the level of artisan. Faced with the Hanged Man's question, Katlia nodded gently. I can quickly make a confirmation if you can obtain his blood. Understanding the reason, Alger didn't ask further. Instead, he asked, Are you going to take action now? I can provide support. Katlia's glasses reflected the crimson moonlight that shone inwards. No, I plan on observing for some time. At the very least, we need to understand why the people who believe in the primordial moon are trying to control Artisan Sealf. If they only wish to get the artisan to work for them and create mystical items, the situation becomes a lot more simple. And if they have other goals, the problem might be more complicated than we imagined. We will need to make more preparations. As expected of the Admiral of Stars, Alger nodded and said, I can't stay in Byam for too long, or else I will incur suspicion. If you need my assistance, it needs to be fast. After receiving confirmation from her, the Hanged Man slowly got up and pulled up his hood before leaving the room. Having learned where Artisan Sealf was presently living, Katlia removed her heavy glasses and pinched her glabella. Clapping, she said, Heath, come in. In the shadows of the door gap, the darkness suddenly stirred as a thin and tall but pale figure appeared. His nose bridge was ridiculously high, and his facial skin was nearly transparent. Looking ill, he was none other than the second mate of the future, Rose Bishop Heath Doyle. Katlia looked at him and said, The actual situation is, I'll leave the rest to you. Yes, Captain. Heath Doyle simply replied before shrinking back into the shadows. Katlia raised her right hand and paused for a few seconds. Stay away from Frank for the time being. He had reached a standstill in his mushroom experiments. I'm afraid that he will come up with new ideas. The location of my second marionette. Klein held two branches as he repeatedly chanted without seeing them move. This meant a divination failure or that Colaine City didn't have a second marionette that suited him well. From the looks of it, Mysticism methods are temporarily useless. I'll pack up tomorrow and leave, Klein mumbled and threw the branches into the trash can. Standing beside him was Enzo. Although he didn't dare to directly look at his master and was only looking at the ground, he skillfully made a cup of black tea and offered it to Klein. Compared to before, this winner now had red skin that was nearly peeling due to sunburn. After all of this turned for the better, he would have a swarthy 10. To disguise his new marionette and prevent the Rose school of thought from recognizing him, Klein had brought this gentleman on a trip to the beach which received strong sunlight. He was then left exposed to the sun for prolonged periods of time. Meanwhile, he controlled the marionette to shave off most of his hair, leaving a thin layer. With the trimming of his brows, contouring his face with powder, and wearing shades, Enzo seemed to transform into another person. Even the most familiar of friends of his might find it difficult to recognize him unless the person was a faceless. Apart from a disguise in the real world, Klein also did some mysticism management. Firstly, he used the paper angel's embrace, and second, he carried Azek's copper whistle along with it. In addition, he also determined that a winner's passive luck and calamity trait was ineffective. However, he had no idea if it was because of its status as a marionette, or if it was due to the gray fog. Receiving the tea and taking a sip, Klein cast his gaze at the map of East and West Balam on the coffee table. He considered where he could find his second marionette. At this moment, the colors around him suddenly saturated as though an artist had contoured the area with paint. Right on the heels of that, a figure appeared beside Enzo. He was wearing a silk top hat and a black suit. With a medium build, he had bronze skin and eyes that seemed to see the vicissitudes of life. He had soft facial features, and beneath his right ear was a tiny black mole. He was none other than Azek Eggers. Mr. Azek is finally here. Klein was first delighted before he noticed that he had appeared beside his marionette. This made an amusing scene surface in his mind. Mr. Azek, who had relied on the copper whistle to locate him, had done the same as he usually did, grabbing the copper whistle's wielder by the shoulder, and had left using the spirit world the moment he appeared. And all Klein could do was watch helplessly, trying to stop him with outstretched arms. But being a tad bit slow, he couldn't help but clam up. Azek appeared more reticent than before. Looking at Klein, who had a new face, he asked, "Are you ready?" "Ready? Course not." Klein smiled as he pointed at Enzo. "That glove still needs sealing." As he spoke, the badly sunburnt Enzo removed the human-skinned glove from his right hand with his left hand, which wore the flower of blood and green essence rings. It was Creeping Hunger. Normally, Klein tended to throw Creeping Hunger above the gray fog when it wasn't in use. After all, the glove's original seal had been disabled after its mutation. It needed to consume a living person on a daily basis. Otherwise, it would feast on the wearer. However, considering how Mr. Azek had already replied, it was very likely that he would meet him soon. Finally, he decided to keep Creeping Hunger in the real world unless there were unique circumstances. After all, he could already imagine the scene of Mr. Azek arriving. He didn't wish for such a conversation to happen. "Didn't you say that the glove needs sealing?" "Yes. Give me a second. I need to use the washroom." Or, "Are you ready?" "No. Give me a second. I need to use the washroom." Just the thought of a similar scene and similar line embarrassed Klein, making him feel awkward. Even if he didn't consider the possibility of Mr. Azek realizing the secret of the gray fog, this would also affect his impression of him. Therefore, after obtaining a new marionette and completing his attempt at looking at himself, Klein brought Creeping Hunger back to the real world, making up for its previous meal. Unlike before, the wearer was now Enzo. Aside from that, to restrain Creeping Hunger's urge to eat a person on a daily basis, Klein carried a few normal mushrooms with him. He also made the marionette maintain a distance of at least 5 meters from him. Upon hearing his words and seeing the marionette's actions, Azek nodded and reached out to receive the human-skinned glove. Taking this opportunity, Klein took out a few mushrooms from his pocket and threw them into the nearby trash can. "Pa!" He snapped his fingers, igniting the mushrooms within a scarlet flame. However, it didn't affect anything around it. This was his flame-controlling power from being a magician. After completing this action and seeing Mr. Azik inevitably glance over, Klein chuckled dryly. The unforeseen development back then has made creeping hunger a little afraid of mushrooms. I'm using its weakness to restrain its usual urges. In fact, there wasn't much point in doing so because carrying the mushrooms restrained creeping hunger. It made the starving sealed artifact immediately lash back the moment the mushrooms disappeared. Unless there was any easily obtainable food in front of it, it would end up aiding the enemy. Mushroom, Azik muttered as he held the glove which had blood stains on its surface. He made the surroundings suddenly turn dark as the sunlight outside was prohibited from entering. Ghastly white, dark green complicated symbols, labels, and patterns appeared out of thin air. They appeared to be calligraphed by invisible wraiths, shadows, and spirit bodies. They meshed together in midair, forming a mysterious, illusory double bronze door that seemed to lead to another world. It was a deep, silent, and terrifying world. The illusory door shrank and finally landed on creeping hunger, causing its blood stains to rapidly recede, making it mostly white. A few seconds later, this human-skinned glove returned to normal. It was still a thin, layered glove, and even without any suppressive effect from the mushrooms, it didn't express any signs of mania or urges. It's like how it was before. Azik handed creeping hunger to Klein. Having a big shot backing you sure feels good. Klein reflected inwardly and earnestly thanked him before wearing creeping hunger on his left hand. He thought for a moment and raised a matter. Mr. Azik, while I was carrying your copper whistle while passing through the Berserk Sea, I had the same dream repeatedly. The main theme of the dream is darkness and coldness. In an inverted underground mausoleum, there were countless coffins with a deceased body inside. On their backs were dense white feathers. Those feathers were tainted with pale yellow oil, and deep inside the mausoleum was a blob of black fog that enveloped everything. In the dream, you and I were exploring the mausoleum. We triggered something, causing the black fog to produce panting sounds as thin illusory black tubes were extended. I would jolt myself awake whenever I reached this point in the dream. This seems to be similar to the byproduct of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project that previously appeared. Klein described, in detail, his divination of the copper whistle as a dream. He did this as a warning to Mr. Azik, as if to say that he shouldn't be too careless. After all, dream divination was, in a sense, equivalent to a dream, and Azik knew that he was a beyonder of the seer pathway. Having such an encounter wasn't anything odd. Having a revelation from a normal dream and getting a revelation from a dream divination only differed in one way. One being passive and the other active. Azik finished listening silently without cutting Klein off. At the end of that, he nodded and said, "It's likely related to something Death left in the Berserk Sea. From the looks of it, the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death project has had some qualitative progress. Mr. Azik lives up to being a fourth epic death console. He doesn't belittle my dream at all." Klein raised his right hand and rubbed his face, turning into Gehrman Sparrow. He then said, "I only have one more thing I need to prepare. I need to confirm if Admiral Hel Ludwell isn't somewhere dangerous, and that there aren't any Numinous Episcopate demigods around him." As for whether the Murloc cufflink was still on the ship, Klein didn't mention it. This was because he would check on it every few days. He believed that Admiral Hel had yet to discover the mystical item, or he might have already discovered it but had deliberately not moved it, hoping to lay an ambush for the crazy adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, when he visited. Azik replied calmly, "That can be confirmed when we are nearby." "All right." Klein immediately made Enzo walk to the coat rack and pull out the golden cane. Seeing that there was nothing else, Azik reached out his right hand and grabbed Klein's shoulder. Klein also reached out his right palm to grab onto Enzo's shoulder. The surrounding colors suddenly changed. The reds became redder, and the blacks became blacker. They stacked against each other but were bright and discordant. The two men and the marionette began passing through the spirit world as the black gold inlaid cane danced ahead, pointing out the direction of Klein's lost Murloc cufflink. Before long, the cane fell down and was suspended in midair. Azek terminated the traveling, but they remained in the spirit world. He seemed to be watching something or listening in on something. After 2 to 3 seconds, he said, "There aren't any problems." With that said, he brought Klein while Klein brought his marionette out of the spirit world. Meanwhile, Klein recalled the time he searched for clues to Azek's memories. Back then, the target was the ancient chronicles that Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy possessed. Back then, Azek had said, "The problem isn't serious." But in the end, he faced Demoness of Unaging Katarina. "There aren't any problems." "All right, since you say so," Klein lampooned as he sized up his surroundings. It was a rather familiar environment. It was a huge ship with a mainly dark color with a ghostly green to it. It had a black tulip flag, as well as zombies, skeletons, wraiths, shadows, and other undying creatures. These creatures either directed the sails, patrolled the area, or did cannon drills. All of that proved that it was the flagship, Black Tulip of Admiral Hell. Unlike Klein's last encounter, the Black Tulip had quite a number of living beyonders. The silver-masked captain with an exaggerated rapier, frilly shirt, a gorgeous coat, and a triangular hat with a white skull on it, Admiral Hell Ludwell, was standing by the cabin's entrance looking over. Suddenly, the black ring on Ludwell's right hand trembled and glimmered. The pale white flame in the arrogant pirate admiral's eyes wavered and finally constricted to its limits. Immediately, Ludwell bent his back, prostrated to the ground in front of Azek Eggers, and kissed the deck under the gaze of the either glazed, surprised, or lifeless eyes. Upon seeing Admiral Hell Ludwell's reaction, Klein and the living crew of the Black Tulip could hardly believe their eyes. He originally imagined 2 scenarios. The first was Ludwell requesting help from a numinous episcopate demigod to ambush Gehrman Sparrow and the powerhouse backing him. This wasn't impossible since Sequence 7 of the Death Pathway was called Spirit Medium. They also had the ability to sense impending danger. The second was that Admiral Hell hadn't made any preparations. He tried resisting but ended up being easily finished off by Mr. Azek. Klein's plan was to have Mr. Azek deal with the demigod while he hunted Admiral Hell in the first scenario, so as to obtain his second marionette. If it were the second scenario, he could request Mr. Azek to watch by the side as he controlled his marionette to challenge Ludwell alone. During this process, he would use creeping hunger and hide in the shadows, doing his best to stay behind the scenes so as to digest his marionette potion faster. To his surprise, Admiral Hell didn't put up a fight at all. He directly prostrated himself and kissed the deck as though he was Azek's most loyal and humble servant. "How are we going to come to blows now?" Klein stared ahead blankly, somewhat at a loss for words, and it was silent across the ship. Azek raised his hand and pressed down on his silk hat as he walked towards the prostrating Ludwell at a decent pace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He stopped in front of Ludwell and said with a deep voice, "What stage has the numinous episcopate's artificial death project reached?" Ludwell kept his forehead peeled to the ground as he hoarsely replied, "Artificial death can already influence high-sequence beyonders who failed their advancements, but it is still unable to reply to prayers and rituals." After the description, he slightly raised his torso and took off the black, square-shaped ring from his right hand. Then, with both hands, he offered it in front of him. Silently, the ring seemed to be dragged by countless spirit bodies as it flew up and landed in Azek's palm. Azek studied it for a few seconds before wearing it on his left index finger. Suddenly, a terrifying and profound feeling was emanated from his body. The zombies and skeletons who were either naked or wearing rotten leather armor, genuflected, bowing their heads as though they only dared to look at his boots. The flying wraiths and shadows landed on the deck and clung closely to it. None of them dared to float in midair again. The other pirates aboard the ship plopped to their knees, plastering their faces to the deck without daring to raise them. Klein stood to the side, watching Mr. Azek's back and the suddenly empty scene. He turned agape, but he didn't say a word. Azek took another 2 steps forward and came to Admiral Hell's side. Then, he turned his body and faced Klein and said to Ludwell, You shall be his marionette for a year. When the time is up, you can return to the spirit world. Azek said those words without any inflection, as though he wasn't determining Admiral Hell's life and death or future. Perhaps, to him, this was a trivial matter that didn't need him to care for the thoughts and feelings of the person being ordered. Ludwell's body shook violently as though he was furious and indignant. But ultimately he didn't raise his head. He continued keeping his head peeled to the deck. Yes, Honorable Death Consul. Just as he said that, ghastly white and dark green mysterious symbols were accentuated as they meshed together, forming an illusory bronze door. The door rapidly contracted and was imprinted inside Admiral Hell's forehead. Klein looked in surprise and puzzlement. Only when Mr. Azek nodded at him and pointed to Admiral Hell did he blankly step forward and enter a 10-meter radius. He began controlling Ludwell's spirit body threads. The pirate admiral almost leaped up a few times to flail his arms, but none of that happened. Soon, his thoughts turned sluggish as he subconsciously resisted. After a while, the silver-masked Admiral Hell Ludwell stood up. Bowing his head, he retreated to Klein's side and stood beside Winner Enzo. Azek watched the entire process in silence before finally slowly saying, "In the death pathway, high-level Beyonders have extremely suppressive powers over low-level Beyonders. I can tell. Back when I threw your copper whistle, even the Sequence 5 Admiral Hell failed to control his undead creatures." Klein nodded gently, indicating that he had taken note of it. Immediately after that, a zombie which had rotted in several areas rose up. Carrying an azure-blue cufflink, it came before Klein. It was the Murloc cufflink he had lost. Although it's useless for the current me, I've finally gotten it back. As Klein was lost in poignancy, he reached out to retrieve the item that belonged to him. Then, he saw Mr. Azek walk back and reach out to grab his shoulder. He hurriedly extended his arms to grab onto the shoulders of his marionettes, Enzo and Ludwell. All the colors saturated, brightened, and overlapped. Having entered the spirit world, Klein instinctively asked, "Mr. Azek, where do we go next?" "Berserk Sea," Azek calmly replied. He paused for a moment and then added, "Give me the copper whistle." "All right." Klein made Enzo take out the iron cigar case and retrieve the ancient cigar case. Azek reached out and took it before saying in a deep voice, "My intuition tells me that this ring left by death, together with this copper whistle and myself, should allow us to find the spot in the Berserk Sea where death perished back then." Klein subconsciously said, "My dream tells me that it's very dangerous. Perhaps we should first find the numinous episcopate members who are implementing the artificial death project. We can make decisions after receiving more detailed information from them." Azek fell silent for a few seconds. "A voice there is calling out to me." Klein turned his head to look at Mr. Azek. He saw that this man with soft facial features and weathered eyes had his facial contours furrowed. He no longer had that slight curve to his lips. Colors flashed by quickly as Azek brought Klein through the pitch-black storm that enveloped the Berserk Sea. At this moment, the dark square ring and the exquisite ancient brass whistle shimmered slightly, illuminating Azek's face. This death consul who had lived through the fourth epoch closed his eyes as he silently listened to a shout that came from an unknown location. Then, he suddenly clenched his right hand. All the scenery from the nearby spirit world was imploding, turning into a slowly spinning black vortex whose borders couldn't be seen. The vortex suddenly burgeoned, devouring Azek, Klein, and his two marionettes. Klein sensed a sudden and intense sense of dizziness as he nearly vomited on the spot. He recovered after an unknown period of time, realizing that he was inside a dark, cold mausoleum. Around him were open coffins, and inside them were rotting corpses with white feathers on their backs. "Although I warned Mr. Azek, we still ended up here." Klein was taken aback for a second as he suddenly felt a deep sense of helplessness. He turned his head to look to the side and saw Azek standing near him. He was staring intently at the flights of stairs that led deep into the mausoleum. There was a thick black gas emanating in the area as they slowly swirled like smog. The one hiding in there might very well be artificial death. Klein couldn't help but warn. Azek's facial contours were no longer as taut as he curved the corners of his mouth. My slumber from before has allowed me to recall many more things. I saw myself seated on a bone throne, and I saw beyonders and ordinary people lying dead in front of the throne. They hadn't done anything wrong, but they died sudden deaths all the same. One by one, they got up, turning into ghastly undead creatures that pledged allegiance to me. And I was just coldly watching them without any emotional fluctuations. I allowed the disaster to spread through the village and into the city. This made me feel unlike myself. However, I also knew very well that this might be the real me. As Death Consul from the Fourth Epoch's Balam Empire? Klein's lips quivered slightly before he pursed them tightly. Azek rubbed his temples and continued in an unperturbed tone. I sense myself returning to that past. Without waiting for Klein's reply, Azek, who was staring intently deep into the mausoleum, continued. I still remember my resurrection after my first death. I was lying in a pale white coffin, and I staggered to my feet. I was feeling horrified, having no idea what was happening, nor did I know where I was. Before the clergyman collected my corpse for purification, I escaped, stumbling along the way like a wandering ghost. I crossed grasslands, villagers, and cities. I couldn't recall who I was or where I came from. No matter where I went back then, I would hear all kinds of sobbing. When I watched priests presiding over mass burials, I felt sorrow in every corner. Later, I happened to rescue a noble lady and entered her manor. She was a bright and lively girl, and I was like a feral beast from the jungle. I was sensitive, suspicious, self-abased, afraid. And I often showed a cold, indifferent, cruel side that didn't match the morality of a human. She was very curious about me. No matter how I avoided her or what terrible things I did, she would approach me, infecting me with her smile. She would use interesting matters to influence me, and without realizing it, I got used to her pranks and her existence. We secretly got together. She was very worried that her father wouldn't agree to her marriage to a former tramp and present servant. Seeing her melancholic smile, I had the feeling of blood gushing through me for the first time. I rashly told her that I was leaving, but I would return with an aristocratic title and a bridal garland. I joined the army, becoming a knight. I raised a 3-meter lance and charged at enemies. Thanks to the chaos of the Fourth Epoch's wake in the northern continent, I became a baron and obtained a fief I could call my own. I abided by my promise, and with the king's conferment letter, family emblem, a knight's medal ribbon, and my self-made garland, I married my bride. Upon saying this, Azek's expression gradually turned gentle, as though he was reminiscing and recalling something. The corners of his mouth curled up without him realizing it. Klein's heart stirred from hearing this, as though he had met the familiar Mr. Azek again. What happened next? He carefully guided the conversation. Azek looked ahead and said, Later, we built a castle on our fief. We had children, a boy. He grew up very quickly, and I could tell that he would grow up to be tall and stout. He enjoyed combat, often running around while dragging a broadsword, claiming that he wanted to become a knight. I thought it was just child's talk that wouldn't last. However, even if he broke his leg or hurt his head, he didn't abandon his training. He thought that I wouldn't be able to see him if he hid in his room grimacing while tending to his wound. He underestimated his father. All the spirits in the fief were secretly under my service. Year after year passed. I recovered more and more of my memories. My wife often grumbled that the castle was too cold and dark and that she wished to go somewhere with sunlight and warmth. I satisfied her request, but it was only much later that I realized that it wasn't because she disliked staying in the castle, but that she was afraid of the changes happening to me. She was afraid of the colder me who was becoming a stranger. She never told me these things, spending time with me like she always did. We spent a beautiful time by the seaside in the south, and we even thought of having a second child. But unfortunately, we didn't succeed. It was only when I sensed that my next death was approaching did I return to the fief, to my castle. My son, That boy told me that he wished to head to Backland to become an attendant to viscounts or earls and begin his journey as a knight. I asked him why he had made such a choice when he was only around 10. He told me that I was his idol and role model. He wished to become a noble by being a knight like me without the help of his parents. Back then, I had already recovered most of my memories. Faced with that child, I always felt a little awkward, unfamiliar, and uncomfortable. But when I heard his answer, I still felt an indescribable joy, satisfaction, and pride. He was my son, completely different from the children I had back when I was in the Balam Empire. Klein knew that Mr. Azik was talking about his identity as Baron Lamadai, and the child who made him proud and satisfied had been poisoned to death in his middle age or advanced years. He was nailed in a coffin and even had his skull taken away by Nsangwil. Azik's gaze went adrift for a moment. I died once again and woke up in a groggy manner. I instinctively left my fief and followed my prior arrangements to wander elsewhere. Every incarnation I had a different life in the beginning. At times, I met with the sweetest love. At other times I received the most adorable daughter. The love, helplessness, and satisfaction left me taken aback, puzzled, and stumped again and again as I gradually recovered my memories. There was once a time where I was a filial son. I gave my parents pride, a beautiful life, adorable grandsons and granddaughters. But when I awoke and found myself, I recalled that in my previous incarnation, I had coldly watched their real son die in the battlefield and had seized his identity. On the one hand, I felt pain and guilt, and on the other hand, I felt it was nothing, something trivial. My inner heart seemed to dissociate into two. Back then, I had a mask that allowed me to change into anyone, but I lost it after awakening. This might have been something I deliberately lost. Klein recalled Mr. Azik's mention of a daughter who liked getting sweets from him. After some deliberation, he asked, "I believe that it isn't a dissociation, but that you are fighting against madness. After losing your past memories, you, who restart your life, are always kind and warm, with rich emotions. At your present state, you probably recognize it even clearer. This might very well be the true you, your essence. And as a death console, you suffer the effects of the Beyonder characteristics' latent inclination towards losing control. You suffer the influence brought about by a high-level death pathway Beyonder. I heard that he had already gone mad after the War of the Four Emperors." Klein's words weren't without much evidence, because he only knew a few of Azik's incarnations: Baron Lamud, the father who made a swing for his daughter, the filial child, and the warm and friendly history teacher. His goal was to provide a guess, a possibility to help Mr. Azik resist the death console personality that came with his memories. It allowed him to introspect his past incarnations and use this to achieve a particular compromise with himself that wouldn't be too cold. And as he spoke, he suddenly had a new idea. Without waiting for Azik to finish digesting what he had said, he hurriedly asked, "Mr. Azik, do you know about an anchor? To secure themselves. The deities and angels use anchors to prevent the Beyonder characteristics' inclination towards losing control and stop madness from corrupting them." "Yes." Azik retracted his gaze and nodded. Klein wasn't too sure, but he used a rather firm tone and said, "Perhaps your repeated memory loss to restart and live a new life is the anchor you use to resist madness and the loss of control. Do not abandon them. Do not forget them. That is you." After saying that, Klein added inwardly, "Anchor?" Azik repeated this word as his mind seemed lost. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly sighed. "This might be an explanation. At least, it lessens the intensity of my mental dissociation and conflicts. However, since I've already come this far, I should still head inside the mausoleum to see what's hiding there. Why is it summoning me, and what is causing me to die and revive again and again, losing my memories during the process only to find them again? This has troubled me for more than 1,000 years. It has troubled my every incarnation. I believe I can receive an answer today." The look in his eyes turned clearer as his voice seemed gentle, but there was an indescribable firmness in it. Klein wanted to stop him, but moments after he opened his mouth, he closed it again. Azek pressed down on his half-top hat. Without turning his head, he said with a gentle smile, "Remember to close your eyes." With that said, he walked forward, following the flights of stairs as he headed for the deep depths of the mausoleum. The wafting black fog didn't produce any more panting sounds. It slowly scattered into its surroundings, accentuating the illusory object that was coiled at the bottom. It was a massive feathered serpent that seemed to occupy an entire island. It had huge, dark green, nearly black scales. Amidst the gaps were feathers covered in yellow, oily stains. On every feather, there were thin, illusory black tubes extending outwards. The exaggerated feathered serpent was both illusory and real. Its actual form was hardly describable. It seemed to be a combination of things incomprehensible to humans. Its eye sockets were burning with pale white flames. Its face was that of a human's. The face had bronze skin, and it had soft facial features. Beneath its right ear was a tiny black mole. It was another Azek Eggers. Upon seeing this coiling feathered serpent deep inside the black fog, and a face at the top of the towering figure, Azek was first taken aback. Following that, the corner of his forehead throbbed as though he had been struck in the temple, splitting his head in two. Amidst the excruciating pain, several incontiguous scenes flashed in his mind. It was a feathered serpent with a face identical to his, even to the smallest detail. Above a silent land, there were countless pale corpses. Floating in midair, there were clouds stacked from bones that came from different species. Black tentacles that drilled out from the ground, with eyes that resembled dead fish at the tip of each tentacle. A transparent spirit body was forcefully pulled out of his body. After these flashing scenes, a pair of white flaming eyes that were on the brink of extinguishing glanced over. A white feather stained with yellow oil fluttered down, splitting Azek's transparent spirit body into two. One of the parts suddenly flew up and plunged inside the cloud of bones. The remaining part fused with a golden accessory that had appeared out of thin air. Amidst the pale white flames, it materialized back into a body of flesh and blood. This scene was like a thunder god's hammer striking down at Azek's mind, again and again, making the pain hardly bearable. He raised his hand to his head as his knees gradually buckled as he knelt on the staircase. He had finally recalled everything that had happened, and he understood the reason why he was constantly dying and reviving, always losing his memories and having to recover them every single time. His soul wasn't complete. Similarly, Azek also understood why the feathered serpent suppressing the entire space in the depths of the black fog had an identical face as his. It was him. That was the other Azek Eggers. And all of this was a concealed attempt before death's fall. If stitching souls existed, there was naturally the splitting of souls. At that moment, the crazy and powerful death had seemingly foreseen his outcome. Unwilling to die so simply, he secretly split the soul of his son, Balam Empire's death console. He took half of it away and used another item as a replacement, stitching it together with Azek's soul. It was a mystery if it was a deliberate arrangement of death, or if it was an unintended consequence of the numinous episcopate's artificial death project. The half-soul that had been taken away from artificial death had fused with the target of the artificial death project, the uniqueness of the death pathway. It made the latter gain certain innate abilities as it began influencing high-sequence beyonders of the corpse collector pathway who had failed their advancement. And for the other half, although there was a replacement that prevented it from being incomplete, the incomplete soul resulted in repeated deaths and resurrection just like Sequence 4's Undying. And due to the golden accessory inside his body, and the calling from the other half-soul, Azek, who started a brand new life every incarnation, would gradually recover his past memories with the passage of time. In the past, artificial death had attempted to identify the reason, but due to the natural recovery of his memories, he was often already close to death once more. He wasn't able to perform any in-depth investigations. Furthermore, the numinous episcopate's artificial death project had been raised in the past few centuries. It was only in recent times that they received some level of success. That was why he never found the answer. Ha! 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 At some point in time, Azek's hands had left his head. They were placed on the staircase as his throat produced a voice that didn't sound human. Drops of sweat dripped down his forehead and hit the stone steps in front of him. They spread out into a layer of pale yellow oil, growing out into dense white feathers. At that instant, he felt the other half of his soul calling out, as well as its desire. The two selves, which had been separated for more than 1,000 years, were eager to fuse as one, to be whole again. "No," Azek muttered in pain, unwilling to raise his head or reach out his right hand. He had seen it clearly. The him as a feathered serpent didn't have any reason. It was filled with extreme coldness and madness. If he became one with it again, he would probably immediately be restored to his state as a death console from before. He might even become a fake death who only had godhood with zero humanity. He would forget everything, forgetting everyone who he had once cherished. "No?" Azek's throat squeezed out the same word again. Irresistibly, he raised his neck bit by bit as pitch-black and gloomy scales appeared. At his forehead, something that took a life of its own protruded out. His forehead cracked as a bloody opening appeared. A golden sliver of light emitted out of nothingness, taking form inside the flesh and blood. This ancient accessory made of gold was in the shape of a tall, slender bird. Pale white flames emanated around it in the form of feathers. Inside its bronze eyes, there were shimmering layers of light that separately formed a mysterious and illusory door. The moment it appeared, Azek let out a painful growl. He raised his head completely as two wisps of pale white flames burst in his eyes that had experienced much. Deep inside the black fog, the illusory and real feathered serpent had straightened its body. It reached its head out as the two identical faces of different sizes looked at each other in silence. As for pale white flames leaped, bit by bit, Azek, whose hands were on the ground, struggled to stand up with a warped expression. Slowly, he walked to the feathered serpent known as Artificial Death. As he approached, the entire mausoleum began shaking. The surroundings turned transparent, reflecting a world with countless skeletons and shadows. Bloody arms, bluish-black vines with baby faces, and slimy tentacles with dead fish eyes or two rows of sharp teeth tore through the boundary between reality and the illusory, reaching into the mausoleum. However, they clung straight to the ground without daring to move. East Balam, Colane City. Daily Simone, who was rushing to her next target's location, suddenly stopped in her steps and held her head. "What's wrong?" Red Glove's team captain, Soest, asked in puzzlement. Daly frowned slightly as she answered, seemingly in reverie. "I hear strange voices. I can sense the calling that stems from an unknown place. I even wish to kneel to the ground. Can the rest of you hear it?" Soest prudently asked the other teammates. Just as Leonard Mitchell shook his head, he heard the slightly aged voice in his mind. "Look towards the Berserk Sea." Leonard subconsciously turned his body and looked in the direction of the harbor towards the distant Berserk Sea. He saw a swath of pure, deep black darkness. There weren't any gales, massive waves, dark clouds, lightning, torrential rain, or sunlight. Although Klein had his eyes closed, his outstanding spiritual perception allowed him to sense his surroundings. When he heard the painful murmurs and shouts that sounded like Mr. Azek, he could sense seemingly corporeal silence and the aura of death. What's happening? Although the artificial death deep in the mausoleum didn't attack Mr. Azek, it has inflicted him with adverse effects? Klein's mind raced as he felt anxious and worried. His spiritual intuition told him that what was about to happen was not something he wished to see. However, he couldn't figure out what he could do. He didn't even dare open his eyes to look at Mr. Azek's present state or whatever he had encountered. This wasn't a problem that could be solved with mere courage. It was a difference in the natural order of life, an unbridgeable gap. Suddenly, Klein had a strong feeling of helplessness. However, he didn't give up as he tried hard to think of whatever items he had on him that could be of use. Creeping hunger? No, it's at a completely different level. It won't be of any use. Death knell? Even worse. Grozel's travels? I didn't bring it. Neither did I bring the Black Emperor card and Tyrant card. Fate Siphon Charm. Yes, the Fate Siphon Charm. Klein was delighted as he formulated a plan. It was to use the fate siphon charm to temporarily swap his fate with Mr. Azik. He would suffer the influence created by artificial death in his place. At the very least, I still have a chance of reviving. As for Mr. Azik, the deaths he previously suffered wouldn't from the damage inflicted. Who knows if he can awaken again in such a situation? Klein didn't consider if the fate siphon charm was effective on Azik and artificial death. He only wished to give it a try. He raised his right hand and reached into his pocket. Then, there was a delay in his actions. His arm rose a little before landing back in its original location. He froze for a moment as though he had been petrified into being a stone sculpture. Klein's lips quivered a few times as his expression distorted indiscernibly. Following that, he swung his right arm and reached his palm into his pocket and pulled it out. Gripped tightly in his palm was a black crystal card-like charm. At the same time, Azik was approaching the towering illusory feathered serpent. His footsteps sped up as though he was returning to his throne. However, his eyes, which had pale white flames, were filled with pain. His expression was extremely warped. "No," Azik muttered once again. Wherever his skin was exposed, white feathers stained with yellow oil grew out from the gaps of pitch-black scales. The intense shouting and desire made him lose control of himself. He was about to soar into the sky and leap towards the gigantic feathered serpent that shared his face. Pale white flames spread out from the bird-shaped accessory at his forehead, flowing towards the rest of his body. Klein's spiritual intuition was sending warnings, as he hurriedly said a single word in ancient Hermes, "Fate." Just as he was about to use the charm, his surroundings suddenly quietened. There was no longer any sound. A slender, fair female palm appeared out of nowhere and pressed down on the golden bird-shaped accessory on Azik's forehead. A figure then materialized between Azik and the towering illusory feathered serpent, stopping the two's approach. With the help of this external force, Azik finally held back that desire and the irresistible calling to fuse together. The pale white flames in his eyes reflected the floating figure in midair. It was a beautiful lady wearing an ancient robe. She wore a black hood. Her face was deadpan, and her black eyes were deep and dark, devoid of spirituality. The strange turn of events inside the mausoleum left Klein, who had his eyes closed and his spirituality converged, completely unaware of what was happening. He had no idea if it was something good or bad. Therefore, even though he had already chanted the activation incantation, he still didn't dare rashly use the fate siphon charm. He was afraid it would make things worse or that it would have the opposite effect. Seconds passed as Klein felt the passage of time was especially slow. He felt as though an entire century had passed. Finally, he heard Mr. Azik speak with a somewhat hoarse and uncertain tone. "It's you." Following that, an unperturbed voice that was clearly female sounded. "You have 3 choices. First, continue proceeding forward to seek completeness. Allow Salinger to revive within your body. The second is to have me help you extract that half-soul, allowing you to take it with you. You will think of a way to stitch it back together, but this will make you transform back to your original form. You will stop repeatedly dying and reviving, but it will not be the present you. Your past incarnations will truly recede into being dreams. Third, it's to give up everything and directly leave. You will forever be stuck at your current level. You will have no way of advancing further. You will still die again and again, waking up with no memories, and repeatedly search for your past experiences." Klein was taken aback by what he heard. He never expected that there was another person in the depths of the mausoleum. Furthermore, she appeared to have absolute authority. She provided the former death consul, Azik Eggers, different choices that he could choose from. This is that the artificial death that's hiding deep in the black fog? No, he originally didn't seem to have any intelligence. It's been so long, and it's not like he has tried communicating. Extract the half-soul and think of a way to stitch it together. What does that mean? Azik's soul was not whole to begin with? Extract it from where? The lady speaking is actually able to do something Mr. Azik is incapable of? Also, who is Salinger? Why would he be revived in Mr. Azek's body? He is death that caused the pale disaster, Mr. Azek's father or grandfather. He foresaw his death. Hence, he left a seed in Mr. Azek's body for him to revive? The first choice is definitely something to eliminate without any thought. The second and third choice each have their own problems. The former makes him not his current self. He will become an unfamiliar him. The latter is to suffer an undying curse for all eternity, never to receive salvation. If he's confident with himself, truly treating all the past incarnations as an anchor, then the second choice can be considered. It allows for reconciliation and a compromise, but this involves the splitting of a half-soul into half. It's impossible to guess what developments will happen to the other half-soul which didn't experience those incarnations in the future. The anchor might not be able to resolve the problem. Ideas flashed through Klein's mind. He was puzzled, curious, stumped, and confused. He was so near yet so far from a solution. It was Azek's life. It was a future he needed to face. No one else could make the decision for him. And whatever Klein needed to say had been said. He stood there helpless and worried, waiting for Mr. Azek to speak again. Azek looked at the beautiful hooded lady in front of him without saying a word. The pale white eyes in his eyes flickered. The illusory but real towering feathered serpent seemed to sense a negative development. It suddenly lashed out its tail, wildly sweeping it around as it lunged its head downward and opened its gaping mouth, revealing dark red flesh and fangs that were tainted with yellow oil stains. It stuck out its black serpent tongue and spat dark green slime in a bid to devour Azek Eggers. However, all of its attempts failed to be effective. It seemed to live in another world. Amidst the unsettling silence, Azek raised his right hand and rubbed his temples. Calmly, he said with a laugh, "Perhaps I'm accustomed to my present life. I choose the third choice." Just as he said that, the hooded lady clenched her fist, gripping the golden bird-shaped accessory tightly. Then, she retracted her arm, pulling out the ancient item from the gap in Azek's forehead. Azek's expression distorted once again as though he was experiencing unimaginable pain. Every drop of his blood, and in every piece of flesh, there were some parts of his soul seeping out, mixing together into a transparent soul. This soul appeared complete, but it was filled with discordant and disharmonious feelings. It was because it was half gold in color, the same all the way from the brows, eyes to the torso and its four limbs. It had an ancient simplistic beauty. As the golden bird-shaped accessory was extracted, Azek's translucent soul began to disintegrate inch by inch, as though it was being skinned alive. His throat let out an unhuman gasping sound once again, causing Klein's head to spin and ache. It felt as though a needle had stabbed into his brain and was stirred wildly. In seconds, Azek's spirit body completely split into two. Half of it transformed into a golden stream that infused into the bird-shaped accessory, while the other half returned to his body, fusing with his flesh and blood. The two pale white flames in Azek's eyes were extinguished as the white feathers and pitch-black scales on his body receded. His warped expression also eased as he no longer looked as savage. His expression turned slightly pale and translucent as his forehead throbbed. Clearly, he was suffering a pain that stemmed from deep within his soul body. "Thank you for your help." He bowed towards the beautiful hooded lady. He turned around and floated up the staircase, coming to Klein's side. "You can open your eyes now," Azek said with an exhausted smile. Klein hurriedly opened his eyes and sized up Azek. Realizing that there weren't any signs of madness or loss of control, he was completely relieved. He curiously cast his gaze deep into the mausoleum. The black fog was still emanating, completely blanketing everything underneath. "Who was that?" He couldn't help but ask. Azek laughed and reached out to grip his shoulder. "Even if I were to tell you, you wouldn't be able to hear it unless she is willing to let you know." As he spoke, Klein subconsciously grabbed his two marionettes' shoulders. The colors around them saturated and clearly stacked upon one another. The two men and two marionettes quickly passed through the spirit world corresponding to the Berserk Sea, returning to Klein's inn in Colaine City. Azek released his grip and pinched his forehead. With a gentle smile, he said, "I'll need to sleep for an unknown length of time in order to recover. If you have any questions, you can seek out the spirit world's 7 lights. You should already be aware of the corresponding ritual." "Mr. Azek, are you all right?" Klein asked in concern. At the same time, he rebuked himself. How can he be fine having lost half his soul forever? Azek laughed and said, "It's not a big deal. I'll just be maintaining my previous state, allowing me to foresee my death and arrange everything, severing ties with my original life. I'll then forget everything and reawaken in search of my past. Like before, at least you're there, someone who knows a lot about my past. If I were to forget once again, I should be able to recall a lot when I receive your letter." He paused and nodded indiscernibly as he chuckled. "Sleep isn't a bad thing either. At least I'll have dreams. In my dreams, I never left, accompanying her while taking in the sun, while guiding that stubborn son of mine to use the broadsword. I'll also make a swing for that little kid that loves to wheedle." Having said that, Azek threw out the copper whistle and said with a gentle smile, "Remember to write to me. But before I awaken, I will not reply to you." Just as Klein reached out to receive the ancient and intricate copper whistle, Azek vanished from the room, his whereabouts an unknown. After blankly watching this scene for a while, Klein suddenly let out a sigh. To go anywhere else from Kolain City by land, one needed to follow the spiraling path that led upwards. After passing through the different streets, one would arrive at the peak of the city. Then one had to descend the mountain and enter a plain. At this moment, the Red Gloves team that Soest led was standing on a square at the peak, looking down at the abnormal berserk sea. Daily Simone, who had been pressing her forehead all this time, suddenly lowered her hand as she said, feeling somewhat puzzled, "Everything has been returned to normal. There's no more problems." "Normal?" Leonard returned with a question in puzzlement. From his point of view, it was very difficult for Daly to return to normal before the end of the Berserk Sea's abnormality. Perhaps it's intermittent? Soest hesitatingly raised a theory. Daly was just about to answer when everyone's spiritual perception was triggered. Once again they looked towards the Berserk Sea. In the swath of pure blackness, one bright star after another lit up. Backlund. Beneath St. Samuel Cathedral, Archbishop Anthony Stevenson received an emergency telegram from the sea. The telegram's content was rather simple, but it was sufficiently shocking. Gehrman Sparrow has appeared, boarding the Black Tulip with another person. He has made Ludwell into a marionette and left with the person Ludwell addressed as Death Consul. Gehrman Sparrow, Death Consul. St. Anthony silently repeated these 2 names. He leaned back slightly and closed his eyes. Once again, the corresponding complete information of the sealed artifact, 0 to 17, appeared in his mind. Number 17. Name, Angel of Concealment. Danger grade 0. Extremely dangerous. It's of the highest importance and of the highest confidentiality. It is not to be inquired, disseminated, described, or spied. Security clearance. Pope, team of researchers, and Archbishop of the Backlund Diocese. Note: when the Archbishop is transferred out of the Backlund Diocese, the corresponding memories have to be wiped out using sealed artifact 1 to 29. Sealed method. The seal is completed through the combination of 1 to 29 and 1 to 80. Description. This isn't an item. Warning. She cannot be used. Appendix 1. This sealed artifact first appeared in the Pale Era of the 4th Epoch. Exact year missing. Exact date missing. Exact location missing. Appendix 2. Based on the information, she has been awakened 5 times. Appendix 3. A limited premise is the reason behind its inability to be used. It has been confirmed that she can be used as the goddess's descent vessel. Kolain City. Inside the inn, Klein sat on a reclining chair, reaching out to receive the black tea with lemon from Winner Enzo. Beside him, Admiral Hell Ludwell stood straight, wearing a mask with a rapier by his waist. He appeared like the most loyal guard. Only at this point in time did Klein, who had completely calmed down, have the mental capacity to analyze what had happened in Death's mausoleum. Amongst all of that, what he paid most attention to was the existence that had helped Mr. Azek get out of his predicament at the critical moment and provide him with 3 choices. First, a female voice. Second, this matter is definitely advantageous to her. Otherwise, no one would cross such a great distance to provide assistance. Of course, if she happened to pass by and had helped Mr. Azek out of goodwill, that's also completely understandable and acceptable. But the problem is that the mausoleum is a product formed from Death's godly powers when he perished, a product of the characteristic, corpses, and the natural environment. Without the corresponding key, even deities can't find it. With a door that cannot be opened, how is it possible for anyone to be passing by? Also, Mr. Azek's actions had been very sudden. He didn't first seek out the members of the numinous episcopate that are carrying out the artificial death project for information. He directly followed the calling and arrived at the Berserk Sea and entered Death's treasure trove. If it's not someone who can locate me or him, or them being someone who has a strong prescient ability, there's almost no existence that can arrive in such a timely manner. Finally, the Salinger that can revive via Mr. Azek's body is almost certainly the I'm mad, but I'm stronger Death from the 4th epoch. That female voice directly addressed him by his name without showing any signs of respect. As Klein seriously analyzed the information, he suddenly had a theory, but he couldn't help but avoid the possibility. Based on what he knew, the Evernight, Death, and Giant Beyonder pathways were a group of its own. They could be interchanged at high sequences. And other than using the honorific name of Lady of Crimson or some special Grado sealed artifact to occupy a portion of the moon's authority, the goddess also had the title Mistress of Repose and Silence. That totally pointed to the underworld and Death's domain. And back at the Foggy Town, and with his use of the holy sword to make a vow with the goddess bearing witness, as well as the goddess clearly possessing the authority of misfortune, it made Klein believed that he had entered her special watch list, just like how he singled out certain believers using the sea god scepter. Making a bold assumption and seeking careful verification, then almost all the questions can be answered if she really was the goddess. As one of the 7 orthodox deities, as one of the winners of the Pale Era, she has the level and right to address Death by his name, and having been labeled by her, once anything abnormal happens, such as me entering a strange place like Death's treasure trove, she would definitely sense it and take the necessary action in response. Furthermore, as it definitely requires some time, she didn't manage to stop it at the beginning. To her, that artificial death, or the death pathway's uniqueness that had initially come to life, clearly enhances her authority in the aspects of repose and silence. It might even allow her to directly intrude into Death's domain, just like what the Mother Tree of Desire did to the chained god. When Death perished, the 3 sequence 1 characteristics should have automatically separated. It's unknown who received them. If the goddess is searching for them, perhaps ruler of the ancient underworld, lady of all the undead, will be added to her title, although Mr. Azek has been pursued by the Church's high-sequence Beyonders. He has ultimately never suffered any real threats. From the looks of it, the goddess has been waiting all this time for today's development. Upon coming to this realization, Klein suddenly felt a little frightened. He was rather pious. At the very least, he superficially raised his right hand in a pious manner. Tapping 4 spots in a clockwise manner on his chest, he formed the sign of the crimson moon and muttered, "Praise the Lady." This made him recall the answer he received when he asked Snake of Fate Will Osepton about obtaining the high-sequence Beyonder potion formulas of the Seer pathway. Can only be obtained from the Crazy Zeradal or the Hornasis mountain range. If you are the blessed of the Evernight, treat it as though I didn't say it. After the incident at the Foggy Town, Klein had already discovered that heading to the Hornasis mountain range and finding Zeradal was the same choice. Even stealing the Antigonus family's notebook from St. Samuel Cathedral's basement was the same. And up to this date, he realized that the second line was not without meaning. He stroked his chin and muttered, "Perhaps, maybe, possibly, I'm really considered a blessed of the Evernight." Towards this, Klein wasn't too unreceptive to it. On the one hand, He had spent the first few months after coming to this world with the Church of Evernight's Tinjin Nighthawks team. He had a group of great teammates and colleagues. He had a rather heartwarming life and acceptable ideals. To this day, he still recalled the past. Therefore, although he wasn't a worshipper of the Evernight goddess, he was very accepting of this deity. On the other hand, at least on what he had seen to date, the Evernight goddess had yet to show any ill intent. Instead, she had given him some blessings. Klein believed that since he had been specially marked, it was unlikely that he could be free from it anytime soon. All he could do was learn to accept it and make good use of it. Of course, I can't let down my guard. In addition, I already have too many enemies in the form of the Mother Tree of Desire, True Creator, Primordial Demoness, Primordial Moon, Blasphemer Amon, Angel of Fate Ouroboros, and others. Some of them might even be able to get a hold of my location at any time. Without finding someone powerful to cozy up to, my future will really be difficult. With so many things on his plate, Klein quickly adjusted his state of mind. To him, as long as the goddess had labeled him from the moment he made the vow using the holy sword, and not earlier, as well as not constantly monitoring him, he found it acceptable. At least from the special labels afforded to me by the Sea God Scepter, constant monitoring isn't possible. Mr. Azek will be sleeping for a very long period of time. The goddess can't just do a divine descent as she pleases. There must be some corresponding obstacles and difficulties. Otherwise, the 7 orthodox deities would have made divine descents all across the world to resolve all kinds of problems. That's why I should keep a low profile and behave myself in the southern continent. I shouldn't try to pin my hopes on an external factor. Klein reminded himself before scrutinizing his new marionette, Admiral Hell Ludwell. To be frank, he was rather curious about the face hidden beneath the silver mask. But upon recalling how there was an anomaly when Ludwell took off his mask in their previous battle, he held back his thoughts. He planned to make the attempt again after he left the city and did it in the woods or somewhere uninhabited. After some work, Klein gained a rough understanding of his new marionette sequence and powers. Ludwell was Sequence 5 Gatekeeper of the Death Pathway, and he wasn't a normal human. The corresponding Sequence 9 was Corpse Collector. Back in Tinjin, Klein had already learned of its specifics. He knew that they possessed certain traits of a corpse. Their entire being appeared rather cold and grim, and their body temperatures were relatively low. This allowed them to avoid being attacked by dead, unintelligent spirits. At the same time, they also had their physical bodies enhanced. They gained resistance to the cold, decay, and corrosiveness of cadaveric auras. They were naturally equipped with spirit vision, and they understood the characteristics and weaknesses of undead creatures. Sequence 8 was Gravedigger. Corpse collectors who advance to this sequence become stronger. Their spirit vision was further enhanced as their agility increased. They were able to communicate with nearby spirits, allowing them to provide the Beyonder with help. Other than that, Gravediggers could quickly find the weaknesses of unfamiliar undead creatures and spirit world creatures via observation. This was known as the Eye of Death. Sequence 7 Spirit Medium was a qualitative change. Beyonders of this sequence gained knowledge of various kinds of mysticism rituals related to spirits. They could directly communicate with the natural spirits and loitering dead souls in the real world. Hence, they had informants everywhere. At the same time, they could use different spirits to actualize different kinds of magic, creating various kinds of supernatural phenomena in a rather multifaceted way. Sequence 6 Spirit Guide and Sequence 5 Gatekeeper didn't experience a qualitative change from Spirit Medium other than an increase in the range for communication. Spirit Guides began involving themselves with the spirit world as they began hiring messengers and receiving the help of certain spirit world creatures. Gatekeeper could sense the entrance to the underworld, allowing them to control the dead spirits inside, doing so as though they watched over the gates that separated the dead from the living. From Spirit Medium onwards, with the advancement of each sequence, the quantity and quality of natural spirits, undead creatures, spirit world creatures that the Beyonders could control and order increased exponentially. Spirit Guide gained the use of the additional language of the dead that circumvented the protection provided by one's physical body. Focused on the ability to communicate with a spirit body, The ability was enhanced to giving an order to the point of slavery. Gatekeepers could even open the mysterious gate that separated life and death to a certain extent, opening the gates to the underworld. If it wasn't for the natural restraints that Azek's copper whistle had on the corpse collector pathway's control over spirits, I probably wouldn't have even had what it takes to fight Admiral Hell back then. And even now, if not for traveling to ensure my safety, I might not be able to finish Ludwell off even if I used demigod-level powers. In the future, I have to take note when taking revenge on Insanguil. He was once a gatekeeper after all. Klein nodded slightly, raised the cup, and drank a mouthful of black tea. As for the weapon Ludwell had, it was named Harris Rapier. It originated from a prince from the southern continent in ancient times. It didn't directly correspond to any sequence or pathway. It was more of a product that was similar to King of the North Ulyssen, who gathered similar characteristics without any proper rules. It only had one Beyonder power, bringing absolute destruction to the items it stabbed. As a pirate admiral with the highest bounty, Ludwell didn't only have this mystical item. Unfortunately, his most precious death ring had been taken by Azek. As for the silver mask on him, Klein temporarily had no way of taking it off for research. Also, he really doesn't like money. He has zero need for money. Klein lowered his cup and retracted his gaze. Considering how it was still early, he planned on leaving Colaine City and heading elsewhere to wait for Danitz to finish his investigations. Backlund, Sherwood Borough. Furs, who was having an afternoon nap, jolted awake from her dreams. She saw an endless grayish-white fog and Mr. Moon, who had his head bowed in prayer, clearly hearing his voice. In the southeast outskirts of Backlund, in the middle of Delaire Forest, there is an abandoned ancient castle. In it are at least 2 ancient wraiths and other dead spirits. The possibility of other Beyonders living there cannot be eliminated. The coordinates are... I finally have information on the main ingredient of Scribe. Information worth £300. Furs was instantly delighted as she immediately thanked Mr. Fool and sought him to pass her message to the Moon that she would make payment shortly. After completing this, she got out of bed and went to the first floor. She planned on pouring herself some wine to drink and consider when she would explore the abandoned castle, as well as the necessary preparations. For the meantime, Lamino's travels cannot be rented out. Zio needs to come along. That abandoned castle has several dead spirits and is rather dangerous. I have to consider the combination of spells. If there's anything lacking or not specialized, I'll hire Mr. World, Mr. Hanged Man, and the Sun to record the corresponding Beyonder powers. Although Furs lacked actual combat experience, she had been mixing with Beyonder circles for years. Later, she had joined the Tarot Club, and having heard and seen much, she naturally knew the need for preparations before any adventures. As for directly hiring Mr. World to do it, she had long struck it off her list of options. She believed that giving all the spoils and her savings to him wasn't enough to hire him. Of course, if her attempts at exploration proved that the abandoned castle was extremely dangerous, something that a Beyonder at her sequence couldn't enter, she would have no choice but to shoulder an enormous debt. After all, there was only hope and a future from being alive. In theory, I shouldn't reach that stage. There are still 2 demigod-level Beyonder powers left on Lamino's travels from Mr. World. At most, I'll use it first and think of means to make up for it in the future. The only problem is that the 2 demigod-level Beyonder powers might not be suitable against wraiths and dead spirits. Furs sipped some black rand as her various thoughts took form. At this point, she heard a key latching into the keyhole as she instinctively looked towards the door. The door suddenly opened as Zio walked in, carrying 2 paper bags that emitted a rich fragrance. "Desi pies?" Furs asked immediately before frowning in puzzlement. "Haven't you had lots of commissions recently? Why are you back so early?" Zio threw a bag of Desi pies over and said without hiding her smile, "I happened to walk past it. I also hadn't had lunch, so I planned on taking a break." Without waiting for Furs to ask further, she said, "I've accumulated enough points. I can soon exchange them for the interrogator potion formula." Although her monitoring of Royal Guard Captain Viscount Stratford hadn't had any significant progress, it was the kind that accumulated points on a daily basis. All she needed to do was submit a passable report every week to receive the corresponding bounty. Therefore, together with the other commissions and their varying levels of success, Zio had already earned enough to obtain the interrogator potion formula. Finally, Furs sincerely felt happy for her friend. Then, she shook the wine cup in her hand. "Shall we celebrate with a drink?" At the same time, she also thought of something pertaining to herself. This is great. After becoming a Sequence 7, Zio should have experienced a qualitative change. It will make exploring that ancient castle a sure thing. Zio looked at the transparent liquid in the cup before shaking her head incessantly. Drinking is bad. With that said, she frowned. Besides, I abhor the smell. Before Furs could speak, she suddenly recalled something. She stood up and walked to the door. I saw the mailbox filled with things. Haven't you opened it today? I didn't have the time. Furs wore a look as though she was busy rushing out her drafts. Zio was a person of action. Ignoring her explanation, she had already headed out to clear the mailbox. About 10 seconds later, she walked back in with a stack of newspapers and a few envelopes. As she looked at the addressee, she said, "It's all yours." 2 letters from the publisher. One's an invitation letter from a surgery forum. 1 letter is from Pritz Harbor. Pritz Harbor. Furs's mind stirred as she put down her cup and caught the letter Zio threw at her. She seemed to openly tear open all the letters in front of her friend, discovering that one of the letters was indeed from her teacher, Dorian Gray Abraham. Calderon City is in a rather special spot deep in the spirit world. I'm not sure of its origins other than it's very dangerous. A demigod had once stepped in without ever coming out. When selling the actual spirit world coordinates to that gathering's member, there's a need for you to warn him. Mr. World's target is such a dangerous spirit world city. Furs stared at the letter in her hand as her eyes widened. The Red Gloves team, which had arrived at the next East Balam city, had rendezvoused with the local Nighthawks, taking up an office of theirs. Everyone shall have half the day off. We will start tomorrow morning. Soas took out his pocket watch and opened it. They were about to strike a secret gathering location of the Numinous Episcopate to find more information of the Artificial Death Project and dig out another batch of enemies that hid in Backlund. As for the information obtained from Ulika, they had already sent it back to Backlund via telegram. They didn't need to worry about the subsequent work. After all, they weren't the only Red Gloves team. Backlund's local Nighthawks were aplenty and powerful. Leonard and Daly were just about to seek out their lodgings to rest when a Nighthawk with some East Balam blood walked in with a piece of paper. A new telegram from Backlund. Soast reached out to take it, and after opening it for a few seconds, he said with a grave expression, "Gehrman Sparrow has appeared again. Using divination methods, it has been confirmed that it's him." Gehrman Sparrow. Leonard wasn't surprised by this outcome. He already knew from Dwayne Dantes that his former colleague, Klein Moretti, was still alive. He curiously asked, "What did Gehrman Sparrow do again?" Soast surveyed the area and sternly said, "He boarded the Black Tulip and turned Admiral Hell Ludwell into his marionette." Admiral Hell? Ludwell? Marionette. The Red Gloves could hardly hide their astonishment as they exclaimed one after another. Even Leonard Mitchell was extremely surprised. One had to know that Admiral Hell Ludwell, who wore the ring left by death, had the highest bounty among the 7 pirate admirals. He was publicly recognized to be the strongest beneath the 4 kings. He was definitely not someone an ordinary Sequence 5 could compare to. As for Gehrman Sparrow, he had actually boarded his ship, turning Admiral Hell into his marionette despite being surrounded by the latter's undead army and subordinates. Although they didn't know much about a faceless and a marionettist, just the term marionette was enough to let them know that Admiral Hell Ludwell's outcome was worse than death. He's already this strong? He infiltrated St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate to meet the requirements for a demigod ritual? Leonard gradually fell silent as he didn't ask more. At this moment, Soast offered more information. According to the crew that escaped from the Black Tulip, there wasn't a fight back then. Gehrman Sparrow and another man boarded the ship. The moment Admiral Hell Ludwell saw them, He gave up any resistance and prostrated himself onto the deck, calling the man Death Consul. Later, he allowed Gairman Sparrow to turn him into his marionette. Death Consul? Leonard subconsciously turned to look at Daily Simone. He believed that this Sequence 5 Beyonder of the Corpse Collector pathway likely knew what Death Consul meant. Daily scoffed and shook her head. I only know that the former Balam Empire, a blood descendant of death that ruled the real world, was known as Death Consul. However, the Numinous Episcopate's royal faction's leader has never called himself Death Consul. Another red glove, Cindy, mentioned in puzzlement. This was rather open knowledge amongst the Nighthawks. Those that reached Sequence 7 and above, or those who joined the Red Gloves, had the right to be privy to this information. As for the Artificial Death faction, it was even more unlikely for any of them to call themselves Death Consul. Who knows? Perhaps the Numinous Episcopate has fractured again. Now there's an additional Death Consul faction. Daly first made a casual comment before she thought and said, Gairman Sparrow has a mysterious origin. His motives for infiltrating Cheney's Gate is unknown. Perhaps it's really related to the Numinous Episcopate. The Numinous Episcopate had always been a main target that the Church of Evernight had been trying to take down. The conflict between the two ran deep. Her statement reminded Leonard Mitchell of something because he knew that Gairman Sparrow was Klein Moretti. Furthermore, he had joined a secret organization that worshipped the Fool and represented itself with tarot cards and had a working relationship with the Numinous Episcopate. In the few factions of the Numinous Episcopate, there's no Death Consul. Admiral Hell Ludwell can almost be confirmed to be an arm of the Numinous Episcopate. Dealing with him is equivalent to dealing with the Numinous Episcopate. Dwayne Dantes once said that the members of that secret organization come from different places with different goals. Klein's goal is revenge. Could the goal of one of the members be to strike the Numinous Episcopate, to gradually absorb them to revive or recreate death in their own image? Since there's an undying monster like Dwayne Dantes who lived since the 4th epoch, it's normal for that secret organization to have an additional ancient Death Consul. Perhaps his corresponding tarot card is death. As his mind raced, Leonard began believing that he had obtained the truth. Then he made a connection with certain details. Dwayne Dantes is an undying creature who had lived since the 4th epoch. He knows the southern continent very well. He recently left Backlund and has gone missing. Leonard was alarmed. Taking the opportunity while his teammates were in discussion, he lifted his teacup and covered his mouth, softly muttering to himself, "Old man, could Dwayne Dantes be the Death Consul?" Pallas Zorost's slightly aged voice said with a smiling tone, "No. Balam Empire's Death Consul is both a rank and a title. It's also the name of the Death Pathways Sequence 2. Sequence 2. That secret organization even has a Sequence 2 angel." Leonard's pupils constricted as he muttered once again, "How are you so certain that Dwayne Dantes isn't the Death Consul? Because he's not an angel." Pallas immediately chuckled. "No. The reason is very simple. You've seen the real Death Consul's portrait before. Back when you Nighthawks were investigating Welch's suicide. You might have even met him personally. He's a teacher at Koei University's Department of History, Isaac Eggers." Isaac Eggers. Leonard was taken aback before he came to a realization. He finally understood how Klein Moretti was able to resurrect from the dead, why he was fine suffering curses, or why he could join the secret organization symbolized by tarot cards, doing all of that while usually not showing anything special about himself. The reason was that behind Klein was a member of the secret organization with the corresponding tarot card. Death. Biome the Slums. Hooded with a mask underneath it, the hanged man Alger once again met with Admiral of Stars Catlia. At a table, the two of them sat across each other, facing each other without saying a word. Finally, Catlia said, "Have you heard the news?" Alger didn't directly answer as he returned with a question. "The one about Gairman Sparrow?" Catlia fell silent for a few seconds and nodded. "He has turned Admiral Hell into his marionette. Be it Admiral of Blood from before or the present Admiral Hell, they were both pirates who had a higher bounty than her. No matter how confident she was of herself, She didn't believe that the two Sequence 5 elites were weaker than her. You learned of it earlier than I expected. Alger confirmed the authenticity of the news in a tactful manner. Being a member of the Church of Storms, which controlled a large region of the sea, he could directly obtain the latest news from the official channels. Katlia curled her lips and said, "If the future were at sea, I might have to take days or even weeks to receive it, but I've been in Byam recently." She didn't divulge her intel source. After a pause, Admiral of Stars asked frankly, "What else do you know about this matter?" Alger shook his head. "I was trying to figure out the exact situation when I saw your signal, so I rushed here to meet you." Katlia nodded slightly. Gehrman Sparrow and Admiral Hell didn't engage in a battle. Ludwell didn't resist, because Gehrman Sparrow had boarded the Black Tulip with a man who was addressed as Death Consul. Death Consul. Alger's pupils dilated as he felt an indescribable pressure. Such a term wasn't something any random demigod could undertake. Furthermore, that wasn't something the man flaunted himself, but an honorific term that Admiral Hell Ludwell had used. Furthermore, he gave up resistance and was willing to lose his life. With the hanged man not saying a word, Katlia added, "In the death pathway, Death Consul is the name of the sequence too. Of course, every emperor of the Balam Empire was also given this title. Indeed, an angel from the death domain." Alger automatically ignored the latter possibility. After all, based on the acting method, the position of emperor was definitely held by a sequence 2 angel before the Balam Empire fell. And for someone who could make Admiral Hell become Gehrman Sparrow's marionette without putting up any resistance, they were definitely not something a mere title could accomplish. At this moment, Alger suddenly thought of something that left a deep impression on him. After Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos successfully fled, he was found standing by the side of an artificial lake. His face had rapidly rotted with pieces of flesh falling off. Even his eyeballs had rolled out of their sockets. It was undoubtedly the damage dealt by a potent force from the death domain. And Alger later confirmed that it was done by Mr. Fool's Blessed. To rapidly cause the death of a pirate admiral without him putting up any resistance, especially one who carried such a powerful sealed artifact, the assailant's level was obvious. The Church of Storms Spellsinger of God Archbishop Snake had determined at the scene that it was done by a high-sequence beyonder from the death pathway, and that it was not the person he knew. Alger had no doubts about that. He believed that it was done by a sequence 4 or sequence 3 demigod, in other words, a saint. He also felt horrified that Mr. Fool's Blessed was a high-sequence beyonder. Now, he secretly gulped his saliva with great difficulty, believing that he had underestimated Mr. Fool back then as well as that Blessed. That person wasn't a saint but a grounded angel, one that shared the same level as the 3 crowns of the various Orthodox churches. When it came to religion, the 3 crowns represented the various churches' pope, pontiff, or chief shepherd. A death consul as a blessed. Although Mr. Fool is still recovering, the amount of strength at his disposal is quite sizable. Alger's thoughts churned as his eyes shimmered. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Katlia sensed his gloom as she asked, "You seem to have recalled something." Alger deliberated for 2 seconds before vaguely replying, "Based on what I know, Mr. Fool has a death angel amongst his blessed." "That matches," Katlia said as though she was muttering to herself. "Then why did the world promise me mythical creature blood that's not from that death angel? Is it due to having closer ties with the other one, making it easier to obtain?" Perhaps. Although Alger felt that Admiral of Stars's inference wasn't wrong, he habitually gave a non-committal answer. Katlia didn't continue on the topic as she said, "We will start the operation tonight from 7:30 to 8. If you can participate in it, head over there with me." She has finally figured out the situation with the artisan? Alger secretly heaved a sigh of relief and asked in puzzlement, "Why that time?" This wasn't the most suitable period for any covert operation. Once any mistake was made, the official Beyonders would quickly detect it and rush over. Katlia nudged the heavy glasses on her nose and said with a complicated smile, "It's because it's dinner time for them, and they will be having mushrooms for dinner." "What's the connection?" The experienced Alger realized that he couldn't read the subcontext of Admiral of Stars's words. East Balam. In the lush and humid forest. Klein deliberately avoided the main path and came to an uninhabited area. He planned on getting Ludwell to take off his silver mask. This wasn't only to satisfy his curiosity but for a genuine reason. The silver mask was too striking. If he didn't deal with it, there was no amount of disguising that could direct the attention of others away from it. The biggest problem for a marionettist is the marionette's identity. The more powerful the marionette, the more famous they were while alive. Bringing one along with me has the risk of being exposed. If it wasn't because I didn't have the time to finish off the pirates on the Black Tulip, I would have had the means to keep it under wraps. For example, I could continue letting Ludwell be the captain while I pretend to be his subordinate. To a faceless, that's very simple. Klein sighed as he passed through the forest. There were many mosquitoes around him, but none of them came for him. All of them were circling Admiral Hell Ludwell, trying to suck his blood in vain. Klein had given his new marionette the green essence ring which attracted mosquitoes. This was because its effects were completely overshadowed by Flower of Blood. Wearing the two rings was rather meaningless for Winner Enzo. In addition, Klein had confirmed that Ludwell's situation was special. He wasn't too afraid of being bitten by mosquitoes. After walking a distance, Klein casually tossed a coin and stopped. After a few minutes of contemplation, he decided to finish something else before removing the new marionette's mask. This was because, through this process, he could confirm the severity of the latent danger beneath the mask. Taking out the corresponding items, Klein quickly set up a ritual and moved the radio transceiver from above the gray fog to the real world. He wanted to contact a Rhodes. Before he left Colaine City, he had paid Miss Magician £350 for the spirit world coordinates to Calderon City. He had also been warned about the extreme dangers associated with it. Therefore, he planned on obtaining more information from two channels in order to prepare for his hunting mission. The two channels involved asking the magic mirror and red light. With Mr. Azik being in prolonged slumber, Klein decided not to hesitate further. He planned on expanding his social circle, and not just stubbornly and inflexibly stick to the Evernight goddess. He needed to find powers to balance things out, and the relatively friendly seven lights of the spirit world were the best choice. With the appearance of the radio transceiver, the surrounding woods suddenly turned gloomy. It was as though the spirit world had overlapped with the real world. In about 10 seconds, tapping sounds sounded. Illusory white paper began being spat out. Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal and humble servant, a Rhodes, is here to answer your summoning. There's temporarily no danger here. What say you? Seeing this coquettish manner of speech, Klein sighed silently and finally confirmed that he had connected to the magic mirror. A Rhodes. He had previously been afraid that the white piece of paper would have the words, "I want to have a child with you." Of course, he had divined the level of danger of contacting a Rhodes above the gray fog, and he obtained an answer that it was fine. However, with the mother tree of desire having a precedent of interfering with divination, as well as his misinterpretation of infiltrating St. Samuel Cathedral's Cheney's Gate, he wasn't too certain. Indeed, Klein nodded in a reserved manner before asking, "What do you know of Calderon City in the spirit world?" Amidst clicking sounds, a piece of illusory white paper exited the radio transceiver in a hesitant manner. "I can't see that city too clearly. I do not know its exact state, but I can confirm that a saint had perished in there before. There were also certain angels, travelers, and spirit world creatures who had once entered to explore it and left it alive in a relatively smooth manner. However, none of them got much out of it. Also, I know the origins of that city." Without waiting for Klein to press, more illusory white paper spat out amidst clicking sounds. Its former name was the City of the Dead. It was a grounded divine kingdom of the ancient goddess, Phoenix ancestor Gregrace. Ever since that ancient goddess opened up the underworld, her divine kingdom was moved there. The City of the Dead gradually became the holy grounds of her descendants and believers. Before Gregrace was heavily injured by the ancient sun god and had the city uprooted and thrown deep into the spirit world, none of its citizens ever came out again. The name Calderon originates from the Abraham family's angel, the first person who stepped in. In the language of the dead, it means unknown soul.